What is going on, chat? Should I have literally all I've done today? The only thing I've done today in my sad, pathetic life is try to fix this one specific issue. Or basically, here, let me go to my... For some reason that I still don't know, I still can't figure it out. Whenever on my new Windows install, it didn't happen in my old Windows install. When I plug in my phone, it just doesn't detect it. Like, it doesn't detect it anywhere. It doesn't detect it in File Explorer. It doesn't detect it in Device Manager. It is a Windows 11 thing. Windows 11 is horrible, man. But my old Windows install was Windows 11 too, and it still detected it. And like, it's not my phone, and it's not the cable, because when I plug my phone and my phone cable into a different computer, it works perfectly fine there. And then it worked perfectly fine in my old Windows install, and I've tried so many things, and it just won't fix itself. It's so annoying. I don't get it. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And Reddit is not helping me. Probably because I've already tried every single fix that I've seen on Reddit. But Reddit will not help me. And I don't understand why. I don't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I want to make sure all my streams are working good. For whatever reason, the commands aren't working in KickChat, but nobody uses KickChat, so... God damn. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. So basically now, I still use my phone as a webcam, but it's just wireless, so it's a little bit more delayed, but it's not really that delayed. It literally, yeah, it doesn't come up anywhere. Like, it's not connected right now, but like, it usually, Windows will say like, oh, you connected your phone, do you want to do shit with it? But that just never pops up. And it's like, even in Control Panel, it's not there. Even in Device Manager, it's not there, and I have no clue why. I'm kind of hoping it'll just fix itself one day, quite frankly. That's what I'm kind of hoping would happen. None of my usual IDF shill chatters are here yet. Probably because I'm streaming quite a bit earlier than I normally do. Yeah, it's super annoying, and I don't get it. I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. This guy's friend gay. What the fuck? Hold on, I want to check something. Just because I haven't uploaded. I haven't been on the grind in like 2 weeks. It's painful. It's painful. Oh no. Oh no. Look at it. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Oh no. Oh no. Ooh. I mean, it'll be fine. It doesn't really matter, but oh no, chat. Oh no. Can we get some subs for this chat? Chat, some subs, please. Oh my god, chat. That's not what matters. What matters is I get views. What matters is I get watch time and free money. Free money, man. Where is my free money? I'm almost there when you think about it. Where are my IDF shills? Why aren't they here yet? Trying to think, who are my IDF shills in? Dude, sponsor for Raid Shadow Lessons. If Raid Shadow Lessons pays me, I will take the sponsorship. If Russia pays me for disinformation, I will spew out disinformation. You know what? If the Mossad pays me, I will spew out disinformation for the Mossad. I will do it. Like Manscaped for shaving it. But I would love to do a Manscaped ad read. Do you think they send me free shit if I did an ad read for them? I bet they'd send me free shit. I should reach out to them. Oh, hey, Ophelia. Wait, why does it only say I have 2 viewers then? I should have 3, because one of them's me. Okay, oh boy. Okay. I should have read more of this report. Oh, I forgot. It just takes me to the image when I click on that. It was really long. It's too long. Oh, I never took notes on this either. I read, It's this guy, his name is Minar. Hopefully I'll be talking to him in a couple minutes. Yeah. It'll be interesting. It'll be... Oh boy. My last conversation with him was so great. Not Minar. I really wait. I used to, there used to be this thing called Angry Birds 2 creators. And I thought it would have been really funny to become an Angry Birds 2 creator. Because it's just like the dumbest thing that you can possibly, like literally the benefits for it were like getting sent like plushies. It was just so dumb. But like the requirements to do it were like really low. Like, look at these people who did it. Like, I think you needed 500 subscribers, which I had. And I was like, some of these people make really low content. Oh, I got mad at you for caps, Pedamillo. I should turn that off. But like some of these people just made like really low content, really low quality content. And I was like, I make better content than these people. If I just made Angry Birds 2 content, I could have become it. Yeah. They might have shut it down because they used to have their website where like they had all their requirements. They have this though. Angry Birds Friends creator. Yeah, this is basically the same thing, but for Angry Birds Friends. Yeah, 500 subscribers. Or TikTok? Dude, do you know how easy it is to get 500 followers on TikTok? Are you kidding me? There are a ton of Angry Birds games. Well, yeah, they made a ton, but now they got rid of most of them for the stupid ones with microtransactions. Yeah, but like, I even made like an Angry Birds video. I never fully committed though, but it would have been a really funny bit. Is this YouTube channel even a thing anymore? Like hold on. I don't have the audio turned on for you. I can turn it on, but like there's not even any commentary here. And he doesn't even have twerk break like I do. And like this guy got it. There's no commentary. There's very minimal editing. I think the only thing he did is put this in a corner and put this in the other corner. It's like my content can be way better than this. And it's like, yeah. Sponsors pay attention. Are people gonna want to sponsor me? My content is controversial, man. Do you get sponsors, Petamillo? Because you're not like significantly more popular than me. Or is it just, I think it's just this, right? Yeah, I have more subscribers than you. Mine are from YouTube Shorts though, so they're all not good subscribers. Do you get sponsorships for this type of shit, man? I'm sponsored by CCP. Yeah, that's true. Dude, if China pays me, I will do it. China, President Xi, please give me your money. I will do anything to avoid having a real job. Yeah, I don't know. I think they probably got rid of it. But like literally the benefits you got were like plushies. God, I wonder if I still have the video. It was a funny video. The first one I made. But I would have like, the first video was stupid. I gotta have it somewhere. The first video was like kind of funny because it's like I'm like pretending to be really into Angry Birds all of a sudden in like his funny bit. But I'm like obviously no one is actually into fucking Angry Birds too. Oh, hold on, Minar. Hold on, I gotta talk to this guy. Fuck, I'll find the video afterwards, but it was a funny video. Damn. Alright, oh boy. Okay, here we go, chat.
You said, oh boy.
I did say oh boy. Because our last conversation was so fun. Alright.
Hey, one second. Alright, hey, how are you?
I'm doing great, man.
Nice to hear from you. Should I turn on camera or just voice?
Just voice is good because I don't have a way to capture your camera. Yeah.
That's fine, my brother. Yeah. So you want to talk about Israel?
I do. I need you to rein me in, man. Okay? Because I have some IDF shills in my chat. Okay, so
All right, no worries. You tell me what you know, and I'll tell you if it's wrong, and I'll fill you up with whatever you don't know.
okay. Well, I don't. So okay.
But you know the history of Israel?
Some of it, man. But what I want to know, basically, what do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th? Is what I.
I guess. Interesting question. So, what does Israel do in response for October 7th? So, what
Yeah.
does their charter say about something like that? Like, what does their anti-terrorism or anti-attacks what would they normally do? How do they normally do business? Or is it always military law all the time?
I mean, I feel like what they're doing right now is pretty much what Israel normally does, right? Like they did a similar thing in like 2008 in response to attacks from the Gaza Strip, right? Like this is pretty normal for them. But are you suggesting that they should have done a non-military response? What would that look like? What would a non-military response to October 7th be?
I haven't even suggested anything. What I asked a question. I said, what do they normally do as a response for, let's say, a terrorist attack that they perceive as a terrorist attack? I don't know what their charter actually said. Like I don't know what their military commands. Like how does the command line go? Like what would happen? I don't know. I would actually need to know, and then we would need to see if they're following their charter or they're actually deviating this time. Because it seems like they would be deviating. I mean, this is something that's never happened before. When did we ever see 30,000 casualties, completely civilians in Gaza?
Well, obviously, this is the largest scale military operation
So we've never seen it before.
Yeah, but we've also never seen October 7th before. So I think like in 2008, Israel and Gaza also had a war, right? Where basically Hamas was launching rockets into Israel, and Israel went into Gaza and I think destroyed a lot of Hamas's facilities. But it wasn't, the goal of the war wasn't to completely get rid of Hamas like it is now.
So what is Hamas to you? What do you recognize? Like, can you explain a little bit about Hamas? What do you perceive Hamas to be? How many people are in Hamas? Who's
So
the
Hamas
leaders? Where do they live? How do they do operations?
Organization.
Can you tell me a little bit about Hamas?
Hamas is an organization that came into power into Gaza after the 2005 elections, right? And basically, they have a bunch of rich billionaire leaders who live in Qatar, and I think they have about 40,000 militants on the ground. Except for, I think Israel claims to have killed 13,000.
You know they've been funded directly by Israel.
They did not get funding directly from Israel. They got money from Qatar.
Qatari billionaires.
Yeah, Israel let money.
They got the okay from Israel. This is all clear information from Qatar. Yeah, this is all information. You recognize that?
Yeah, like Israel let money into Gaza from Qatar because he thought.
Do you recognize that?
Do I recognize what? Sorry.
Like, do you recognize that all the Israelis hate Netanyahu because they say he funded Hamas?
Yeah, I know quite a few Israelis hate Netanyahu. Yeah, I don't like Netanyahu.
Okay, so it's a military arm funded by Israel.
But it wasn't. It was funded by Qatar. Israel let the money in from Qatar because they thought they would keep Hamas at peace. The goal there was to try to minimize the amount of Israelis killed by Hamas. It wasn't to try to maximize it.
Yeah, but we're talking about the weaponry that they got.
The weapons they get are from Syria and Iran.
Before that, Hamas was a political organization. Then they got the weaponry, yes. So who funded them to get the weaponry? Who okayed it to get in after they got into
My understanding is that Israel has never okayed Hamas to get weapons. They've okayed Hamas to get funding from Qatar, which they have
Israel
used.
Didn't like that Hamas. Actually, Israel didn't like that Hamas took power, and they stopped elections happening ever again in Gaza.
Well, that's true. What Israel? I'm sorry. Israel stopped the elections happening in Gaza.
Yeah, they actually stopped recognizing elections because they don't recognize Hamas and they don't as the governing authority, and then they don't recognize anybody after that.
Wait, okay. I'm sorry. When you say Israel stopped recognizing elections, Hamas, if they wanted to, pre-October 7th, could have held elections, right? They were the ruling power in Gaza. They could have done that, right?
No.
Why couldn't they have done that?
Israel
they could have
does
done.
Not
what was stopping them?
Hamas as the ruling authority in Gaza.
Okay, sure. But Hamas, that doesn't change the fact that Hamas still could have held elections. There was nothing stopping them from holding
There's no
elections.
elections in Palestine, Gaza. It's
Yeah,
a little,
I'm aware
it's
there's
called the
no
other
elections in
territories.
Palestine. There's no elections because
All the other,
Hamas didn't
since
hold
2005,
elections.
there's no elections. They don't accept any elections. Whatever the elections are, they don't accept the governing authority. To
Because
them, it's all the same. To them, they're all terrorists.
the reason Israel doesn't accept Hamas as their ruling body of Gaza is because they're we're going to disagree on this, but
So I wanted to go to
they're-
a point, but yeah, you're taking me somewhere else. Go ahead.
they're a literal like organization whose sole purpose is to get rid of the state of Israel, right? So obviously they don't want to recognize Palestine or Hamas as their ruling body in the Gaza Strip. But Hamas could have held elections after they gained power, after the civil war that they had with Fatah. There was nothing stopping Hamas from holding elections, right? Even if
From my
Israel didn't
understanding,
accept the
in
results.
2006, the Knesset created an order. It's a temporary order, and it's held till today. They don't accept any elections. They don't allow Palestinians to have elections. They don't recognize Palestinian elections. They don't even call them Palestine. They're called the other territories, and no one's allowed to govern all these territories except basically Israel. That's why they're completely in blockade. There are authorities, and they create ministries and stuff. And IDF dabbles with them, but whatever IDF says is what IDF goes. Like if the ministry, for example, authorizes construction material, and then the Israeli authority says no construction. Let's say Hamas authorizes construction material, and Israel says no construction material because this is dual-use material, and they've recognized this as maybe something they don't want to accept into the Kensai crossing. And then immediately, that's it. Israel authorized that it doesn't allow it in. It doesn't matter what the Palestinian authorities authorized.
So I understand your point there. That Israel obviously maintains some control over the Gaza Strip because of their blockade on the Gaza Strip.
Some control? What do you mean some? Explain
they
to me, what do you
control-
mean by some? Like they're just chilling there?
They
Like,
control
what, they're
no, they
working with
control
the
the.
Palestinian
They
authorities?
basically control everything that goes in and out of the Gaza Strip. They have the
Is
blockade
there
on the Gaza
police
Strip.
in Gaza?
Is there what?
Is there police?
My
Did the
understanding is that there
Palestinians
are
create
my
police
my
forces?
understanding is that there are Palestinian civil authorities like in Gaza. Yeah, there Hamas. There are like police forces
if
in
they're the
Gaza.
civil authority, why do they have a curfew on them and after 9 p.m. they get shot? Look it up.
Shot.
The
What do you
Palestinian
mean?
police, whatever you want to call them, the police,
Yeah, Palestinian civil force
quotation
police. There
marks.
are.
have a curfew on them. They're not allowed to be out after a certain time, or the IDF starts shooting.
Israel's probably worried about potential attacks that could come from them, right? Like
Exactly.
why?
So
Like
what
does
do you
that
mean
same
by some
does that same?
control? What do you mean some control? If they control the police force in Palestine, what do you mean?
Okay, they
some
don't control the police force. They may enforce a curfew on the police force, but I think that's really far from controlling the police force.
Let me ask your viewers: what do you mean if a random military state can enforce a military confinement and a curfew on your civilians and even your police force and your political people, statesmen, whoever it is, man, even your president and your king, they can just enforce curfew on him. Are they controlling him? Do they have some control or a lot of control? Let me ask your viewers.
Can you give me a source on the curfew thing?
Go ahead, look it up. Curfew.
I looked it
Man,
up.
I'll find it for you, but here.
Google literally won't give me anything. Entire Gaza Strip put under curfew. There's this article from 1998. I know to decide that Petamilla. I know, I'm aware. But can we talk about like why?
It's non-stop. There's non-stop curfews imposed every time. Like I'm giving it to you. I'm saying, let's say there's police forces, but these curfews are imposed on them as well. So what do you mean who's actually controlling the strip? Like who has authority over the strip? If even the police force, I gave it to you. I said, yeah, let's say they are governing themselves, but these curfews are you recognize that there are curfews. And these curfews are.
I don't recognize that there. I looked it up and it doesn't look like there have been curfews.
Okay, go ahead.
If you give me a source on there,
these curfews are since 1990 happening. Full control.
Hold on. I saw one article from the New York Times in 1998. Can you give me whatever source you're reading right now?
Okay, I'm reading here. The impact of curfews, 2000. Since violence erupted in October 2000, Israel has sealed off nearly all Palestinian towns and
Wait,
villages
hold
in the
on.
West Bank, placing large concrete blocks of
After
or high
2005,
earthen dams.
after Israel withdrew in 2005, have
You
there been
just said
curfews in Gaza?
1998. You just said
After
you were talking
Israel,
about 1998. I was
I
giving you
said
any
when I
number
looked
of
up Gaza police curfew, the thing that came up was a New York Times article from 1998. I don't really care about that because I would expect policy to have changed
So you're saying
after
they don't
Israel
impose
after
curfews?
Israel withdrew from the Gaza Strip in 2005. So I'm
you're
asking,
saying they don't
after
impose-
2005, was there a curfew?
So all I have to do right now is show you that do a curfew, and I completely win, because you're saying
That's
they don't
not
impose
no.
curfew.
You
That
don't
means my
completely
position-
win. I'm
that
just
means if they do
asking for a
enforce
source on
curfews,
one
that
claim
both
that you
parties are
made.
winning.
It's possible that you're right. I don't know if you're right because I haven't read anything about there being a curfew after 2005, and I'm just asking you to provide a source to say if there is a curfew after 2005. It could be the case that there is a curfew after 2005, but I don't know. It doesn't look like there is. Like nothing I see
So
is
there's not a
supporting that.
single curfew you can find incident after 2005.
There may be a single instance of a curfew. I don't know. I haven't read enough about it. You're the one making the claim that there's been a curfew after 2005, and I don't see much to support that. It looks like there might have been some COVID policy stuff.
All right, I looked it up. It says here, Gaza's Israel's open air prison. Israel's sweep restrictions on leaving Gaza deprive its more than 2 million residents of opportunities to better
Wait,
their lives.
sure. Wait, that's leaving
Human
Gaza.
rights. Yeah, what are we talking about?
We're talking about whether or not there's a curfew within Gaza that Israel imposed.
Okay, I'm not talking about right now. I said in general they impose curfews any moment they want.
I've already given it to you that Israel controls like everything going in and out of the Gaza Strip and Egypt as well, because Egypt also
Okay.
enforces the blockade. I've already given
But
you that.
You
but
don't
the-
believe they're enforcing a curfew, and after 8 you can't go out, stuff like that. You don't believe they
Post
do that?
2005, I don't see any evidence that they're doing that. If you can provide evidence that they're doing that, that's fine. But you
I'll
haven't
find
given
you
me.
some evidence, yeah.
Okay, you haven't given me any evidence, and when I look it up, like nothing comes up. But even if they let's say even if they were, why do you think Gaza might have that curfew, but the West Bank doesn't? Why do you think Gaza's under
Jewish
more
press.
heavy? What?
Jewish press. IDF places
Jewish
Yids
presence?
are under curfew after residents protested exposure to Arab violence. I guess they curfew everybody, even their own citizens. This is from today. Or not today, this was, today, April 5, 2024. Today they imposed the curfew on Yitzhar settlers.
Wait, what? The settlers in the West Bank? We're talking about
Yeah,
Gaza
but-
right now.
I'm just showing you an example. Today they imposed a curfew on their own settlers. So why do you find it like so improbable that they're imposing curfews on Gaza?
I don't necessarily find it.
so your
I don't
question
necessarily
is-
find it super improbable. Like I think it's possible that it's happening. You just haven't provided any evidence that it's happening.
All right, man. I'm not gonna do a research here right now for you, but it's clear as day they do impose curfews on Gaza. They impose curfews on the West Bank whenever they feel like they're threatened. Right now, for example, anybody that goes to a certain area gets shot immediately in Gaza, and after October 7. Anybody gets shot in a certain area, and it's been like that all the time. What do you mean they impose curfews? Why do they have
Wait,
to
it
impose
hasn't-
curfew? If you can't even go
it
5
hasn't been
nautical miles and you get shot, why do you care about the curfew? I mean, you can't even travel by sea anywhere. You can't do anything. Like, you go to a certain territory, you get shot. If you cross the border too fast, you get shot. Who cares about the curfew? Why is the curfew the problem here? I don't get it. They literally cannot control. You actually gave it to me. You actually conceded the whole debate.
I did not concede the whole debate. I said even.
I will find you the curfew and I will post it and I will show it to you. But I'm not going to find you a single right now example about a curfew that happened. But if you actually recognize that they're completely embargoed, completely colonized, completely secured off by who? By the Israelis,
okay.
blockaded off by the Israelis. So that means, you know what a blockade means? That means if you travel a little bit more, you'll get shot. That's what that means.
That's not
day or
okay.
night, after curfew or before curfew.
you're talking about two different things. So one of the things you're
No,
talking
you're
about is
talking about, you're trying to make it two different things. I don't know how. Explain how they're two different. You're trying to saying the imposing a blockade on Gaza doesn't impose that they are the authority over Gaza. That's what you're saying?
It doesn't mean that you're the entire authority over Gaza. No, they obviously have some
Okay, then
self-governance.
who the fuck
Just
can
because
impose an embargo on you?
my point here, the only time has been just because Israel
she's not
blockades
the complete
Gaza does not
authority
mean
over
Gaza
you.
can't hold elections. Gaza could hold elections pre-October 7th. They probably couldn't do it right now because they're at war, but they could have done it pre-October 7th.
No,
The
they
Gaza
can't.
blockade was not preventing them from holding
Since
elections.
2005, they have not been able to create a single election.
What you say? Why not?
Look it up right now. Since 2005, have
I
they
know
done
there's
an
been no
election?
elections since 2006, I think, but why? Why not? That was Hamas's
Because
choice,
the
was it
Knesset
not?
in Israel does not recognize anybody that they put.
Whether
in
or
as
not
the-
they recognize the elections
because they
doesn't
never
matter.
recognized Hamas.
Whether or not they recognize Hamas doesn't matter because Hamas is in,
Okay, well,
in
Hamas is
control of the
authority
Gaza Strip.
then.
They
Hamas
could
is the
hold
authority, but
elections.
you call them a terrorist state, and then when they fight back and they try to take a little bit of their authority, then you actually justify on them on October 7. Okay, let's do the debate. Let's do it. Let's do the debate. Okay, so the authority is Hamas, and you say the IDF is the authority. So they're two different countries completely, right? That's what the idea is. They're two different countries. We agree?
They're
what you're
not
trying to
fully
say.
two different countries, but
What the fuck are you trying to say?
what all I'm trying to say is that the blockade did not prevent Hamas from holding elections.
Let's
Hamas
say
could
they're
have held
two different
elections
countries
even under the
completely.
blockade.
Let's say
It was
they're two different
Hamas's
countries
choice.
completely. I want to say there's two different countries. So the Hamas authority came and said, no, we're not going to allow the settlers to come and settle around our area in Gaza. That we actually protect our borders heavily. So they jumped the border and they jumped the fence and they didn't go into Israel, into the middle of Israel. Let's talk about October. They went into the occupied territories, by the way, the contested territories, and they went and killed whoever the fuck they thought was.
Wait, they did
had guns
not
and
go
were
into the
fighting it, and
occupied. They did
and
not go
took
into the
hostage.
contested territories.
And
They
then-
went
yeah, it is in
into
the
they went into
contested
Israel
territory.
proper.
Where was October 7 happened? It's in the contested territory. It didn't happen in Israel. It happened right in front of Gaza. Contested
That's
territories.
not- that's not contested territory.
Occupied territories. Designates that as occupied territories. Don't
The
start creating
occupied
shit.
territories are the areas Israel occupied after 1967. In like areas
Illegally
in the West
occupied. They
Bank.
designate them as illegal. No. These are new territories you're trying to settle into. Don't act. You don't know anything about October 7 looks like. Have you read any reports about October 7? Do you even know how many people died in October 7? Do you know where it happened?
I know roughly
These are-
1,200
these are
Israelis died on
brand
October
new
7th, and it
settlements,
happened
2023, brand new 2023 settlements, brand new land just
Bro,
took over.
in 1949. The ceasefire that Israel and Palestine had was on the like current border of the Gaza Strip, right? Ever since that day, it has been Israeli territory where October 7th took place.
What? Where do you reckon? Show me one fucking UN article that recognized that as Israeli territory. They recognize it as an illegal occupation.
What? No, the
I
illegal
give it to you.
occupation
Israel
is in the West
Hamas
Bank.
is a country. Gaza is a country, and now Gaza sees an illegal occupation happening in
UN
front of them.
recognizes
They're like, "Fuck, we're not
Israel's
even close to our border," and they
pre-67
go and kill
borders.
people.
The attacks that happened on October 7th took place in Israel's internationally recognized pre-October
Show me one piece of- okay,
pre-1967
show me
border.
that.
Sorry.
Evidence, I don't agree with that at all. Actually, there's no way. I've never read anywhere, and I did my study. Never read one piece of evidence that shows that October 7 happened on non-contested territory. Show it to me.
What? Do you want me to pull up Google Maps? Hold on. Do you know what Israel's
No, the
1967
article that
borders are?
says this is an attack that happened on Israeli territory. Go ahead.
It happened in Israeli territory. What do you
What's the
mean?
name of the territory?
wall that separates Gaza
We can
from
look it
Israel
up.
is the wall that separates Palestinian territory from Israeli territory. They tore down
That's
that
what I'm
wall
talking
and went
about.
into
You
Israel,
actually believe
and it
that
didn't
that
happen in
border, that
occupied
wall-
territories. Occupied
That's how
territories are like what's in the
small-minded
West
you are.
Bank. What?
That's how small-minded you are. That you think that wall is that's it. Actually, let's say that wall is Gaza. There's
The
still
entire
contested
international
territory.
community
There's
recognizes
still
that Israel has a
contested
right
territory.
to
There's
its
still territories that were
pre-1967
never
borders.
partitioned. They were never partitioned. You understand this? You understand what the
The
partition was?
entire international community recognizes that Israel has a right to its pre-1967 war borders.
Liar. That's a lie. Your viewers.
That is not a lie. Even
the
UN
viewers are
Resolution
watching a liar.
242 recognizes that Israel has a right to its
Show me the resolution. Let's read it out loud. Read it.
UN Resolution
It's
242
recognizing
that
certain land, but it's not recognizing the land we're talking about. October 7. We're talking about specifically October
the
7.
land in October 7th happened in
let's go.
Israel's 1967 borders.
No, let's read the resolution. We're talking about the partition. We're not. You're switching it up.
What partition are you talking about?
1967 partition does not give them 95% of the land. You dumbass. It gives them
Hold
only
on,
55 or 78. I think the final partition was 78%. What you're trying to say is they have 95%, and all we get is Gaza.
95%.
No,
what do you
that's not
mean?
true.
Hold on.
No,
hold on.
what
I'm gonna share my screen to you real quick.
is Israel is 95%, and then Gaza and the West Bank is all it is, and maybe Jerusalem. That's the other territory. No, that the UN never recognized that as Israel. Israel is only the 78%. That was the final recognition. 78% of the Palestinian land. So that whatever Israel is trying to occupy right now, that's
Isn't that the
contested
67
territory.
borders?
They're occupying extra territory. Don't act. Everyone in your viewers know this. I don't know. You're the only one that doesn't. Maybe somebody else should stream and
True.
you should watch them.
Yep, definitely. Okay, buddy. Can you look at my screen share?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching.
Do you see where these attacks happen? These are not in contested territory. These are in the 67 borders, which everybody recognizes. This over here would be like the contested territories in the West Bank because of area A, B, and C. Over here is the pre-67 borders recognized Israeli territory.
Can you draw a line? So what do you mean? Like everything in that border is not contested territory? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So what
in
is Palestine? I want to see. Go a little bit. Zoom out.
What? Yeah.
All right. Palestine is the little piece and Gaza, right?
So
Okay.
the 67
you're
borders,
saying
which
right
like
in front of
everybody
Gaza.
recognizes.
This happened right in front of Gaza. And
Right in
you're
front of
saying that
Gaza.
doesn't have a right to defend itself if it's the authority of Gaza?
They didn't. They weren't
they're
defending
seeing people
themselves. They
having-
were paragliding into Israeli territory and massacring people.
Who took this? No. Israel took this territory from them, and they're trying to take it back. And they saw people there.
Wait,
That's
when did Israel take a territory from them?
Well, you're literally showing me a map of territories being taken. Like you're showing me two little pieces.
Wait,
Who
when
do you
did
think
Israel
took
take the
all
territory
other?
from? When did Israel take this territory from them?
This is after 1967. This is all illegal occupation. Show me when did they take that territory? Actually, can you look it up? That little piece of land. When did they take that little piece of
No,
land?
this territory where these massacres happened, they took this in 1949.
Bullshit.
The 1949
Fucking liar. You're a fucking liar.
Look up
You're
the
a fucking liar.
1949
What's the evidence?
ceasefire line,
You're a
and that
fucking
is
liar. Everyone. He just said 1949. Can you believe he just said that line?
Look at the 1949 ceasefire line.
1949. They got 45%. You fuck. No. Show the real map of 1949. Look up 1949 map.
If you look at the 1949 armistice agreement, you can see that this territory that is now Gaza.
1949. Okay, stop lying to your viewers. Look up the 1949 lines. Stop showing random lines here.
I literally looked up 1949 ceasefire lines, and these are the lines that come up, man. Go to Google Maps, and if you go to Google Maps, it literally lists the borders in 1949 green line. I'm not lying. I'll go to Google Maps right now if you think I'm lying. Like,
it's so clear. I have 100 maps. I'll show you. Look at this. Look at my map.
look, literally go to Google Maps, guys, and look what you'll see here.
The territories we're talking about
1950 armistice agreement. Sorry, 1950. My bad, guys.
Literally, what we're talking about is area assigned to the Arab state. Literally, in the plan of corpus separatism of Jerusalem. This is actually contested territory. Every area that's look at my map, guys. Every area that's pink is actually contested territory. It's
What
right
map are you
in front
talking
of
about?
Gaza.
I don't see any.
It says it right there. Area assigned to an Arab state in the plan.
Yeah, but what are you looking at? Like, I don't. Are you streaming? Should I have your stream pulled up? Like, I don't. You're not screen sharing or anything. Like, I don't know what you're. I don't know what you're looking at.
Oh well, my viewers are watching on my stream. Well, give me a second. Let me screen share it to you.
We'll just link
How do
your.
I screen share?
Okay.
How do I screen share to you?
Go to Discord and there should be a share
Here,
your
I'll
screen
just send you
button.
this link.
Or I can. Or yeah, or you can link it, or you can link your stream. So I
Here,
know we
just
go-
watch this. Open this map. Open this map. Open that map. That's a better map.
1949.
Open my
Yeah,
map
do you
on your
see?
stream. On your stream.
It's open.
Look at that. That's
Area
literally
assigned to the Arab
contested
state in the
territory
plan.
right there.
What?
Area
It's-
assigned to an Arab from the plan. That's literally the contested. Whatever happens afterwards is contested territory because they're not allowed to take that shit.
so you don't think
So
Israel's
they're fucking defending
1967
themselves.
borders are
They didn't
recognized?
They didn't go into the middle of Israel. They didn't go all the way 10 miles forward. It's literally right in front of them. They're contested lands. Stop making up shit. Everything afterwards was taken by force.
So
settled,
in
kicked people out.
1950, the
So no.
the
Let's go
armistice-
to the point.
what is
No,
your
I
point?
already proved to you that this is contested
Area assigned
land.
to a Jewish state in the United Nations General Assembly partition plan of 1947. This is the 1947 partition, not the ceasefire lines that happened after the Arabs rejected that partition.
Huh? What are you talking about?
This map that you're showing me, this red contested territory, is the 47 partition lines. The Arabs rejected that partition, and after Israel beat them in the war, this green territory became the 1950 green
So
lines.
the UN lines,
The UN lines don't apply anymore because the Arabs rejected it.
They don't
Yes.
apply anymore because the Arabs rejected them. Who are you? What are you even debating anymore? I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm arguing
So
that
right now you
the
actually
October
believe-
7th did not happen in contested territory. This is internationally recognized as Israel, even by most of the other Arab states.
No.
Most,
no, that's
almost,
not.
I'm pretty sure Egypt recognizes.
No, I just showed you the map. I just showed you the map. That
I
was
just looked at
actually
the map and I told you what was wrong with the map. The area that you're
What's wrong
saying
with
is
the map?
contested territory
You
is the
said this is
1947 partition
1947.
boundaries. I don't know why you think those boundaries have any status anymore because the Arabs rejected it. And since then, the borders that we typically look at are the 1949 armistice boundaries or the 1950 armistice boundaries that have since divided Palestinian territory from Israeli territory.
No, the
Israel
truth
invaded
is,
those
this is
territories
the
in
UN
1967, and
partition
after they
lines.
withdrew from those territories,
the truth is-
after they
the
withdrew
truth
from
is-
those territories,
no, you're lying to
most
your viewers.
the entire international community recognizes Israel's pre-67 borders, and some states recognize
You're a liar.
that Palestine
Nobody
has
in
a
the world-
right.
I've never heard this before. Show me the article. Show me the article. The whole community recognizes
Oh my
the
God.
1967, whatever the fuck you're talking about, lines.
Does
Listen,
Egypt-
the truth is the UN partitioned the land. You don't like how they partitioned it. Now you're saying you want more. They partitioned only 55%. Now you're calling for more. And you guys won the war after 1667. You get to partition at 78%. Now you want 95%. Who gave you that right? Nobody gave you that right.
Do you not recognize that most of the international community recognizes Israel's 67 borders? Because we can look it up. I'm fairly
Yeah, they
certain.
recognize the 67. They recognize 67. The area we're talking about, the contested area, they're taking it post 67. This is post 67.
So when people say the
this is what
60,
I'm talking about. You haven't shown
People
the
are talking
67
about-
lines yet.
the 67 lines are these lines, man. They're the pre-67 lines. The pre-67 lines are the
So now you
1950.
switched. Now you went from the 1949 to the 1967. Let me just remind your viewers.
Because from 1949 to
Guys, try to
1967, the
debate him. You
border
tried to
stayed the
debate him. He's
same.
jumping around.
From 1969
Now
to
he changes the whole
1967, the
point of
border stayed the
1967
same.
lines. No, but because this is what I'm telling you. That's why I called you a liar, because you said first 1949. I knew you were a liar in 1949.
From 1949
when they
to
partitioned it-
1967,
when they
the borders
partitioned it,
were the
I knew you
same.
wouldn't
I don't know
like
what to tell you.
partition because it would prove my point. So now you're jumping to 1967. Now let's go to 1967. Let's talk about the 78% they partitioned. They didn't partition 95%. Don't fucking lie. They only partitioned 78%. So let's talk about that. I'm gonna go find my own picture. Go ahead, keep talking now.
Okay, yeah, go find your fit. So from 1949 to 1967, the border stayed the same between Israel and Palestine. In 1967, Israel invaded and they captured their Palestinian territory. And later, they made peace with Egypt and withdrew from the Sinai. And they never fully withdrew from the West Bank, which is why the West Bank is still occupied today. And then they continued to occupy Gaza until 2005 when they withdrew from Gaza unilaterally. And since then, the 67 borders have been the de facto borders of Israel proper. This isn't contested territory. Almost
exactly.
every
So the
state
67
recognizes.
borders are the de facto. I agree with you. I don't dispute that. But you said 1949. I proved you were wrong. It wasn't the 1949 lines. Now
No,
you're talking about
what do you mean? You did not prove me wrong. You sent me a map of the
I actually
47
proved you
partition.
wrong.
No,
You
you
said
didn't. You
you
sent me a
didn't
map
like
of the
the
47
part-
partition. In
No matter where you
49,
go,
there was a
1949,
ceasefire.
whatever map you want to look at, 1949, that was contested area. Don't lie. But now you're changing to 1967. So now let's talk about 1967. Let's actually get the true map of 1967, so we can
What's
really look at
even
this.
the
What
true
resolution
map?
is this? What resolution was this? 242?
What, 242? Yeah, what about it?
Is that the 1967 line?
What are you sending?
I'm telling you the line. So the picture I showed you, 1947, was resolution 181. So 242 is your lines. They draw, when they make these resolutions, they're drawing lines. Which line is yours? So I can find it.
What do you mean, which line is mine?
So 1967 is the resolution 242 lines. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When they make the resolution 242, they draw lines with it. They say, this is for you, this is for you.
Kinda. The UN Resolution 242 just required Israel to withdraw from territories occupied in the 1967 war. And what those territories were are contested because it doesn't say the occupied territories. So it arguably didn't mean all of the occupied territories. Yeah. But I don't think they drew lines with it. I think they just said Israel has to withdraw from territories occupied in the 67 war.
So 1967, are you sure the international community abides by those lines?
Most of the international communities abides by the pre-67 borders, is my understanding.
Syria doesn't, because they took the Julan Heights from them. Who doesn't eat too?
What do you mean? Who doesn't? I mean, there are obviously
don't
some.
abide by these lines. Literally
I think
every
Iran
bordering
hasn't
country,
recognized
Lebanon.
Israel yet. I think there might be some other Arab states that haven't recognized Israel yet. Afghanistan,
every bordering
Pakistan,
nation.
Iraq.
So every bordering nation, except maybe Egypt, because Egypt made the
Jordan
deal
and
in the
Egypt both recognize
1967
Israel.
anyways.
And even
the
the
1964.
Palestinian Authority recognizes the 67 lines.
All right, I need to understand what you're trying to say, because the UN Resolution 242.
My understanding is that
cut it into the 75, cut it into 95%.
what all UN Resolution 242 did was say Israel should withdraw from territories occupied in the conflict in the 67 war. That's all 242 did.
So who gave
There's no
the lands to them then? How do you draw these lines that you're drawing right now? How do you draw the lines of Gaza if the UN asked them to withdraw from these lines?
Was it the 1949 ceasefire lines?
Resolution
Or the
242
1950?
is asking for a withdrawal from the territories that got occupied. How can you still say
The
whole
territories
international
occupied past the
community
1950
recognizes-
ceasefire lines.
But you just said the international community completely recognizes Israel.
Most
to
of the
have these
international
both
community
1967
recognizes
lines.
Israel's right to exist
me
on the
finish my
67
sentence.
borders.
You said, okay, I never lied. I didn't lie. I said, you said most of the internationally completely recognizes that 1967 lines are Israel. But then you just said the resolution 242 asks Israel to back off
Withdraw
of the
from the territory.
1967, withdraw from 1967 because they're unrecognized territories. That's literally what you just said.
242 asked Israel to withdraw from territories they captured in the 67 war. Most of the international community
Why,
recognizes.
if the international community recognizes it?
Why does the international community recognize what?
No, if the international community recognizes them, why does the UN ask them to withdraw from them?
Because we're talking. Okay. Because it was previous to the war. I'm saying the international community now recognizes Israel's right to exist in the pre-67 borders. In the 67 war, where Israel captured a ton of territory, they didn't. The international community didn't. Right, most of the international community didn't recognize Israel at the time, or at all, I should say, is my understanding. Yeah, I don't. What's your point?
You're saying the international community recognizes Israel to be. Oh, I see what you mean. So they withdrew from Julan Heights? Is that what they're saying? The 242 said?
No, they did withdraw
No,
from the
not to
Sinai, though.
withdraw from the pre-1967 lines. Like, what I'm understanding is the 242 resolution said, withdraw back to your 1947 lines or 1949 lines.
It's no one. No,
That's what
it's
I'm understanding.
It's contentious what UN Resolution 242 meant because it just says
But
withdraw
you're
from
saying they
territories
only
occupied.
withdrew from Julan and from Egypt. That's all they were asked to withdraw from. That's what you're saying.
It's I don't know. So it's super contentious what 242 means. That's why there's still disagreement about it today.
It says withdrawal of Israeli armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict, which is the Six-Day War, and then to termination of all claims of states of belligerency and respect for and acknowledgement of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of every state in the area. So that means withdraw from the recent conflict. You're trying to say it's just the Julan Heights in Egypt.
It's contentious what it means. I don't have a strong position on what it means. If you actually read what the drafters said about about when they were drafting the resolution, they specifically did not include the occupied territories because they didn't want Israel to withdraw from all of the occupied territories. That's why it just says territories occupied. But it doesn't really matter because the point is, the 1950 armistice lines have been recognized basically as the border between Palestine and Israel since 1950. Yeah, I don't understand. This land here is not contested territory. It hasn't been contested since 1949.
What do you mean the land hasn't been contested since 1949? So
This
you're saying
land here.
So you're saying in the 1967 war, what did they take then?
In the 67
What did
war,
they back off of then?
they took Gaza and the Sinai and the West Bank and the Golan Heights. But this land was already, the land that was attacked on October 7th was already controlled by Israel.
Oh, so the UN resolution just said no.
They
back
paid
off
me
of whatever
$3,000
you
for this
just took.
debate,
Don't back
and they're
off
paying me
everything else you
$4,000
just
for the
took.
next one.
Holy shit! So what you're saying is there's a colonizing force that the UN, United Nations, has to keep drafting laws for to make sense of what they're doing, and to try to make sense. And that colonizing force keeps treading forwards and taking more territory, and they back off a little bit. And then they take more, and you're saying this is it. This is something recognized by the whole international community. So do you recognize this as a colonial force, or what do you recognize this as? This is just random people that showed up and they just take lands.
I think early Zionism, you could
increasingly,
argue,
and in a war with all their citizens. Oh.
I think early Zionism, you could argue, is a colonial force. It's a colonial force in a different way than like the colonial forces of Britain and France, because
the topic. Let's go back to the debate. So okay, let's give it to you, but this is still non-contested land. No way. I don't agree with this. UN resolution says back off. I just read the UN resolution.
The UN resolution wanted them to withdraw from Gaza.
Back off of only Gaza. Show me where it says, and it doesn't say back off
territory.
Your 1949 line.
Oh my God, dude, my man. Okay.
Okay.
In
show 1950, me where it says only back off. Don't back off to your 1949 laws. That's all you have to show me. Line.
It says territories occupied in the most recent Israeli conflict, which is where they took over Gaza and the Sinai. It never said withdraw from this territory that's around Gaza that they had control over before the war. It required them to withdraw from territories they captured in the war. The territory where October 7th took place was not captured in that war. It doesn't matter for UN Resolution 242.
You just have to show me. I just I just need. I'm trying
Bro.
to find the place where it says here. According to
Look at here's the map on fucking Wikipedia. Do you see how the territory where October 7th happened was already in Israeli control? Israel doesn't have to withdraw from that.
They're asking.
Because
I
UN
just need you to
Resolution
show me that they're not
242 says
asking them to
Israel
go
must
back to the
withdraw from
1949
territories conquered in Jesus. Where's the quote? Withdrawal of Israeli armed forces from the territories occupied in the recent conflict. That did not include the territory where October 7th took place, because the territory where October 7th took place was already in Israeli control. It wasn't captured in the Six-Day War. This is not contested territory. This has been recognized as
territory. You haven't proven otherwise. You haven't proven.
I literally just proved otherwise, man. I don't understand.
All you did was show 96.7 lines, and then I showed
Oh my
you
God.
in
The
contention to
Palestinian
that, I showed you
Authority,
the UN
even
Resolution
Hamas
242
in their charter
1967.
says that the 67 border.
And I finished my sentence. All you showed was 1967 lines. You showed the 1949 lines, which proved my point that this was contested territory. This was not. The original UN partition did give Palestine that land, and then what you're saying is in 1967 there was a big war, and after the war, when the UN resolution asked them to back off of the territories they're taking,
That is what I'm saying.
all,
You guys
all
know
the
in
territories
67 there was a big war?
except,
That's wild.
the brand new territories that we just took from Gaza and from Palestine.
UN
right?
Resolution
That's what you're
242.
saying?
UN
And you're saying
Resolution.
the
I'm
whole
saying,
community recognizes that.
Brother.
No, I don't. You haven't proven nothing. You haven't proven that anybody in the community, Syria and Lebanon, its borders, and I don't know if Jordan does with their new government. And
Jordan
Egypt,
recognizes the
Egypt
67
did a lot.
borders.
Yeah, but Lebanon and Syria doesn't.
That's fine, but it doesn't
and
matter.
Saudi Arabia doesn't.
Brother, okay. Are you looking at my screen?
So you're giving me.
Are you looking at my screen?
You literally just said most of the countries, 3 bordering countries, don't recognize the new borders.
Because if you look at
and don't
look at this
recognize
map,
the
yeah, most of the
1967
countries in the world recognize Israel. Yep, it's true.
And you yourself
brother.
actually conceded to me. You said it's actually it's not clear. The UN resolution is not clear. It's only asking for the withdrawal of the Israeli
that was
armed
not
forces
conceding.
from
The UN resolution wasn't clear in
only the
exactly
recent
what
conflict.
territory.
Maybe it's not the lines. Maybe it's not a withdrawal to the 1949 lines. Then why the fuck did the UN resolution make a 1947 UN resolution then?
Okay, can you look at my screen?
Are
you looking at my screen?
1948 and 1947.
Can you look at my screen? Are you looking at my screen?
You haven't proven anything. This is still contested territory. Gaza was not operating in the middle of Israel.
Oh
Gaza
my
was
God.
operating in its own borders, and they were defending themselves from what they perceived as military attacks and military training. And I gave it to you. I said, Yalla, let's say it. Let's say Hamas is the ruling authority of Palestine. Let's say IDF is the ruling authority of Israel. And let's say that Hamas now is defending itself. So why the hell is Gaza? Why is the IDF killing all their civilians? Shouldn't they be attacking the Hamasans? Shouldn't they be fighting them one-on-one? Shoot. Why are they bombing?
True. Okay. If you can keep rambling, but I'm going to talk to my chat for a second. Chat, if you actually look at this map here, this green territory is the territory that Israel conquered in the 1967 war, in the Six-Day War, that they were required to withdraw from. Okay. You'll notice that it follows the 1949 ceasefire boundaries. The territory that Hamas attacked on October 7th was not territory Israel was required to withdraw from.
People, and they were forced to surrender a little
and now
bit
he's just shifted the goalpost from fucking
so they can
from
buy some time
this
so they
to
can get stronger.
It's a colonial force.
Okay. Yeah, okay, colonial sympathizer. Listen to me. Let's go back to the debate, guys. He's running away from debate. The whole debate is IDF. What should IDF do after October 7th? So I gave it to him. I said Hamas is an authority over Gaza and the West Bank, whatever you want to do. Yeah, sure. Let's give it to you.
Hamas is
and
not
they're
in
so
the West
strong,
Bank.
and they have their own police force, and they did weaponry. And I said they're so strong. They actually did the October 7th, committed the October 7th atrocity because they're a military force, and so they attacked your military. So what the fuck does your military do? Come and kill all my civilians? Is that a just response? Is that you believe that to be just? You colonializer sympathizer?
No, I don't think Israel should be killing civilians, and I think Israel takes steps to try to.
What do you think Israel should be doing after October 7th? Let me ask you the same question you asked me. What do you think October 7th how do you think Israel should respond to October 7th? Go ahead.
I think Israel should respond to October 7th by attacking Hamas and trying to remove Hamas as the ruling authority in Gaza.
You
I think they should be trying to.
condemned the killing of 30,000 kids. 30,000 civilians.
30,000 kids are not dead. There's about 30,000 dead
30,000
overall.
Okay, don't laugh about this matter. 15,000 have been murdered.
15,000. I mean, that's obviously bad, but they're killed as collateral damage, right?
Oh, they're collateral damage. But oh my God, October 7. Oh, 1,000 people died on October 7. That's...
Well, the difference is
Why do you want me to give a fuck about October 7 then if you don't give a fuck about 40,000 civilians?
I do give a fuck about for it's not 40,000 civilians. We just went over that.
Okay, 30,000 civilians. Why you don't give a fuck about 30,000 civilians? Why should I give a fuck about October 7? You just said it's collateral damage. I gave it to you. I said there's a military fighting each other. Blah blah blah. I gave it to you. I actually gave you a fucking amazing point. I said Hamas is the authority of Gaza. I didn't even fight you. You still can't make your point. Just you cannot make. How can you make it just that you even don't recognize that you actually recognize that whatever the IDF is doing is wrong? So this is funny. I don't know why you even called me on this debate. You actually agree with me.
I do care about the civilians dying in Gaza. I think Israel should probably be.
You do?
Of course I do. Of course I do. I think Israel should be doing a few more things to try to minimize the civilian, because I think Israel has to.
Conclusion.
I think
let's come to a conclusion. Agreement with me and you.
How much time do you have?
I have a lot of time, but let's come to a conclusion and agreement. Since you don't, you actually hate to see civilians die.
I don't like that the civilians are dying. Of course, I don't like that the civilians are dying. And I think Israel should maybe.
Horrible.
Yeah, of course I think it's horrible that civilians
are dying. Unjust response. What do you think?
I don't think it's an unjust response. I think that after October 7th, Israel has the total moral authority to go into Gaza and to try to get rid of Hamas. I think Israel should try to do that while minimizing civilian casualties, which they have taken a lot of steps to do. They ordered the evacuation of northern Gaza before they invaded.
Videos that I'm watching? Have you watched my channel? There's literally, they're just droning them down. Guys,
they're droning. Who are they droning down?
Is his chat actually serious? Like, guys in the chat, do you believe him?
So I think Israel's trying to take a lot of steps to minimize civilian casualties. They call buildings and tell them to evacuate.
There's no one in your chat believes you that Israel's minimizing casualties. I don't believe anybody in your chat believes you.
Okay, that's fine. But the reality is that Israel ordered northern Gaza to evacuate before they invaded. They call buildings and tell the buildings to evacuate. They call people, like specific people,
why didn't they do the special forces operation? Why did they decline the special forces operation? And they actually thought about it and then they pulled it away. Why?
So I mean, Israel does try to do special forces sometimes. For example,
we have experts saying if you want to go in and get rid of an insurgency group, the best way to do it is through special ops, because there's tunnels you have to go through. You have to go. We already gave it to you. There's tunnels. They're operating underneath ground. How are you going to get them from the bombs? This is something else when you bomb from the sky. You're not trying to get the Hamas. And by the way, we did the numbers. If you're really trying to get Hamas by bombing, like you're saying, and reducing casualty, it's literally one Hamasi to 100 civilians. Literally,
it's not one Hamas.
9,000 Hamasis. Let's give it to you. What was it, 900 or 9,000 Hamasis, whatever it is. The number will always add up to 1 to 100, 1 to 10.
They've killed about 13,000 Hamas members, and they've killed about, I think, 30,000 civilians. So that's not 1 to 100.
15,000 Hamasis.
They kill. I think Israel. Yeah, I think the new number Israel has is 13,000 Hamas members dead.
All right, show me the report. I really don't believe that. I don't think anyone in your chat believes that. Where can I find hot singles?
Israel, 13,000. Hamas.
So they killed 13,000 Hamasis. I want to know where they get this number from, because they don't even recognize the 30,000 civilians.
Netanyahu says at least 13,000 terrorists among Palestinians killed. And I think the Australian embassy put out like a number.
I don't want somebody saying it. I want like an actual report. I don't want a politician trying to.
We don't have. There's not like a super good report yet, because it's super hard to do that. We're during an active conflict.
Huh?
It's super hard to make a report like that. We don't have
the numbers. Then don't act like you know the numbers. Then.
These are the best numbers we have.
You know the numbers, and you can accurately say you killed 13,000, and then when I
literally
ask you, give me the
specifically
report,
said when I said it, I specifically said Israel claims to have killed, I think, 13,000.
Who's taking this guy seriously?
All my IDF shills in chat, man. They're all in the IDF, and they all
Anyways,
love
I'm gonna
killing
make
Palestinians.
you fail today. I'm gonna make you so embarrassed. You're never gonna hit me up again. Listen.
Oh, okay.
Let's go back. I gave it to you. Hamas is the murdering military force that it is, and it occupies Gaza. And Gaza gave it the elections, and they recognize it. And Israel recognizes Gaza as its own country, and recognizes that Israel is its own country. So when the military of Gaza, Hamas, came and killed the Israelis, why was it a just response to go and kill the civilians of Gaza?
I don't think Israel's trying to kill civilians. I think Israel's trying to kill Hamas. And unfortunately, there is going to be collateral damage in strikes, in airstrikes. There's always collateral damage in war. I think Israel tries to take steps to minimize collateral damage. For example, they drop leaflets.
No, you have to recognize with me that dropping, emptying your arsenal of bombs, and they're dumb bombs, they're not even guided bombs, you're just dropping them down anywhere. You have to agree with me that there's no way that's showing you that they're committing any kind of constraint. If they were committing constraint, they would send down the special ops, they would make it a very targeted, specialized military force.
Why do they call buildings and tell them to evacuate?
From the north of Gaza, and then to the south, and then that's it. They wouldn't now push them back to the Rafah and basically out of Gaza completely. Where the fuck are they supposed?
Wait, I'm sorry. If Israel's goal is to get rid of Hamas,
doesn't map to reality. You're the guy that loves reality, and you're the objective morality guy. What you're talking about does not map to reality. How are you saying this occupying force is being nice and not trying to murder as many people when they're dropping dumb bombs? They're non-guided missiles half of the time.
So dumb bombs are non-guided. When you say non-guided, that just means the missile itself doesn't have guidance in it. Dumb bombs can still be aimed, okay? Dumb bombs are aimed. Israel literally engages in what they call weaponeering, where they specifically choose different weapons based on the type of attack they're doing.
Yeah, but your argument is that they care so much and they're trying their best. Then why the fuck are they using weapons that are unguided?
Because sometimes that's the best weapon to use.
It's funny, guys, to his chat. Everybody laugh with him. I want to see
I'm just right. Sometimes that is the best weapon to use. Dumb bombs are a lot cheaper and can still be aimed.
He's trying to not commit a genocide by using dumb bombs. That's what he's telling his viewers.
Okay, why does Israel call buildings and tell them to evacuate? And also, they do use special forces sometimes. For example, the recent operation in El Shifa, they use special forces. I don't know if you've been following that, but Israel arrested like 200 members of Hamas in El Shifa, right? And that was all with special forces. The recent El Shifa operation was with special forces.
Yeah, so Al Shifa operation, man. Do you want to talk about the hospital? You want to actually talk about this? I'm gonna embarrass you if you start talking about this.
What do you have a different story? What happened?
What happened? The hospitals. No, let's not get to the hospitals, man. You don't want to go there. Stop taking the argument places other than where we came from originally. You
specifically asked why don't they use special forces. You were asking why don't they use special forces, and I gave you an example where they just did recently use special forces. They just recently used special forces in El Shifa. They didn't bomb all of El Shifa recently. They had special forces go into El Shifa and try to get as many Hamas members as they could in El Shifa.
Yeah, did you see the video?
What video? I don't know. What video? What do you mean?
There was a video about it. They acted like they were patients and they started murdering everybody in front of them.
That wasn't in El Shifa. That was in the West Bank.
If you told me those were Hamas, I would be like, holy shit, they're horrible people.
That wasn't in El Shifa. That was in the West Bank. That wasn't in El Shifa.
Whatever it is. So I'm assuming that's exactly how they did it, right? That's the operation they did?
That is not how they did it in El Shifa, no.
Then how would the special operation... Then what was that then? That wasn't a special operation?
As in, they sent troops on the ground to go into El Shifa and try to get as many Hamas members as they could without disrupting the hospital, without bombing the entire hospital.
Okay, that was one operation. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Why are they not doing more? They could do more. You just proved that they can do more. Instead, they're dropping dumb bombs, and you're laughing about it.
Because Hamas
me and you agree. They can do these special... Me and you agree. They're military forces. They're fighting each other. Let's bring guns to guns, blazing one-on-one. Let's fight it out. Why are we bringing the civilians included? Let's go in one-on-one.
They don't do special forces all the time because Israel has to value its own force protection. Special forces operations are incredibly dangerous.
No. You're telling me you have to value the soldier over the civilian. That's what you just said. Then why the fuck are they a soldier?
Oh my
They're
god.
literally
You don't have to
their job is
value the
defend the
soldier over
civilian.
the civilian. When it comes to proportionality assessments, you're allowed to value your own force protection when it comes to these strikes. Like that's just how it works.
No, in a
Israel
war,
can't do
this is
special
clear.
forces
That's what
operations.
this is what war law is for. It's because we committed so many atrocities. We want to calm them down.
You're
So we
allowed to
created
value
laws
your own
against-
force
now you're
protection in
giving up those
proportionality
laws.
assessments. In proportionality
Yeah, you
assessments,
have to
you're
have
allowed to value
proportionality.
your own force protection.
By murdering only civilians and targeting them massively, like that makes no sense. Like,
As in, when you
maybe
do a proportionality
I agree if it's
assessment,
the special agents. I agree if the special agents are running in and there are people around them, they shoot them down. All I agree with you. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe that's what the example you're explaining. The special ops are coming in on the ground. People are around them running at them. Yeah, they do force and maybe they shoot a couple of civilians on the side because they just shot everywhere. I agree with you. But to just drop bombs. No, there's no defense in that, man. If October 7th is such an atrocity, how is this not an atrocity to you? They didn't even drop a single bomb in Hamas. They like shot them down paragliding.
yeah, they shot. I would assume that they did shoot Hamas paragliding into their territory to commit terror attacks.
No, I'm
I would
saying
assume
even
Israel
Hamas
did that.
didn't drop a bomb like they did, like the. Okay, if you're
First
saying
of all,
October 7th is so horrible
Hamas launched
because
so
Hamas
many
was
rockets on October
paragliding.
7th that it overwhelmed the Iron Dome. That's how many Hamas
Bro, they
launched
do that
thousands of
all the
rockets on
time.
October
Oh,
7th.
poor Iron Dome. Oh, poor Iron Dome.
You said that
Give
Hamas
me
didn't
one
drop
report.
bombs
Give me one
because they
report in
don't
the
have
past
anything
10
to drop
years.
bombs, but they did launch thousands
Give
of
me
rockets.
actually
There was
two
so many
reports.
rockets that literally overwhelmed the
Give me
entire
two
Iron Dome.
reports in the past
Now, when
10
it comes to
years
proportionate,
that
when it
one of
comes
the
to strikes that Israel is
rockets
doing,
escaped Iron
Israel
Dome
is
and
allowed
killed
to
someone.
weigh
Give
its
me two
own force
reports.
protection when it does strikes. For example, if there's a building and there's Hamas members in it and there's some civilians in it, Israel is allowed to say, if we went into this building with special forces, maybe 100 people might die. 100 of our own 100 of our own soldiers might die going in there. But if we drop a bomb, then no soldiers will die and maybe one civilian will die.
Act of war. That's actually show me where it's
That's
recognized.
perfectly
What you
legal with
literally just
proportionality
explained
assessments.
is a
Proportionality
war crime
assessments.
to send instead of you know you can send special agents and to minimize civilian destruction. So you end up instead not sending civil soldiers and bombing the whole apartment complex down instead. Why? Because of proportionality. Where the fuck is this recognized as legal? Show me.
In additional
This is
Protocol
the war
1.
crime. If anything, that's what war
It's
crime
not a
law
war
has been
crime.
written about.
Article 51 of Additional Protocol 1, Section 5B specifically lays out the
Show
rules
me
of
the
proportionality.
one piece,
We
yeah,
have to
read
weigh
it.
the direct and concrete military gain against the estimated impact to civilians, okay? You're allowed to value your own force protection when it comes to making
What you just said
proportionality
is a
assessments.
completely subjective.
It's not subjective. It's in Additional Protocol 1. You can go look it up. Additional Protocol 1, Article
give me an
51,
example.
Section
They don't
B.
give you an example of a case.
What do you mean? I gave you an example of cases. Israel, if there is a building in it that has, let's say, 10 Hamas members in it and one civilian, and Israel says, if we use special forces to go into this building, we're doing an absurd number here, but let's say 100 soldiers will die.
Guys, look at this crash example. 1 civilian and 10 Hamas. Okay, let me flip it on you. What's happening is
I'm
it's
starting with
one
an extreme
Hamas
example.
and 10
We can get
civilians.
less
What about
extreme
now?
later.
Are you allowed to bomb it?
What was
Why
your
are
example?
you using a bad example? How about you real example? 1 Hamasi and 10 civilians. Would you bomb that? Is it just to bomb that building? Go ahead. Explain
what did
how
you say?
in that fucking law.
You said 1 Hamasi
explain
and
how
what?
in that law is justified to kill those people, those 10 civilians for that 1 Hamasi.
1 Hamasi and what? 10 civilians?
So you're saying there's 10 Hamasis and 1 civilian, it's okay, instead of bringing the special ops, we'll just bomb the... Fuck you and fuck that fucking trash example. Where the fuck are you seeing 10 Hamasis and 1 fucking civilian? That
It was an extreme hypothetical to
Let me
prove my
finish.
point. That's the
What's
point of
happening
hypotheticals
is-
like that.
What's happening is it's 1 Hamasi and 60 fucking civilians, you fucking liar.
Then
It's 1
obviously it would
Hamasi,
be
I'll give
bad.
it to you. I'll give it to you. 1 Hamasi and 10 civilians. Now what do you do? Now do you send the special ops or do you bomb the fucking building? What do you do?
You should probably spend
From
the
your
special
law, what
on
do you do?
proportionality
Based on
stuff
your
is done like
fucking
this on
law,
a case-by-case
what the fuck
basis.
do you do?
Israel literally does proportionality
Based
assessments.
on your law that you love
Every
so much,
single
now you're
commander
fucking
in the
up.
IDF
Now you're
has to do
fucking up.
these type of
And your
proportionality
other
assessments.
fucking viewers
What
are
we just
seeing it.
did, every single IDF commander
You're not louder
does.
than me.
IDF literally has
You're
its
not louder
MAG
than
Corps,
me.
the MAG Corps, which are literally a team of international lawyers, which also do this type of thing. Israel literally does proportionality assessments like we just did and makes decisions like that.
asking you,
That's
using
why.
your law,
That's why sometimes they bomb
using
things
your
and
law,
sometimes they use special forces. In the times that they
I'm
use special
asking
forces,
you-
they said the expected harm to
You
civilians outweighs the expected harm to us.
You're gonna run very soon.
I'm gonna
You're
run very
gonna
soon.
fucking
Okay,
run
sure,
very soon.
man.
Watch this. Guys, viewers, I caught him. Your viewers, I caught him again, boys. This happens every time I talk to this guy, and it's only been
Yep.
twice. Listen,
Okay.
you said this law, Article 51, Article 51.
Article 51 of Additional Protocol,
Absolutely.
Section 5B is
And then you gave
proportionality.
and I asked you, give me an example. Did they give you an example? And you said the example was 10 Hamasis and 1 civilian in the building.
That's an example I
agree,
came up with.
man. I agree. Let's not send the special ops. But let me give you another example, and you tell me using this Article 51, additional law, whatever it is, tell me what do you believe should be the just, and using this law, only using this law, don't fuck up, don't start going all on tangent. Using this law, what should be done if there's 1 Hamasi and 10 civilians in the building? What's the proportional response for that? Using this law.
You would probably either spend in special forces or just not do the strike using that law.
Then why are you using these trash examples to try to justify your point of bombing people
Because
down?
Both
because
of the
it's
analysis.
never like that. It's never 1 Hamasi and
Okay.
it's never 10 Hamasis and
God.
1 civilian. It's 1 Hamasi and 60 civilians, 1 Hamasi and 100 civilians. You've never heard about Ala Qadoum. The problem is this has been happening since October 7th. Look up Operation Breaking Dawn. Look it up right now. Breaking Dawn. Everyone
Was
in the
that in
viewers.
2014?
Operation Breaking Dawn, that was 2023, you fucking bitch.
Okay,
2023, Ala
Breaking
Qadoum, gone
what?
with the whole apartment
Breaking
complex.
Dune?
Breaking Dawn, the whole apartment
Dawn?
down. And Ala Qadoum, right, Ala. Breaking Dawn, he doesn't even know how to write Dawn, guys. You're
don't.
watching
I
him.
couldn't tell what
I
you're
feel bad for
saying.
your viewers. Read it out loud, man. Read
Operation
Ala
Breaking
Qadoum's
Dawn, what?
name.
What? Operation
2022,
Breaking Dawn?
2023. He
2022?
thinks this is happening from from when we were Neanderthals. Fucking bitch. Why are you acting stupid, man? You're not.
What do you mean, why am I
Bro,
acting
Destiny
stupid?
gets exposed, man. Why you want to be like him so much? His girl gets
True.
fucked by people like me.
That's so
and he pays
true.
the
Yep.
bills later. Why do you
I
want to
love
be
how
like
you're
him? Be like
incapable
me.
of. I love how you're
Be
not
like,
even
be
engaging
like
with
me,
the point
a
anymore.
monster.
So,
Somebody that your
when we
people
went over this
respect,
hypotheticals, those
somebody that you
hypotheticals we just
respect,
went
somebody
over.
that your viewers respect.
Those hypotheticals we just went over, we were doing a proportionality analysis
like
where we
me.
said, based on the expected harm to civilians versus the military gain that we get from doing this, is it okay to do the strike or not? That is a proportionality assessment. Israel does proportionality assessments. Every time Israel does a strike, their commander has to say, this is the expected military gain that we get from the strike, and
Where'd
this
you
is
get this
the...
information from? Where'd you get this info from?
What
How do
it's
you
an
know
additional.
that-
It's an Article
were you in the
51
talk
of
with the
Additional
commander?
Protocol 1, Section 5B. That is what proportionality requires.
Read it out to me. Read it out to me where it says the commander says. Go ahead.
What?
'Cause
Hold on.
it
If you
seems
want,
to me
if you want
like
the
you're
evidence of
just making
Israel
up
doing it,
from your head. I want to see the proof that you actually know this, and it's written in an article
proof what
somewhere
of
that you
Additional
read.
Protocol 1?
I just want to know because you're saying that the commander makes the decisions, and he makes and you were talking about.
So
it.
there's
Show
this
me
one
where the
article I
commander is
read
going.
from a
You're
guy.
talking basically about the chain of command. I want to show me the proof that you actually know the chain of command. Go ahead.
I don't know the full chain of command, but I know Israeli commanders have to do proportionality assessments. There's this one article I read that that was from a guy that went behind the scenes and talked to Israeli commanders and was actually like in the room while they were doing these assessments, and he wrote an article about that, and I read that article, and I'm basically quoting from that article. Yeah. The IDF does these proportionality assessments. Like, I don't know what to tell you. They do it. It's just a fact that they do it. But what we just did, we just ran through 2 different proportionality assessments. Israel does
No, you're
these
scared.
proportionality assessments. What do you mean I'm scared?
No. We're using your proportionality assessment that you use to say that
Proportionality is
they're
made on a
using this
case-by-case
law-
basis.
They use this law to bomb people because they don't want to send the special ops. And
Yes.
I didn't bring this up. You brought this up as your evidence.
I did bring it up.
That they have. So I asked, but when I asked you for an example, I was like, okay, maybe this proportionality law is going to give me a good answer, a nice example. Because what I was thinking is, like, the special ops are running in, people are around them, they're shooting at them. But the example you gave me was 10 Hamasis and 1 civilians, which is
You asked for an
crazy
example,
that-
and I gave you
show
an
me
example. I
show me
obviously
one
gave you.
incident where you see something like that happening in Gaza. The most occupied, it's like 2 million people shoved in. I believe how many that little area is, like less than 5 meters, kilometers long. There are 2 million people shoved in there. Where are you finding one
It probably doesn't happen very often in Gaza. I was just using a simple example to get it through your tiny pea-sized brain. The facts on the ground are that Israeli commanders run these types of proportionality assessments. Israel has been running these types of proportionality assessments for decades. That's what they do. The IDF commanders literally have to, when they do a strike, they have to weigh, this is the military gain I expect from the strike, and this is the potential damage to civilians I expect from the strike. And they weigh these two things and decide how to do the strike and whether or not they should do it at all. They do that. Why do you argue? You're arguing with people in my chat?
I fuck your chat. I fuck you, and then I fuck your chat, and then I fuck your chat's wives.
Yeah, you're
Fuck you,
arguing with
bitches.
funeral leech. Hey, listen.
Fuck you, bitches. I fuck
Hey,
everyone.
I
in the
argue with my
I
chat
fuck
too,
all of
okay?
you. Hey,
They're all
whoever is a
Zionist,
king, come to
okay?
my chat. Don't fucking sit on his chat. Disgusting filth. Listen.
No, they love me.
You
Because the
got
Mossad pays me.
exposed. You gave the trashiest example I've ever seen in my life.
Bro,
Let's
I
get
gave
back
an
to the debate.
example to get it through your pea-sized. I was just giving you an example of a situation in which this would apply. It's obviously not going to be a super concrete example. It was an extreme example, obviously, because the point of the extreme hypothetical was to get you to understand how proportionality assessments work. I don't know how you came to this debate not knowing how proportionality assessments work, since your whole fucking point hinges on on your belief that Israel does disproportionate attacks when you don't have any evidence of them doing disproportionate attacks. I probably know more about Israel doing disproportionate attacks than you do, considering you don't even know what proportionality is.
No, you got exposed because you bring in your own example. You bring in your own law that's supposed to prove to you.
It's not my own law.
Can you stop? Can you stop reeling? So you're supposed to prove to me that it's proportional to bomb a building, and then you gave me the worst example. But when I asked you for a sincere example of what usually happens in Gaza, you go ahead and tell me exactly what I agree with you. I told you from the beginning, I give it to you. I'm strawmanning your argument. Let's say Hamas is the military occupying force of Gaza, and Gaza is its own country, and Israel is its own country. Gaza kills Israelis. Why do you believe it's just for what Israel, how it retaliated now, and how can you verify that it's just using your own articles of proportionality laws? How can you justify it knowing that it's the most densely occupied territory in the region and they're completely blockaded by Israel?
That's
I give
exactly
it to you, they're an authority, but it's the military that committed the atrocity, not the civilians. So, like, for example, imagine if the IDF soldiers come and kill Hamasis, Hamasis, and then what happens is the Hamasis go and kill their parents. You would say this is insane. This is unproportionate. This is what is happening here?
It's because Gaza is the most densely populated.
Kill each other. You tried to save your own soldiers by saying it's better to drop bombs, but I proved to you using your own argument that you shouldn't be dropping bombs because what's happening is the collateral damage is too heavy.
No, you should not be dropping bombs all the time, which is why Israel sometimes doesn't drop bombs. Israel uses special forces when it can. It's because Gaza is the most densely populated, one of the most densely populated places on Earth.
Why do you think there are arsenals of bombs? And why are they non-guided bombs? Why are they not at least smart bombs?
Because smart bombs don't always make sense to use. It doesn't always make sense to use a smart bomb when smart bombs are way more expensive and don't necessarily have any advantages.
Do you recognize that does not align with your view of they're trying to reduce?
Just because a bomb is
rockage
dumb
as
doesn't mean it's not
possible?
aimed. Dumb bombs are still aimed. They're still aimed. They're still aimed to minimize civilian casualties. And Israel
Yeah,
still
yeah,
warns
that's what I'm
buildings.
telling you.
Before Israel bombs a building, it usually calls the building and usually calls the people in the building and
They're
tells them
aimed,
to
but they're not
evacuate.
aimed like you're thinking. They're not that fucking accurate. Like, why are we arguing that dumb bombs are the most accurate bombs? There's accurate.
I'm not arguing they're the
bombs,
most
more
accurate bombs ever. But it makes
Okay, so if
but-
you read, but that's what I'm telling you. Like, I'm giving you arguments against that, and you're trying to say no, the bomb is still accurate. I'm telling you no. If it's
They're
accurate,
obviously still
why-
accurate.
Why
They can
is
still
this
be
more
aimed.
accurate then? And then you agree with me. Yeah, there is a bomb more accurate, but you're saying it shouldn't be used. It's okay to use the non-accurate bomb, and then you're saying this. They're trying to
because it doesn't
do their best
have
to
any
calm
advantage to
down
use the more accurate
casualties.
bomb.
Oh, you're not showing any proof. Every time I ask you for proof to show me they're calming down casualties, you tell me no. Oh, well, they stopped dropping bombs here. They went to Al Shifa Hospital. I was okay. That's great. Let's do more. You're like, no, it's not possible. We could do that more because
Because
it's
Israel does
proportionality
it.
law. And then
Israel runs the
using
proportionality
your own
assessments.
proportionality law, they shouldn't be dropping these many bombs.
That's just not true. Israel runs the same type of proportionality assessments that every other country does. But because Gaza is the most densely populated, one of the most densely populated places on Earth, it's really hard to do these type of assessments in the same way like the U.S. does, because Gaza is so densely populated. So, for example, when the U.S. was in Afghanistan, we had something called non-civilian or non-combatant cutoff values. Basically, if there was like a member of the Taliban, we weren't allowed to kill more than 14 civilians to kill that member of the Taliban. Israel cannot possibly operate with non-combatant civilian casualty cutoffs that low because Gaza is so densely populated. And the Geneva Conventions, there's a feasibility part of the Geneva Conventions. The attacking force only has to take feasible precautions to minimize civilian casualties. There's a feasibility aspect of it. That's why they're allowed to use dumb bombs, because it's not feasible for Israel to use a guided missile every single time.
Wow. So you
What?
justify the murder of babies? I'm not trying to.
I'm sorry. If every single, I know, I understand you might think Hamas is a good.
No, I'm not trying to get a clip or anything, but I'm just saying when you justify the dropping and you literally just went on this tangent to justify these dumb bombs, then you have to be okay with the collateral damage, which is possible, more collateral damage than these guided bombs and these special ops.
Yeah,
And
it's a
you're
war.
totally
There's
cool
going to
with
be
that,
collateral
though.
damage. I'm
Yeah,
okay with
this is
some
war.
level of
Okay,
collateral
then don't
damage,
bring
just
up
like
the-
everyone should be
don't
okay
bring
with
up
some level of
October 7th
collateral
then. Don't
damage.
bring up October 7th then. Don't ask
What do you
them then.
mean?
Don't start the
October
conversation
7th, there
with
wasn't
October 7th.
collateral
This is a war.
damage. They intentionally murdered these civilians.
No, I take October 7th as a war because I gave it to you. I said I strongmaned your opinion, your position, and I said Hamas is the occupying force. They are a military force, and they went and attacked Israel. So this is so what they're saying. What I'm trying to say is it's exactly a military occupation. Yeah, it's military attacking the country. So what the military responds by retaliating into their military, but not by killing everybody in the country. The only reason what Hamas did was wrong was because they killed civilians. But now IDF is doing it, but that's okay because it's collateral damage. Like, how can anybody in your
It's
viewers
different
see this
when
and
it
not
comes
have-
to the moral standing of the perpetrators. The intentions matter. Yes, Hamas intentionally killed these civilians.
Yeah,
Hamas
but-
intentionally took hostages.
No. Well, I can show you intentions that they're intentionally murdering people in the Knesset. It's actually in the Knesset from 2024. Recently,
Oh my
I'll show
God.
you evidence from March this year. They're speaking about how there's not going to be a Gazan left. What more intention do you want?
What? That
And then when Hamas retaliates with their military force, October 7, what about October
Oh my
7? What do you
God.
think we should do?
What was October 7th retaliating to? There was literally a ceasefire on October 7th. It wasn't retaliating to anything. But I don't understand what your point is.
I just fucking went with this. Even the UN asked them to back off the fucking new occupied territory, and I bet you some of that territory was brand new occupied at that time. You're acting like it's not because your map shows it. Man, we don't act like Wikipedia is the tell-all.
Bro, it's not my fault you didn't understand the borders of Gaza. You literally
You do
didn't
look
understand
really
that the
stupid.
1950 armistice lines have been
It's
accepted
possible
as
that
the general
Wikipedia
border.
added a small line that's not there. It's possible. It's possible that Wikipedia reduced,
Oh my God.
increased the Israeli
Your
territory
claim
and
was that where the
reduced all
October 7th attack happened were in contested
All I know is
territory,
it was
and I
contested
showed you
territory
were
in
wrong
1949.
because this hasn't been
All I
contested
know in
territory since the
1949, it wasn't
1950 ceasefire.
All I'm saying
UN
is in
Resolution
1949,
242
listen to me.
accepted the
Listen to me.
67
All I'm saying
borders,
is
and
in
this happened
1949
within the 67 borders.
Yeah, but all that time they were taking lands illegally. It was illegal occupations that whole time from 1949 to 67. That's why the Six-Day War happened, because of all these illegal occupations. Do you agree with that?
Wait, from
Do you agree at least between
1949
1949 and 1967 there's all illegal occupations?
from 1949 to there was an Egypt from 1949 to 1967. Gaza was occupied, but by Egypt, and the West Bank was occupied, but by Jordan. Did you not know that? Is that surprising to you? Did you not know the other Arab countries occupied Egypt and Gaza and the West Bank too?
No, you're conflating. You're using the same word, occupied, but it's a different occupation. You are a colonializer. You're trying to take over the territory. They were assimilating the Palestinians. You want to assimilate them. You will kick them out because they're not Jewish. This is a totally different scenario. Don't act like it's the same. They're not allowed to stay there because they're not Jewish. That's the only reason they're getting kicked out. Don't act like it's the same. If Palestine, listen, shut the fuck up. Let me finish. You brought
I was
this
about
up.
to agree
if
with you.
Jordan was the occupying force, they would not kick out Palestinians. Oh, because they're not Jewish or they're not Jordanian. They would keep them there. They would just give them a different ID. Don't lie. Now here they all lost all their permits and lost all their IDs. This is a different occupation. Maybe they were occupied, but these were Arabs occupying each other. This is something different. They're not going to do what you're doing right now, where it's a colonizing force. What you're trying to conflate is totally different, totally two different scenarios, and you're actually looking really dumb.
Okay,
But
so
it's
I can
okay.
agree.
Of course
I can
you're gonna
agree
try
with
to
you.
escape. Of course you're gonna
I
try
can
to
agree
escape,
with you a
because
little
I
bit.
responded to every one of your points perfectly. I
True.
responded to every single one of your points perfectly.
And that's why you have to constantly say that
And
you're
you
winning,
actually
so you're
cannot see
dumb
a
as
lie
shit.
in my
Thinks that you are.
speech. You cannot see one wrong thing in what I said. That's why you actually agree with me. What IDF did was wrong. You agree it was an atrocity.
Oh my God.
You agree that we shouldn't be doing this, and we should commit to more special ops operations and more of these reduction of collateral. But
My
then you
point is
actually
that
sit there
Israel
and
already
like you're
tries to
saying,
minimize collateral
to me, it looks
damage.
like you're stupid.
My point is that Israel already tries to minimize collateral damage and seems to do special forces operations when they were. At the beginning of this debate, what we were talking about is whether what happened on October 7th happened in a conflicted territory, when it obviously didn't. Yeah, and also I will agree with you a little bit. When Jordan occupied the West Bank, the Palestinians,
territory.
the Palestinians were
because from 1949 till 1967, this whole territory got occupied. This whole territory got occupied because I showed you the line. There was a small little piece here, including Egypt, on the side of Egypt. We lost all of that. How did we lose that in the 1967 war? We didn't just lose it once. What's been happening is we were losing it all the way since 1949, all the way till. So what's happening is actually the colonizers did not abide by the laws that you respect so much and you highly admire and you keep touting. And then you want me to actually. When the UN recognized, they're like, holy shit, man, they're actually crazy. Look how far they went. They went to another country. They're like, back the fuck off. Go back to your lines. And you're acting like, oh, everyone in the world recognizes these are their new lines because the UN told them to back off.
But you're yapping so much, you won't even let me agree with you. I agree with one of the points you made. The occupation that Jordan and Egypt did were a little different because, like, when Jordan occupied the West Bank, I think, like, the Palestinians were given citizenship. And that's why a lot of Jordan is Palestinian today. So obviously they were a little different. That's true. Okay. They obviously were a little different. Okay.
Give me the point that the 1949 lines did not look like that. The 1949 line did not look like that. It didn't look like
You're
that.
You're just wrong on that. When I pressed you on that, you showed me the 47 partition plan. The Arabs rejected that land. Exactly. They fought a war. Exactly. They lost, and then they had the 1950 armistice lines.
Everybody agrees with the UN partition. No, that's a lie. And
not everyone agrees. Since the Arabs rejected the UN partition, everyone has been focused on the pre-67 borders. That's the thing that even the Palestinian Authority accepts. They accept a two-state solution on the 67 borders, as does Egypt, as does Jordan, as does most of the world. That is what people accept now.
It is just so nice that the Arabs rejected the big borders. And so what we had to do, we had to teach them a lesson. We had to take their lands from them, more
That's
lands.
That's not relevant right now. All we're arguing over is whether October 7th happened in. All we're arguing over is whether October 7th happened in conflicted territory.
I mean, it's
Just be-
a joke to try to debate you guys. I swear, I might be done with debating some people like you because you try to conflate.
Some
You
people
won't
like
even take
me?
real arguments. Okay, I agreed. Like I gave you Hamas. This is your strong man. Like listen, nobody will give you Hamas as military force. Listen, and nobody in the world will give you Gaza as its own country, and you still lost. Listen to me. Listen to me. 1947 lines were UN partition. Okay. Okay,
Yep.
then what was the UN partition? Okay, if the Arabs declined 1947, then give me what is the UN partition from 1947? What was it?
What do you mean? What is the UN? What do you mean? What is
You're
it?
saying the 1947 lines were declined by the Arabs, but I'm telling
Yeah.
you, I showed you the 1947 lines. You told me no, this is the lines that they disagreed with. I sent you a link of it. And, these
Yeah, the
lines are
Arabs
not,
rejected the 47 lines, and then they
yeah.
went to war,
What
and then
are the 47 lines then? Show it to me. Where are the 47 lines? Can you show me 47 lines?
I mean they're not here anymore. But Gaza was a lot bigger, and the West Bank was a lot bigger.
Exactly. Would you say it's almost just as big as to confine that red territory that we're looking at right now? Would you say that? Humor me a little bit. Maybe it's a
I
little bit
literally
shorter.
took this hasn't been contested territory since they accepted the 1950 ceasefire line.
No,
Nobody
no,
on
no.
earth except you recognizes
I
this
don't
area,
believe
this
that.
land right
I don't
here as
believe that it's not
Palestinian
contested.
territory. Nobody on
I don't
earth
believe because if
recognizes
that's
this
true, then
as
Saudi Arabia
Palestinian
would accept
territory because
this,
everybody
Syria would accept
recognizes the
this.
pre-67 borders. UN
You
Resolution
understand? Okay, let me ask you
242.
a question. Can I ask you a question? So you
Yeah,
say you say we should recognize this because this is the 1967. This is the pre-1967 borders. Okay. So let me ask you a question. We don't see this in the 1947 lines. So what happened is they only drew these lines after 67. So you can't say they're pre-67 because we've never seen them pre-67. We've only seen them after 67. What happens was between 1949 and 1967, we were losing a lot of territory. The Palestinians lost a lot of territory, and that was the final. Okay, let me finish my point. So if you're saying that we should accept that the territory that we lost was only in the Julan Heights and in Egypt, and we should, and that's the UN Resolution 242 was asking, and which happened in 1967. That's why I'm bringing it to you. It's actually extremely relative to this point. So I don't know why you're just touting it as nothing. The resolution 1967, 242 in 1967 says, "Hey, back off of the territory you're claiming, and recognize that these people are their own people." So if we have, but you're saying.
I already went over this with you.
No, let me
UN
finish.
Resolution
Let me finish. You're saying
242.
they already did back off. Let me finish. You're saying they already did back off of all these lines. Then are we saying that Israel occupies Julan Heights legally,
UN Resolution
or is
242
this an
has
illegal occupation?
UN Resolution 242 has nothing to do with the territory that was attacked on October 7th, because UN Resolution 242 has to do with the territory Israel gained in the Six-Day War in 1967. All of the territory that was attacked on October 7th, Israel already had prior to this 67 war. UN Resolution 242
Yeah,
has
but I'm talking about the
nothing to do
Julan
with the
Heights.
territory
Julan
attacked on
Heights,
October
they are
7th.
occupied.
I
The
don't know
Julan
why you're
Heights,
mentioning
they are
the Golan
occupied.
Heights. I don't give it. That doesn't matter right now.
Because they matter. Because if you're saying that the 1967 lines were the true lines, and that this is the world recognized lines, then why doesn't Syria recognize that the Julan Heights is Israeli? Why do they recognize this as an illegal occupation? You keep lying to your viewers.
Israel
acting smart,
Israel
but
conquered the
you're a
Golan Heights
liar.
in the
They
67
are
war.
not recognizing
I don't
no
understand. You don't
country-
even know what
no
territory
country
Israel
recognizes
conquered in the
the Julan
67
Heights
war.
as Israeli. Shut the- No country recognizes the Julan Heights as Israeli. Where? Show me a
Because they
country that
recognized the
recognizes Julan Heights
67
as Israeli.
they recognized the pre-67 borders, okay? The Golan Heights weren't in the
Show me
pre-67
one
borders because
place- one
Israel
country that
conquered the
recognizes
Golan
Julan
Heights
Heights
in the
as
67
Israeli.
borders. I don't even know
Liar.
how you don't know that. Syria doesn't recognize that Israel
I have
controls
to
the Golan
prove to you
Heights
this.
because
I
that
have
was
to prove
Syrian
to you
territory
this.
before the 67
Once I
war.
prove to you-
Obviously, they don't
once I
recognize
prove
Israel's
to you that the
occupation there.
Julan Heights
You
were
literally
illegally
don't know
occupied,
what
I can prove to
territory
you
Israel
that that
conquered
border
in the
of
67
Gaza is
war. I
illegally
don't know how you
occupied.
don't know that.
I'm proving to you occupied illegally because now I can prove to you that the border of Gaza was occupied illegally as well. Because what you're saying is everyone, because post 1967 lines, Julan Heights is part of it. Don't act like it's not. Post 1967 lines, go look at the picture. Post 1967, Julian Heights is part of it. You recognize this. You're saying everyone in the world recognizes that. So you're saying that
God.
Syria recognizes that Julian Heights is Israeli and it's not
When
illegally
people
occupied?
recognize the
That's what I'm saying, you're a
pre-67
liar.
borders,
That
they
means the
don't
Gazans also-
recognize the
that means the
Golan Heights as
Gazans
part of
also
Israel. When
recognize that
people
you
recognize the
occupied their land,
pre-67 borders,
their
they're
borders
referring to
under
the
their
territory Israel had prior to the 1967 war, which didn't include the Golan Heights. So when people recognize the pre-67 borders, that doesn't include the Golan Heights. So obviously, no one is recognizing the Golan Heights as part of Israel.
But they're occupied today.
They are
your
occupied
chat
today.
Saying yes, the U.S. does recognize the Julian Heights as Israeli territory.
The U.S. does not. I don't know what the U.S. official
So
position
now
is
we're
right now.
talking about
Actually,
new lines. Now we have to add this new line. I don't know. Post
this is the same line. This is the same pre-67 border that for the last 56 years, everyone has been concerned about. Everyone has been concerned about the pre-67 borders. Every single peace process has been concerned about the 67 borders.
I need everyone to understand how I destroyed him. I need everyone to understand what I just did. I had to prove. My argument was that the Gazan border, they occupied it illegally, and he was trying to tell me, no, 1967 they were given it to them legally, and it says back off of Syria and back off of the new territories. He's not talking about the old territories which we occupied between 1949 and 1967. My argument was, if that's true, then why is Julian Heights still illegally occupied and is recognized as an illegal occupation? And why did they not pull out of that? And then his answer was like, it's not part of the 1967. Nothing was part of the 1967. That means the 1967 are lines that we shouldn't even be listening to. We should be listening to the post-1967 lines to see what the true picture is. Do you agree with me?
Whether or not Gaza was occupied illegally has nothing to do with whether the territory that was attacked on October 7th is disputed territory. It's not disputed territory if you recognize the 67 borders. Do you recognize the 67 borders, by the way? What do you think? What do you think the peaceful solution looks like here?
But if it is... No, listen, the 1967 border includes Julian Heights in it.
The pre-67 borders does not include the Golan Heights.
Israeli land, and you're saying this is the land.
I don't think the Golan Heights is Israeli land.
Speak slowly for your stupid fucking viewers to understand me. You're saying this land, this 1967 land, these lines, were the legal lines, and after everything... So I'm not understanding, where did Julian Heights come from then? Where did this
Israel conquered them in the 67 war. Pre-67, they didn't have them, which is why I don't even think they really should be Israeli land. Now, nobody seems to really care about it because Syria is a failed state, so it doesn't really matter as much as the West Bank and Gaza right now. But yeah, I'm so confused what your point is.
It's very important for my point because I'm proving to you that they're illegally occupying lands. Because you even proved to me, you just said they shouldn't be occupying Julian Heights. Yeah. But all our argument is the 1967 lines said that Palestine or Gaza is this big.
All I'm arguing right now, all we've been arguing is that the territorial attack on October 7th is not disputed territory. Almost everybody recognizes this.
They never backed off. No, because I brought to you in Resolution 242 to answer your question about the 1967 lines, and Resolution 242 asked them to back off of the Julian Heights. But they're still occupying the Julian Heights. They never backed off. So that means even if they were asked to back off of Gaza, they never backed off of Gaza. That's my whole argument.
Well, they did back off of Gaza in 2005. They left Gaza.
Because let me finish. Because if you agree,
242 has nothing to do with the territorial attack on October 7th, because the territorial attack on October 7th wasn't occupied. It wasn't taken in the 67 war.
Yeah, you lost. Because
you're just wrong. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you're even arguing right now. Because the territory attack on October 7th wasn't taken in the 67 war.
I just know too much, unfortunately, for funeral.
You don't even know what proportionality is. I don't think some of the chat was here before.
Listen to me, guys.
You literally didn't know what proportionality. I had to explain what proportionality was to you. You didn't even understand what proportionality was to you. You didn't even understand the text of 242. You didn't know the difference between having the words territory occupied and the territories occupied. You don't even understand whether or not 242 is legally binding because you don't know that it's under Chapter 6. Like, you literally don't understand. You don't know. You don't know more.
Everything you completely said. You said the 1967. Can you show us the 1967 lines? Go ahead, show us the 1967 lines.
The pre-67 borders
Go up. No, zoom out. Do they include
the
Julian Heights or no?
pre-67 borders are these dotted lines here. These are the pre-67 borders. The 67 lines.
No. Back off. Where's Julian Heights? Where is it?
Golan Heights is up here.
No, Julian up top to the north next to Syria, right there.
It's right, yeah,
Julian
right
Heights,
here. This area that I'm circling.
No,
this is the
all the
Golan
way up top.
Heights.
Okay, so Julian Heights is right there. So when did they take Julian Heights? This was a part of 1967
In
lines. Do you
67?
agree or no?
My understanding, you're gaslighting me so hard right now, but my understanding is that Israel took the Golan Heights in 67. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, but you just disagreed with me. You actually agreed with me. You said it's an illegal occupation. They should back off of it.
Yeah, they took the Golan Heights in 67. You're gaslighting me so hard right now, man.
You agree that, okay, but do you agree with me? UN Resolution 242 asked them to back off of the Julian Heights and back off of all these new territories that they just took, right or wrong?
No, I don't agree with that because it says territories occupied. It doesn't say the territories occupied. So it's contested what it actually means. But I support a two-state solution on roughly the pre-67 borders. So I do think Israel should probably give up the Golan Heights.
No. I don't care about what your subjective opinion is. Why should we not care about the UN Resolution 242? Which asked them...
It's not that we shouldn't care about it. It's that it's not legally binding because it was under Chapter 6.
My question is, what did they ask them for? What did they back off of what then?
The Sinai is what they ended up giving to Egypt again. It just says territories occupied.
Because this is bullshit. You've been exposed. Because you keep saying that this is the pre-67 line. Okay, I give it to you. Post-67, Julian Heights got occupied. Now you're acting like, oh, maybe they should just probably leave it. You fucking bitch. It's a military occupation. Act like this is a joke. This is what's happening every day in Gaza. They occupied Gaza, and then it's a military occupation. Then they asked them to back off using the UN Resolution 242, which you won't even give me which you actually don't even know the clear lines of yourself. Stop lying to your viewers. And then you're like, yeah, they were actually allowed to back off of it. You're a fucking liar, man. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar, man. Julian Heights was not pre-67, and they're still occupying it today. They were asked to back off of it. They never backed off. That's the same thing that happened to Gaza. Gaza was pre-67, the same lines that I showed you, and they didn't back off, and that's why Gaza is Gaza now. So now we go back to the original discussion. Now we know that this is the border of Gaza is contested territory. Stop acting like a fucking retard. This is the truth. Everyone knows that the border of Gaza is contested.
I read some of this
not
before
real
sample
territory.
text.
This is not what UN partitioned. No one gave this land to them. Even you agree UN resolution was not clear. Let's not act like this is not contested territory. Literally, the word contested is meant because the UN
Golan
resolution
Heights
was
is
not
obviously contested territory. The territory attacked on October 7th is not contested territory.
The territory is contested. Yes.
The territory attacked on October 7th is not contested territory.
It's not contested, then what the fuck is? What is contested if it's not border? What's inside
it's been Israeli territory since
You don't know
1950,
anything
since the 1950 armistice agreements. UN Resolution 242 has nothing to do with the territory attacked on October 7th.
Guys, the picture shows you all the attacks. They did not happen in the middle of Israel.
I am looking at the attacks that happened right now. This is past the 1950 armistice agreements. It's past the territory that Israel was arguably required to withdraw from in UN Resolution 242. UN Resolution 242 required them, arguably it's complicated, to withdraw from this territory here. All the territory that Hamas attacked on October 7th occurred outside of the territory that Israel gained in the 67 war, and thus was required to withdraw from after UN Resolution 242 was passed. Okay, say what you're going to say.
Why is the illegal occupation of Julian Heights wrong, but illegal occupation of the Gaza border is not?
Why is the goal?
It was part of 1947 lines did not include that border. And it didn't include the Julian Heights either. So why is the occupying of Julian Heights wrong, but the occupying of Gaza border is not wrong?
When you say occupying of Gaza's border, what do you mean?
Okay, so 1947 they drew the lines. This border was contested. This is part of the Gaza border where these attacks are, and it's all the way down, This whole area, part of the 1947 lines. Do you agree or no?
I don't care about the 47 lines, but yeah, they were part of the 47 lines.
Okay, they're part of the 47 line. So Julian Heights was not part of the 47 line. Do you agree or no?
Yeah, but I don't care about the Golan Heights right now. All we're arguing about is October 7th.
So post 1947, they started taking territories. all the way to 67, and this is what's left of Gaza. And then they took also the Julan Heights. Now the UN Resolution 242 asked them back off. So what were they supposed to back off of, and what did they back off of? Explain.
None of the territory that they were required to back off from was attacked on October 7th. None of the territory that they were required to leave from was attacked on October 7th.
Wait, no, I'm trying to be... No, this is territory that was... this is contested territory. My whole argument is this contested territory.
My whole argument is that it isn't because your argument... I don't understand how this is so hard for you to understand.
Which is the only line that I care about. The 1947 line is the only line I care about because the...
Wait, why is that the only line I care about?
Even you agree with me. They add Julan Heights as Israeli, and they're not part of the Israeli border. So why should we believe in the 1967 lines?
But the pre-67 lines don't have the Golan Heights as part of Israel.
Post-67 lines.
Post-67 lines do because Israel illegally occupied the
Julan Heights.
The pre-67 lines don't have the Golan Heights. The post-67 lines do have the Golan Heights because Israel illegally occupied the Golan Heights.
Okay, but my argument is they occupied it in the 67 war, in the 6-day war.
Yes.
So that means they were asked to back off of it.
We don't know what they were asked to back off of because
Resolution 242 asked them to back off.
UN Resolution 242 isn't legally binding because it's under Chapter 6. And if you actually read what the drafters wrote, they specifically chose to write territories occupied after the 67 war because they didn't want. They didn't include the word "the territories occupied" because they specifically didn't want Israel to withdraw from all the territories occupied. So it's contested what it actually means.
You won't let me speak, guys. He lost. So UN resolution asked them to back off of Julan Heights because it's to back off.
It's contested what it means.
Right or wrong?
It's wrong.
To back off of all new territories and Julan Heights.
No, it doesn't ask them to back off of all new territories. It specifically doesn't ask them to do that. They specifically did not include that.
So why is the Julan Heights illegal occupation and why is it not part of the border? If you're saying, because what happened was the Julan Heights got occupied in the 6-day war. This is what you tried to claim. This is what you're trying to claim to your viewers that I'm stupid about, which you are actually exposing yourself. You're acting like the Julan Heights were occupied after the 67 war. I'm telling you it was occupied during the 67 war. You claim the UN resolution only asked them to go away from the... Shut the fuck up, let me finish, you fucking liar, bitch. And you're claiming that you're saying the UN Resolution 242 was saying to back off of only the new occupied territories. Well, I just proved to you that the 67 war, 6-day war was when the Julan Heights were occupied. I'm proving to you they never backed off of them. Today, they act like Julan Heights is Israeli territory. Your chat even agrees. The US argues that Julan Heights is Israeli territory. But for some reason, we're all supposed to believe that Gaza and the whole world community, international community, believe that this little piece is Gaza, and it's not the 1947 line. Bullshit. I don't believe anybody. I don't believe anything you're saying at all. I believe everyone in the world believes that the 1947 lines represent Gaza. I don't believe anyone believes these 1967 lines because I proved they don't, because they include Julan Heights, and Julan Heights, we all believe it's an illegal occupation. No country in the world will actually believe that and tell you that Julan Heights is actually for Israel. That's fucking retarded. And whoever claims that is mentally ill, it's Syrian territory. We all know it's Syrian territory, but they still took it over, and it's still in the 1967 lines. So this is the joke, man. But what you're trying to say is the 1967 lines give this little border to Gaza.
Dude, we're running in circles. I'm gonna respond, and I'll give you a chance to respond, and then we're gonna move on.
No, let me finish my argument for your stupid. Is the UN resolution asked to back off of the brand new territory, including the Julan Heights, including the border of Gaza, including the border of Rafah, and to stop taking any more territory and to start respecting. Instead, Israel, what they did was tell them to go fuck yourself and give them the middle finger immediately in the same day. The 67 wars created said that the Julan Heights was part of them. They don't recognize that they're not, and then they start claiming that it is theirs, and they occupied all the border of Gaza. Until now, they're occupying it. So, God forbid, excuse me, if Hamas, by mistake, which is the military force, which is the actual voted force, which you said that they actually are the governing power, and I said they are the governing power. You're right, Gaza is its own country. God forbid they try to fucking defend their own borders. Then you actually justify the IDF to kill 30,000 of their civilians?
Minar, I understand this is going to make you say that I lost. I understand you're gonna think you're one when you say this, but do you mind if somebody else
break one
joins?
of my arguments. Break one of these arguments. Break one of them. I just
Do you
outlined them
mind?
out
I'm just
loud.
asking
Go
you
ahead,
right
break
now. Do you mind if somebody else joins?
No. Finish this point right now. Finish this point.
Okay,
And
what
then
was
I'll
the point
fuck
you
your
made?
other friend.
Okay, what was the point you?
The 1947 lines are the lines that we are that are truly the true lines. They're the only time the UN partitioned. Any time after was non-clear partitioning. So the only partition we should actually be looking at is the 1947 line. Make sure your fucking stupid friend is listening to this.
You're just wrong
So this
because
is
the
my argument.
Palestinian,
I'm not gonna repeat
even
it.
the Palestinian
I'm not gonna repeat it.
Authority.
I'm not going to repeat it.
Okay, even the
I give it
Palestinian
to you. The
Authority.
Palestinian Authority is Hamas.
Even the Palestinian Authority accepts the 67 borders. Okay, welcome, sample text, to this shit show.
Wait. Okay, so Syria accepts Julian Heights is not theirs?
Syria.
No, they don't. Well, the thing is, Syria is just busy with the civil war, right? That's why they.
Go fuck
Yeah, Syria is
yourself.
a failed
I'm asking
state.
a question. Don't act fucking smug. You just claimed a point. You said the most of the international community says that this 1967 borders are the true borders. I asked you one fucking simple question.
I don't know what
Is Julian
Syria
Heights
accepts because Syria is a failed
recognized
state
as
right
that?
now.
You went on a tangent like a fucking retard. I'm asking you, is Julian Heights recognized as Israeli territory or Syrian territory? Go ahead. This is the 67 border.
This guy said they largely are not. I don't know why you asking him a question you already answered. I mean,
Bro, kick this guy out. I don't know why I'm supposed to debate.
wait. I just want to ask you like a quick question.
I'm not
Just a
supposed to
quick
discuss
question. Just a quick question.
No.
It's like you accuse the
You answer my
47 border.
question. You answer my question. Is Julian Heights
Yeah.
occupied territory or no?
Yeah, it
It's
is
definitely
easy. I
occupied,
think
yeah.
he said that
So is
too.
it part of the 67 border or no?
Okay, when you say 67, you mean pre or after?
Show me the pre and show me the after. What the fuck are you guys talking about? I'm talking
Yeah.
about the
Pre
Bro, I've shown
67
you the maps
border.
before.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about the
pre
most recent
67
border. I
Golan
don't
is
care
not there.
about the pre. Listen to me. I don't know what you guys. Maybe this is the confusion. You guys are fucking stupid. I'm not talking about the pre. I'm talking about the most recent borders because you guys are not accepting the 1947 lines.
Yeah,
so I
they
don't know why
are
we're
part of
talking about
post 67. Yeah, they are part of post
Why the
67.
fuck
They
are we talking
are
about the
occupied
middle
right
lines?
now.
Why are we not talking about the most recent lines? Why are you talking about the middle
Dumbass,
lines? You fucking
dumbass.
bitch.
They
Let's talk
are
about the
occupied.
most
Yes,
recent
they
lines,
are
and
occupied.
that's
They
what
are
I'm
post
talking
67.
about.
I don't know
So
why
it's
you're
the
not.
Julian
You're
Heights.
yapping. You're a yapper. Oh my god. So crazy.
No, you're a
Okay,
liar.
so I answered your question. Now answer my question. Okay. Do you think? Can you name? Okay. Do you think the UN or the international community recognizes the Gaza Strip as the 47 lines?
I don't believe anyone in the world recognizes 67 lines as the true border because they include Julian
I didn't
Heights
say
in their border.
67,
And the
dumbass. I
Julian
said
Heights is
47.
contested territory.
Dumbass. I said 47.
Fuck
That's
you,
67.
stupid fuck. That's my answer. My answer is they don't recognize anything post 47 because anything post 47 is contested territory because
Of course they do, dumbass. Oh my god. What an idiot. The UN recognized Israel
guys,
after
you
it was
see how I
formed.
answered this argument and all he got to say is I'm dumbass. By the
Yeah,
way.
you know what? Okay. Here's a great test. We can do a great test. Google UN Gaza Strip map and tell me if this is the
Let
47
me ask you a question.
or post 47 map.
Let me ask you a question.
Just do that.
Let me ask you a
Just do
question.
that. Wait, why not
What
just
was
do
the UN
that? Everyone can do that,
242?
right?
Shut the fuck up. What was the UN resolution 242 asking them to back off of what?
242 was after 67. They were saying you should back off
It was in
of
67,
occupied
November
territories.
1967.
Yeah,
It was
I know.
during
After
the
67
Wars,
war.
after.
After the 60s. After,
Okay,
yeah,
so don't act like
67.
it's different era. This is the same
Wait,
era.
okay. Wait,
So what were they
wait,
asking?
wait.
Don't ask another
Wait.
question. Fuck
Oh
you,
my
you
God.
fucking stupid
Oh my
bitch.
God.
You're a stupid
Yeah, okay,
bitch.
wait.
You're a
So here's the
stupid
question.
bitch.
So
You're
two
a
questions.
stupid bitch.
Okay, wait.
You're a
Two
stupid
questions.
bitch.
So
If you
two
wanna keep
questions.
calling me
I get it.
names,
I'm the
call me
stupid
names.
bitch. Yeah,
Fuck you, bitch. Fuck your mom.
You're
Fuck your sister. You're a
Okay,
stupid
this guy's
bitch.
gonna yap. He's gonna yap. He's gonna
He's
repeat
waging
his thing.
jihad
He's
on
not
you
gonna
right
answer
now,
any of my
okay?
questions.
He's
I'll
just
fuck your
waging
sister.
He's not gonna
jihad.
answer any of
I'll
my
This is
questions.
I'll fuck your sister.
This is what he
I'll fuck
does.
your sister.
Wow, you fucked my
Fuck you.
sister.
You wanna
My,
talk?
my
You wanna
sister is
talk?
like
I know how to
underage, so
fuck you,
that's
bitch.
fitting. Yeah, okay.
I'll fuck
Okay,
your
look.
sister hard. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah. She's like in
Okay,
a grade
keep yapping,
6,
bitch.
but
Answer
okay.
my question.
Look,
67 lines. What
buddy,
did they ask
buddy.
in UN Resolution
I
242?
know.
to
They
occupy?
asked to leave occupied territories. Let's even say they asked
What
for the.
occupied
Not really,
territories?
but let's say they did. Yeah. Wait. So just a question then. Wait, did he leave or what? Is he still here?
Oh, he went to the waiting room. I don't know why he went to the waiting room. Oh, fuck. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why. Look, you should just pin him down on this. Why he appeals to the 67? Because when they say occupied territories, they mean the Gaza Strip of today, not of 47. No one thinks of 47. It means nothing.
Yeah, no one. I don't. I literally don't understand this point. I'm pretty sure. I need to find the source on this, but like the Palestinian Authority is a observer state in the UN, and they. My understanding is that they're recognized on the 67 borders. Like they're not.
Yeah.
No
as
one.
far as I know.
No one cares. No one cares about the.
But it's like, but like, it doesn't really mean that much. Again, 242, you know, the whole shtick with the territories, whatever, the French, the guy who wrote it, whatever, blah blah blah. But also, I mean, once there will be a piece of like an agreement and a final two-state solution, it's not like they're going to be like, oh, we actually don't recognize this agreement because of the 67 borders. They're just going to shift what they recognize to the agreement. So I just don't put much water there. But of course, I mean, yeah, the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, the West Bank are occupied. The kibbutzim are not occupied. This guy is so dumb.
I don't know. I don't understand.
I don't know why he's not here.
Yeah, he keeps trying to appeal. No, I didn't.
Wait, did you
he
kick him
typed in
or-
my chat.
so-
He
so-
said, "Bring him back and tell him to answer."
Yeah,
not
okay,
go
okay.
off
Bring
on
him
a
back. Bring
tangent.
him
Yeah,
back.
okay.
I'll answer every question he has on the condition that he answers
Petamilo's
my
here
question.
too. Wait, Petamilo, do you want to come in too at the same time, and we can have a?
Whoa. Okay, wait. He's DMing me. Come to my Discord if you're a man. Come to you, stupid C-word, fucking
Wait,
B-word.
which one is Menard DMing you that, or is Petamilo DMing? you that?
Allegedly. No one is
I'm just gonna move him
fucking
back. I'm just gonna move
stupid
everyone
here
here.
but you. No. Move
Fucking
it back
stupid
here.
bitch.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hey,
I'll move to your
listen,
Discord. Hey,
Sample.
okay. I'll move to your
Let me
Discord
talk
if
to
you
you.
want.
I have one question for you. Don't run. Don't
Yeah.
start. Don't
Yeah,
call me
don't
names.
run.
I never
I
ran.
will call you names and I'll call your mom
I didn't
names.
run.
And I will call
I
your
didn't run.
sister name.
Yeah. Okay. Go
In
ahead.
the 1967 border, UN Resolution 242 called for backing off of brand new contested territory. What was the territory that was being called out for?
Yeah. So it was okay. I don't agree that it was the territories, but let's go with that. So it was Gaza Strip, West Bank, and Golan Heights, not the kibbutzim. The kibbutzim are not the contested part. You dumbass. Now answer my question. Do you think
All right,
the
guys,
kibbutzim?
he conceded the whole debate. So the
We didn't get to see the
1967
whole
borders
debate.
are illegal occupation.
I forgot something.
Oh
He
my
literally
God.
conceded
Sinai.
my whole debate.
Wait. Also Sinai.
1967
Also Sinai.
borders. Hey, let me finish my sentence, please.
But also Sinai. I
1967
forgot
border-
Sinai.
hey,
Which
can
they
I
did
finish?
get back.
Yeah.
So the
But I forgot
1967
Sinai.
border is actually occupied territory. It's illegally occupied. He agrees it's illegally
Wait, does that include the
occupied.
kibbutzim?
He agrees the UN resolution asked him to back
let
off
me
of
talk.
them. He agrees
this
to
guy gonna
ask him to
rap?
back off of them. No,
Okay.
he cares about the kibbutz.
Does that
like,
include
I give a
does that
fuck
include the
about kibbutz.
kibbutzim that Hamas attacked? Does that
Everything
include the
else
music
is
festival Hamas attacked?
okay, but
I
the
don't know why
kibbutz,
this guy
guys,
talks over me. He
it's
said
all of
he's not
Gaza.
gonna answer my questions, but he's running away. He
The
clearly
photo
is
that
talking
I
over me.
saw, hey, by the way, your friend won't let me speak. The photo that I saw did not show me kibbutz. It showed me 100 places all around the Gaza border to act like it's
Wow.
kibbutz only sample.
That's amazing.
So you're lost completely. So bring more of your friends, non-fact.
Yeah. So here's a question.
You colonial fucking liar. Even your
Menard.
friend agrees Julian Heinz is contested since 1967.
Okay.
He agrees the
so let's-
1967
you answer
border
my
is an
question?
illegal border. It's drawn
Why is he so
illegally.
scared of answering
He
my
agrees
question?
with it, but he wants to act like everything else is totally cool because the kibbutz, guys, the little piece.
I didn't say
the
I
little
didn't
piece
say
is not
it's
contested.
totally cool. You
Only
don't
that
know me.
piece
You
is
don't
not
know me.
contested. Everything
Dumbass.
else I agree
Okay,
with you is
dumbass,
contested.
dumbass.
Go fuck
I know
yourself.
you're a little heated. You're yapping. I answered
You
your
lost.
question. Now
Why
answer
not
my
heated?
question.
You lost.
Answer my question. Answer my question.
Don't fucking
You,
say, and I'm not gonna get
you know
heated.
what my question is?
And let me speak. Don't fucking interrupt
You know
me.
what my
fucking
question
bitch.
is? Do you know what my question is? So I
Fuck
agree.
you.
I don't even know what's going
Interrupted
on.
me. I don't know what the fuck your question
Everyone
is.
agrees the Gaza Strip was occupied after 67. The Gaza Strip does not include the kibbutzim. You said the kibbutzim did include it. You said when you say Gaza Strip, you mean 47 borders. That's not what 67 242 means. 242 doesn't refer to the 47.
Hey, my brother. So is the kibbutz the only place that was attacked on October 7th?
Answer my question, dumbass.
The kibbutz was the main
Answer my
thing
question.
attacked on October 7th.
Show me the kibbutz that you're showing because the picture
I
saw
literally
was
had the map
Yeah,
pulled up,
let's go.
bro.
My argument,
Let's go.
hey, you call me dumbass, you fucking punk bitch, fucking pussy, your mom is a slut,
Yeah,
your fucking
yeah.
sister
No
is a
problem.
fucking
Let's go.
Yeah,
bitch.
okay,
Nationals
keep
or
waging
cause-
jihad. You can look
You
at the map of
fucking
all the
pussy. You
places
can't
attacked
argue
on
about
October
shit, by the
7th.
way.
Almost
Wait,
all of
wait,
them.
wait.
Hey, why
Also,
the
you
fuck
don't
are you
need-
bringing
you
me
don't
100 people?
you can
By the way,
just
I'm
look
muting
up-
everyone. I'm muted sample
Oh,
too.
he's
I muted
muting
sample, so he
people.
can keep
Why does he
talking
get
all
to
he
mute
wants. So this
people?
is the argument, guys.
Why does he get to mute
My
people
idea is that
arbitrarily in a
Why can he
October 7th
conversation?
mute people?
border is the
Wait,
big
shouldn't be
border.
able
not
to.
fun. Can he
And
just
what
mute
happened
people
was,
randomly in a
what
conversation
happened
and
Oh,
was
yap
yeah,
over
that
them?
I mean, I
the
can
goal
mute
of this
people.
right here.
Look, he's
I
muted.
mean, I would mute him. I mean, he cannot just speak like mute people and talk over them. That's like
Yeah, but he's gonna
pathetic.
get angry, and then I can't farm him for content anymore.
Wait, you think he was getting angry? I don't know about that.
Content.
Seems like he was
Well,
getting a
I
little.
can farm
I don't know.
Petamilla
He's
for
not.
content.
All I'll say is he's not well mannered. Okay.
We'll see how long it takes for him to DM me saying, "I am fucking your sister. Unmute me, bitch." But yeah, until then, Petamilla, what's up?
Oh, there. Yeah, I've been listening this entire time to this whole conversation, and I'm just going to be honest. Like, I think I understand a little bit of what's been said, but it's just been like the so-called debate. It's just, I don't think it's gone anywhere. It's just like I don't know what the point of even this is. Like, like, what is it that you guys are even talking about to begin with?
Basically, I think I started the response with like, "What should Israel do after October 7th?" Is how all this started.
So what should have Israel done after October 7th?
Yeah, what should Israel do after October 7th is where we started.
Well, I mean, surely not what they're doing right now. And I mean, what they're doing right now is just continuation of what it is that they've been doing for the past 75 years. And I mean, they just wanted to use what Hamas did on October 7th as a pretext, just so that they can go in and then they can say, "Oh, we have a reason why to go in and then kill thousands of people and to kill and destroy Hamas." Where are they actually doing?
That's dumb.
So it's debatable if it is that they are actually achieving their goals right now, because I mean, as it is that this has gone on, it seems like that Biden, U.S. officials, they don't want to tell.
Can we stick to a specific claim, or are we just gonna set out a whole like 5-minute narrative? I mean, you said it's a continuation of what they've been doing for the past. Wait, you just yapped for like 2 minutes. Let me yap again. Let me yap for myself, okay? For my sake. So you said it's a continuation of 75 years. I mean, Hamas did not exist for 75 years, so I don't know why you would say that. Israel has not been in war in Gaza for 75
I'm not
years.
talking about specifically Hamas. I mean, I'm just talking about just like the history of the state of Israel and like the expulsion of Palestinians just in general.
Do you think that's their goal in this war?
Okay.
Do you think that's their goal?
But if you think their goal is like killing people and taking land, I mean, it doesn't make sense much to give back the Sinai, right?
Well, I mean, that's what they've been doing. I mean, that's what they've done.
I agree. They've been doing. Giving back the Sinai. I agree that they've been doing that. I agree they gave back the Sinai. I said it doesn't make sense with your narrative.
Wait, no. I actually was telling you that actually they have been exposing. They have been like they've been bringing people outside of that territory that was Palestine that they are currently occupying. They have illegal settlements.
When you say the territory that was Palestine that is now occupied, what areas are you referring to?
Yeah.
And also, can you address my question? Wait. One claim at a time. So I asked you two questions. I asked you two questions. When you say the territory of Palestine that was occupied, what do you mean? Some people mean different things. The second thing is you didn't at all answer my question. My question was, if you think then that your narrative is Israel wants to kill people and expel them and take their land, why would they give Sinai back?
People. They killed 30,000 people in the past 5 months, and there's probably way more.
What do you think their intentions were behind that?
Wait. Okay, what was my question that I just asked you? Do you know?
I don't really care, because honestly, I don't like your tone.
So you're just here to yap. You're just like here to yap. You're not even here to answer any questions. You're just here to say like, "Oh, Israel bad." I mean,
you approach me without being like an asshole, because your tone right now, I don't like your tone. Just being.
Can you engage with that
I'm
question?
sorry. I'll speak in a different tone. I'll speak in a different tone.
You're being extremely condescending right now. Like,
Dude, I asked you a question. You didn't answer it. You didn't answer.
Can you engage
the
with this question?
I mean, should I not be condescending?
Didn't answer your question just because I didn't answer your question with how it is.
What was my question that you answered? What was my question that you answered? What was the question you answered? What was the question you answered?
Okay, what was your question?
Wait, no, you said you answered it. You should know what the question was. Are you
Dude,
just lying?
I don't know, but I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
you
that.
lied. Okay, you're a liar. Okay,
Then just
now
then
we
ask it
established
again.
that.
Ask it again. Ask it again.
Okay, yeah, don't lie that you answered it though. Okay, my question was, if your narrative is Israel wants to kill, expel, and take land, why would they give back the Sinai?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that. I mean, I'm not like all that knowledgeable on the 1967 war and about
Then
all.
why are you coming to talk, man?
That
You're
was about
embarrassing us.
73. The Sinai, giving back the Sinai was after 73 in Yom Kippur.
Yeah.
They took it in 67, but they gave it up. They gave it up in I think 78 or 79. I don't remember the exact year, but it was after 73. But either way, it's fine. I'm saying you should hedge your narrative a little. Now, when you say that 30,000 people killed, I mean, I agree the IDF right now is too forceful to my taste, very much. But I mean, the Gaza numbers are not disambiguated by like who's Hamas and who's not.
You know what a kibbutz is, you fucking dumb bitch?
I know what a kibbutz is,
Oh my
dude.
God.
I lived in a kibbutz. I lived in a kibbutz. dumbass.
Israeli. You're an Israeli. That's all I need to know. Fuck you. You're an
Obviously.
Israeli.
Are you kidding me, bro?
You're to
Are you
me
serious?
as an
Obviously,
Israeli
I'm
is
Israeli.
zero. You're meaningless.
Are you serious?
Bro, shut the
This
fuck
is a
up.
straight up
Israeli.
racist.
Yo,
What?
What a
Bro,
dumbass.
shut the
Yo,
fuck up, B.
You what
B, shut the
racist
fuck
on the
up.
chat?
Trash
What?
argument that is.
You to me
You're
as an
Israeli.
Israeli
You're
means
racist.
zero.
Wait, you're a Jew? Wait, you're a Jew? Oh,
It's like literally what's happening right now.
Why would you
Pedimilo.
argue like that? Why would you argue like that? That's
dude,
the trashiest
I should do
argument
that.
I've
I should
ever
do
heard
that
in my
with
life.
people.
That's why
Wait,
you're
non-farm, you're literally
condescending.
right,
That's why
you know
you're
that?
being condescending right
that's-
now.
oh
That's
my
why you're
God.
being condescending
How can I
right now.
ever understand the
Wait,
anti-colonial
I'm
struggle if I'm
condescending.
white?
You were like, oh my God, you're an Israeli? Oh, like,
Yeah, no, like that just explains everything. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
okay, here's a question.
guy's
Does the
racist,
fact I'm
man. Can you
Israeli
pick him
mean
up?
I'm incorrect? Does the fact I'm Israeli means I'm incorrect?
Explains why you're a condescending asshole. That's what it
Oh,
can
you
you
think
pick
all
him up?
Israelis
He's a
are condescending
condescending asshole?
assholes? You think all Israelis are condescending
It has
assholes?
nothing to do with the fact that you wouldn't answer his question?
Yeah.
I did answer his
Can you
question.
pick him
I
out?
said
Can you
I
pick him
don't
out?
know.
He's a
I
liar.
don't know
You
everything
totally
about the
did not didn't answer my
racist.
question. You just said like,
Why it was
I don't
made.
know. You just said like,
Literally
I
answer
don't
your-
know why they do that.
I answered your question. I don't know why they
Okay.
retreated after that. Like I'm not sure.
That's
I
fine.
don't know everything about that. That's
Do you
my
agree
answer.
that doesn't sit well with your narrative?
Can I talk? Can I talk? Can I actually talk? I
Yeah.
want to talk.
You can
Yeah,
talk,
it's fine.
but like,
Yeah, go ahead,
keep
yeah.
it relevant to this topic. Don't like go back
All
to
right,
Wait,
the
you can
Stevie
talk
argument.
like for
That's a
like
boost,
a minute,
so you
a minute
talk
at
about-
most, like at most a minute, and then I'll talk for at most a minute. Sounds fair?
No,
I mean,
go
who's
ahead,
talking
man.
right now?
Go ahead. Keep talking. I wanna
Okay,
hear what
I'll
you got
talk.
to
Yeah,
say.
I'll talk. Okay, thank you. I'll talk. So you said when you say the Gaza Strip, you only mean the 47 lines. That's so dumb, right? 47 means nothing. It's not agreed upon. It's not recognized. Also, the Gaza Strip is recognized to be what was
You don't
occupied in
believe that
67.
47
The kibbutzim were not occupied in 67. So when you said the areas attacked on October 7th were contested, you're lying or you're dumb. I'm leaning that lying, but you might be just dumb.
So do you know that the kibbutzim is a plural word for villages?
Yeah, it ends
That's
with an
wild,
"in."
dude.
That means it's plural.
Do you know that it could be any village? Do you know that the first kibbutz
Okay,
was in the north
what kibbutz in Gaza? What kibbutz in Gaza would you refer to then? Because when we say the kibbutzim, we mean Nachal Oz, Kfar Aza, these places, which are
Yeah,
squarely
exactly. So you're
outside of the
talking
Gaza
about-
Strip.
Yeah, but you're talking about the kibbutzim. You're talking about a city. I thought you were talking about a city.
No,
Turns out you're
kibbutzim doesn't
talking
mean
about a
city.
random
Kibbutzim
village.
means kibbutzim.
You're talking about a
Kibbutzim means
random
kibbutzim.
village. Hey, can I finish a sentence, by the way? Why you gotta interrupt? Why are you so scared? Why are you shaking?
I'm sorry. Are you lecturing me about interrupting?
Why are you so scared?
Are you the one who just like talked over people and
Can
said,
I-
"I fuck
can
your
I
sister,"
talk?
or "Fuck your sister"? Yeah, go ahead, talk, but don't pretend you don't
I
interrupt.
said when you cuss at me, I cuss back. Just remind you, I just cuss it much worse.
Gotcha. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Just remember that. Anyways, so the kibbutzim, you acted like the kibbutzim is a city. The kibbutzim is just a
I didn't.
plural
No,
word
I
for a bunch
didn't.
of villages.
Lie. What a lie.
So what you're arguing is these are brand new settlement villages. So you're actually proving
No.
my argument for me. These are brand new.
Okay.
Hey, can I finish?
Okay. Name
So
two
these are
kibbutzim
brand
that
new-
were attacked on October 7th. Can you name two kibbutzim
go ahead.
that were
Go
attacked on
ahead,
October
talk.
7th? Yeah, can you name two
ahead,
kibbutzim
talk,
that were
go ahead.
attacked on October 7th?
You lost, by the way. You can't even let me tell
Can you name?
don't even
Okay.
let
So
me
here's the
Bro.
question:
tell you yourself.
quote me saying, kibbutzim are cities.
Guy.
I don't know why
This
is this
supposed to be the smart guy,
what this guy
guys.
has?
And
Like,
then they
just
bring
interrupt
P.
you up and say,
They
oh,
bring
no,
P
no,
in.
yeah.
They bring
I don't
P
even understand
in,
what
acting
point
like
are you trying to make,
Everyone can
Menard?
tell. I think everyone can tell he's like just
They
unhinged.
bring in P,
Look,
the
buddy,
racist P,
you
acting
lied. You
like
lied. Okay, wait, don't lie. I said kibbutzim were cities. No, I didn't.
You said the Kibbutzim was attacked, and you actually pointed that in the map.
Yeah,
You tried to
the
point that
kibbutzim
in the
were
map.
attacked.
Oh my God.
Wait,
They
okay,
were,
what is
yep.
Nachal Oz? Do you know what Nachal Oz is, and is it a
do you agree
kibbutz?
with me? Kibbutzim is a
Wait, I asked
plural
you a
word for
question
villages.
first. I asked you a question first. Dumbass, I asked you a question
What's
first.
the question?
Is Nachal Oz a kibbutz, and was it attacked?
Which one?
Nachal Oz or Kfar Aza, whichever one you want. I can name more.
My brother, these are kibbutzim. These are settlements, brand new village settlements. That's what.
No,
that's
they're
the
not
These are
argument.
not
These
brand
are
new.
settlements.
They're not settlements. They're not settlements.
That's literally what
Dumbass.
the argument is. These are brand new settlements, brand new
These are
villages
not
coming
brand
up.
new
This
and
is
these
the
are not
right
settlements.
Okay,
villages.
when was Kibbutz Be'eri constructed? When was Kibbutz Be'eri constructed?
Okay. So stop at one point. Don't keep jumping, okay? Because I can't do
Wait,
all
no,
the
you
research
said they were
for every
brand
city.
new. You said
Give
they
me
were
one
brand
city and
new.
I'll give you everything about it. Give me your biggest city, your
you said
strongest
it was
city, and I'll give
brand-
it to you.
Okay, yeah, you said it was brand new. When was Kibbutz Be'eri formed? Do you think it
Kibbutz
was
what?
formed in the last 20 years?
Kibbutz what?
Be'eri, Kibbutz Be'eri. It was attacked on October 7th.
All right,
It has
give me a
kibbutz in the
minute. Go
name.
ahead, talk to you guys. I'll look into this.
Yeah, it's not brand new. It predates Israel. I think it was like in the 40s constructed. This is not brand new. You don't know anything. Settlements refers to the West Bank settlements, Area C. Okay, right? That's totally different. That has nothing to do with the Gaza Strip. Do you not know any geography?
So the city you're talking about is only one of the cities that was
It's not a
attacked.
city. It's not a city. You
Oh my
made fun
God,
of. You
bro.
said I said
Yep.
kibbutzim are cities, and now you called it a city.
just saying it's a city.
Yo, what a
Is
dumbass.
it a city or is it not? What is
Wait,
it?
just to be clear,
What
just to
is
be
it
clear.
then?
Wait, just for the audience,
What
for
do
the
you call
audience.
it then?
Kibbutz, just for the audience. Kibbutz Be'eri has kibbutz in the name. It's not a city. It's a kibbutz.
So it's a
Oh, man.
village.
Kind of collective
So
village.
it's a city.
No, it's not a city. City is
So
something like Tel
you
Aviv,
have
Ramat Gan,
kibbutzes in a
Haifa.
city. You have a bunch of kibbutzes that make one city. Is that how it works?
No, they don't make one city. They're
No, it's
oh my God,
What is a
dumbass.
kibbutz then?
Oh
A
my God,
kibbutz
bro.
is kind of like a collectivized village, like a
Sounds
community
like
of
it's not even part of Israel.
about 500 families. About
What do you mean
500
it's not part of
families.
Israel?
Originally in Israel, they were collective. They're more collectivist. They like share their property. Now they're more privatized, right? And they're predominantly like you have one city that was attacked, like more than one city, but like you have Sderot, right? It's like very next to the Gaza Strip. So that's a city that was attacked. But the kibbutzim are not cities. No one ever calls the kibbutzim a city. I don't know why okay, this is so incoherent. Now you're defending that they're a city, but then you made fun of me for supposedly
It's not
calling
even
them a
a
city.
part of my argument. I'm just asking you.
I don't even know
are
what your
they, because I wanna
what
try
your
to
point here is,
recognize
Menard.
what they are.
Menard, is your point here that these are legitimate military targets? Is that what you're trying to prove?
Holy shit! I didn't even get there yet. I'm
Okay,
asking.
yeah,
you, what are
okay.
they?
That's
I
fine.
don't even know
I'll
where they
clarify my
are.
argument.
He
Okay,
gave
that's
me
fair.
a
That's fair.
city. He gave
Yeah,
me the name of
that's
a
fair. I'll
kibbutz.
clarify
I
an
said,
argument. Okay,
isn't a
I'll give you
kibbutz a
I can
city?
give you
And then you went off on this
clarify
tangent.
my argument. Okay, I'll clarify my argument. So it has like a four
You guys are
questions.
speaking Hebrew. I don't speak Hebrew.
I just said the name. I didn't speak Hebrew.
Yeah, so
It's
what is the name? What is a kibbutz then? If it's not a city and it's
That's
a bunch
just
of
the
kibbutzes
name.
don't make a city, what
That's-
is a kibbutz then? It's a
a
what
village
is
is not a city. Wait, okay. Do you think like a, I don't know, like a suburb, right? That's not the whole city, right? But a kibbutz is not a suburb. But like you can have names that don't just mean city. Either way, I'll refocus the conversation. I'll give you just very quickly 4 questions. Okay, one is Nachal Oz. That's a name. That's just a name. Don't be scared. Is Nachal Oz a kibbutz and was it attacked? Right. Second thing is, was Nachal Oz occupied in 67? Right. These are just 2 questions. Right. The answer to the first is yes. To the second one is no, which debunks your argument that the areas attacked on October 7th were contested territories. It wasn't occupied in 67. It's not part of the
it
Gaza
doesn't
Strip.
debunk. Having settlers in the area does not debunk the area.
It's
as
not a
being
settlement.
settled and
It's
being
not a
settled.
settlement. Okay.
Yes, it
what do you-
is. Because it's not part of the
Okay.
1947. My whole argument is you guys are creating new lines. These are actually post 67 borders. This is not even 67 borders anymore. This is the post 67 borders. So my argument is this is not part of the 1947 lines, which is the
Okay.
only real UN partition. That is only partition. Listen, can I finish without interrupting? Because you're really scared.
Finish.
You're really
Finish.
scared. Every time I make a point, you start
I'm
shaking.
so scared. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah,
Instead
you're
of yapping,
shaking.
just finish. I'm
The
letting you finish.
1947 lines are the true lines. Those are the only lines that are acceptable, because anything past that is illegal occupation. Because you even agree with me, Julan Heights is illegal, and that's post 67.
Oh my
So
God.
and you also agree with me that
I
there's
see the
nothing-
misunderstanding.
There's no real lines. These are all resolutions. These are even the resolution 242 doesn't call out real lines. So first of all, that's my point. So 1947.
Yeah.
1947.
So wait. When you refer to 242 and it says that, like, territories, right? When it talks about territories and they talk about the territories occupied, right? Do you think they include Nahal Oz there? Just a quick yes or no. There is a correct answer.
So my contention is.
Wait, it was
I
a
don't
yes or no
care about
question.
the
It was a yes or no
67
question.
lines.
It was
I
a
don't
yes
care
or no
about the
question.
67 lines because you don't respect the 67 lines.
I
Because
do.
the 67
I do.
lines
Oh my
ask them
God,
to
bro.
go out of Julan, and you don't care about that. So I don't care about the 67 lines either. All
I
care
did
about
say
is the
Golan was
1947
occupied. Why are you
lines.
lying? Just
And in the
answer my question. Why are you
1947 lines,
deflecting?
In the
Why are you
1947
deflecting?
lines, this is an
No,
illegal
not
occupied
47,
settlement.
67, dumbass. 67, not 47.
I don't care
Do you
about
have hearing
67.
problem?
I don't care because half of those lines I don't agree with, because I don't agree that Julan was occupied.
No,
I don't
okay.
agree that Julan occupation is Israeli.
Okay, that's fine. So when you talk
But
about
that's part of the
recognized
67
borders,
line, though.
wait. When you talk about recognized borders, can you give me an
But that's part of the
up-to-date
67
UN?
line. No, you don't jump
Wait a
into that.
second.
Oh my
That's your
Wait a
God.
whole
second.
argument.
Wait a second. Here's a question. Here's an exercise, very simple to do. If you know how to type, you will complete it. Okay, you can open Google and look up current UN map Gaza Strip, and tell me if Nahal Oz, Kibbutz
You
Be'eri,
lost the argument.
Gaza,
Guys, you lost
if
the
there
debate.
are in
You lost the
Gaza
debate.
Strip.
You can't
Wait,
engage
just
with
Trying
his
to use
argument.
67 lines, which is not recognized
Now,
globally
can
by
you do
any
it for me?
country,
Can you do
really,
it? Can you do
except
it
the
for me?
United States.
Look up UN Gaza Strip current map and tell
Yeah,
me
let's do
if
it.
Nahal
Let's,
Oz is in there. Yeah, let's just do it because this guy
UN
said only
Gaza
47s
Strip
are
map.
recognized and accepted.
Wow,
That's
I'm looking at
false.
a map of this, and it looks
Oh
like
wait! Oh, that's crazy. Oh, it doesn't
it's
include it like at
kind of
all.
wild.
Oh.
Yeah, all the
Oh, that's
kibbutzim
crazy.
aren't in it. Yeah.
All these official UN agencies completely not recognizing 47 that he
Yeah,
said
and
was
it's
the only
like-
accepted. Like,
Yeah, and,
oh,
you know, Palestine
almost
is
like
an
this guy
observer
knows
state
nothing.
in the
Or is he
UN.
lying? Oh,
And if you look at the
well.
borders of the Palestinian Authority, it actually doesn't include any of the kibbutzim. Like it, yeah.
whoa,
It
that's
actually isn't
that's
the
crazy.
It
Makes me
isn't.
think.
It's based on like the Oslo agreements and not the 47 agreements. You know, that's
Wow.
it's kind of wild. That's true.
That's crazy.
That was just for our
Wait,
audience. I know that I know
wait.
Menard-
Non-fun. You're being dishonest. Oslo was in the 90s, but these kibbutzim are brand new. They were like built a minute before
Oh,
October
that's
7th.
true.
Right.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, the
No,
day
that's-
of.
come on.
Yeah,
True. Yeah.
yeah. So I know that might be a little
this is
hard for
so
you to
easy.
understand,
This is
Menard,
better.
but we'll unmute you now,
Yeah.
and you can respond.
Oh, was he muted? Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, I'll mute. I'll mute in return. I didn't know that. That's unfair. I'll mute.
All right, so my response is in 1947, those are the only true lines, and that you should be accepting, because everything afterwards is not clear and concise. UN Resolution 242 called for the back off of the lines from the 1967 war, and to back off of the recently claimed territories. Unfortunately, now they're claiming more territories. So what? So now we're gonna jump and accept that Julan Heights now is also Israeli. So
No, I
this
didn't
is
say
a
that.
slippery
Don't
slope.
recognize it.
This is a slippery slope. The actual true partition should be the UN partition, the 1947 partition. After that, we can talk about, well, hey, how were they treating each other? But first, we go back to the UN partition, 1947, which I'm sure that's what the 1967 was trying to achieve. They asked them to back off.
You think
of
67
new
you think
territories.
242 were trying to achieve
Stop claiming
47?
territories. But to act like anything in 1967 is the true recognized globally, that means you have to recognize that Julan Heights is not Syrian.
Okay, I recognize the Golan Heights is occupied, right? I recognize the Sinai is occupied. Oh, I don't know why you don't let me finish. I don't know why you don't let me finish. I don't know why you're yapping. You're scared. You're so scared. You're so scared of me letting.
Why is this so
You're so
crazy
scared
to
of
you?
me finishing. You're so scared of me finishing, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you said, first of all, let me just point out the funny thing. You said 47 are the only acceptable lines that should be accepted. Who rejected 47? I'm trying to remember. I
Nice
don't
guys,
remember.
you ran away from the
Wait,
debate.
not
guys.
fun. Do you know
Ran
who
away.
rejected 47?
No,
I'm thinking back to it. I'm thinking that the
I don't know,
Zionist
I don't know.
Authority. I
Yeah,
think they
I don't know.
actually accepted
Nice.
those
know.
lines.
That's his answer to
And
the
then-
debate,
Wait, I
guys.
cannot hear
Who
you.
rejected
This guy
them?
surely is
When
answering the
Hamas
question.
fucks
Yeah, I
you
actually
and
went
takes
over this
your
with him
public-
earlier.
when Hamas fucks
but
you and takes your kibbutz over and fucking kills everybody in there, why are you so mad then? Why do you care? This is not your kibbutz. There's no law doesn't matter actually. This is actually
So
not
true.
part
Now
of
answer my question. So true, King. Now answer my question. Now answer my question. Right?
What a
Do you
trash
think?
argument.
Do you
You're
think
trash
242?
arguing.
Do you think
You're trash
242? Do you think 242 tries to recognize 47 lines?
Absolutely. I don't think 242
Oh,
actually
this guy.
drew any new lines. I don't believe. Hey, listen.
Okay. Just
Listen
a
to
funny
me.
thing. Wait. Not fun. Can you click the camera link I sent you? That camera link. It shows you what
Oh,
the
yeah, yeah.
authors of 242 said. They called it the 67 lines, not the 47 lines. The 67 lines, rotten and bad lines, right? Because of how contentious
do you agree
it is.
they
You
showed
think they were
Julan
trying to
Heights?
like accept 47?
Do you agree?
No,
Do you
I'm
agree
talking the
they
West
showed the
Bank.
Julan Heights?
Oh wait, I read that. What about the Golan Heights?
Do you agree the 967 lines show that the Julan Heights is part of Israel as well?
The post 1967.
The post 67, yes, but 242 is about
I don't know
like
what that
talks
means.
about occupied before
I
67.
don't know what that means.
Like
You don't know what that means? You
okay,
don't-
so
So the
there was
1967 line,
the
Julan Heights is not part of the
Okay, I'll help you.
draw.
I'll help you. You said you don't know something, which is obvious. Everyone can tell, but I'll help you. So there was the year 67, right? Things happened before and after.
He's not saying anything smart, by the way. He's just
I'm
lying
not
to you.
acting smart. I'm not acting smart. I'm explaining like you're
No,
five. Okay?
His first argument
Here's
is
the year.
1947. The Arabs refused to become their own territory or whatever the
I
fuck
didn't
he's
say
lying
47.
about.
Okay.
Liar,
Maybe my
man,
mic
liar.
is bad.
Liar.
Maybe my mic is bad. Maybe my mic is bad. I'm not saying 47. I don't think I
Liar.
appealed to 47 once.
Yeah, you just
Okay?
said it. Yeah,
I'm
you're a
saying
liar, but you forget you're a liar.
67. I'm saying 67. Okay. Hopefully people can hear me. Okay. Now I try to fix my mic. Maybe now you can hear me saying 67, not 47. Okay. So there was the year 60 with the 6, 7, right? And there were things before and after it, right? The Golan Heights were not part of Israel before 67, and after 67, they were occupied. And 242 talks
No,
about
they
that.
got occupied during the 67 war. That's
Yeah,
when they
that's
got
what I meant.
Yeah.
That's what I said. That's obviously what I said.
All right, so when you drew the 1967 border, you included Julan Heights in it.
When you say 67 borders, you mean after or before?
Holy shit! I mean,
After, so just to be
the
clear,
UN
in like
resolution-
9070, territories controlled by Israel includes the Golan Heights. Territories that
Guys,
should
you keep
belong to
bringing the
Israel,
90s
no.
Guys, they keep bringing the 1967, but then they go on another new map that doesn't even. I don't even know.
No,
this is
no,
proof-
Oh my
It's
god, the
70.
only thing
this is
we're
proof
appealing
that they
to
don't
is
know
the
what map they're even
pre-67
looking at. That's
borders.
why I have to look back at the
After
1947
67.
lines. Because they
Yeah, I
keep
said-
coming
oh
up
my
with
God.
these new lines. This is why I have to go back to the 1947 lines, because we can keep going doing that forever. Because
Okay,
there's-
can you name me
every day there's a
one
fourth
contemporary
new
source?
map.
Wait, okay.
Every day there's a fourth
Can you
new
name
map.
me only one contemporary, well-recognized body that when they say the Gaza Strip, they mean the 47? Which I don't think even
Saudi Arabia.
like wasn't it a whole contiguous
Saudi
area?
Arabia.
Like, wasn't it connected?
Saudi
Arabia.
Arabia? Did
Saudi
Saudi
Arabia.
Arabia
Saudi
not
Arabia
accept the
recognizes the
67
Gaza Strip?
borders with the Abraham Accords?
Why are you not
Saudi
appealing to the
Arabia.
UN?
They definitely
Why
don't
not the
recognize Julan Heights being Israeli. You fucking retard.
I know they don't recognize. That's
Yeah.
wait. What do you think my question was? What do you think my question was?
So your question is 1960. All my contention. You're trying to say that Julan Heights was occupied after 1967. I'm telling you, you're a liar.
What was the
In the
question I just asked
1967
you? Did you listen?
Can I finish the
Okay.
sentence?
Did you listen?
Can I finish
Wait.
the
Did you
sentence?
listen to me? Did
Go
you
fuck
listen to me?
yourself. I'm not gonna, you
you
won't let
know
me
what the
finish, guys.
question
In
was?
the 1967 lines, they drew the Julan Heights. He's lying to you guys. They drew the Julan Heights as part of Israel. And then now he's trying to say it's illegal occupation. So why do you agree now it's an illegal occupation, but back then in 1967 it wasn't an illegal occupation? What, like, I don't understand what you're saying. So
Okay.
the 1967 lines, when they drew them, this is why Saudi Arabia would not agree that Julan Heights is Israeli. They would not.
I didn't
That's what I'm
ask
telling
you. Okay. You're
Because they're
confused.
gonna
You're
fall back
confused.
to
You're
the
confused.
1947
You're
lines,
confused.
You fucking liar.
You're confused. You're
Fucking
confused.
destroyed
You
you. I
didn't.
stepped on your
Everyone
sister's head.
back the video. Everyone can play back the video and hear the question I asked you. The question I asked you had nothing to do with the Golan Heights. Okay, you're schizophrenic. Take your
I
medicine.
have to bring
Okay.
up the Golan Heights because you are the schizophrenic. You keep
brought
saying
them up,
post
my brother in
67.
Christ. You brought them
keep
up.
saying post 67, pre 67. I'm
Look,
talking about
look.
the 67
Stop for a
war
second.
is when the Julan Heights was
Okay,
occupied. When they drew the
Take a
67
deep
lines,
breath.
they drew the
deep breath.
Julan Heights part of Israel.
Buddy,
Don't act like
buddy,
now there's a
take a
new
deep breath.
part. So
Okay,
do you think
okay,
Julan?
everyone
Shut
can
the
play
fuck-
back.
Hey, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Do you
Wait,
think
let
Saudi
me ask you
Arabia
my question.
recognizes?
Let me ask you my
Shut the
question.
fuck up,
Why are you
bitch. Do
yapping?
you think
Let me
Saudi
ask you.
Arabia? Shut the fuck
me
up,
ask you my
bitch. Do you
question.
think Saudi Arabia recognizes
No,
Julan
I'm
Heights
not-
to be Israeli?
No, they don't. No, they don't. I
You
answered your
bitch.
question.
I
Now answer my
fuck you.
question.
Do you think
Answer
Saudi
my
Arabia
question. I
recognizes
didn't
the
ask you.
47?
Everyone, I
Gaza
encourage
border
everyone.
to be
Play
occupied
back
by
the video.
Israeli. That means they don't
I'm
recognize the
appealing to the
Israeli
crowd.
border.
Everyone can play
Gaza.
back the clip and hear me saying Gaza Strip,
Fuck
not
you.
Golan
Fuck
Heights.
you.
This guy's
Fuck
schizophrenic.
you.
He's
That's your
hearing
best
voices.
argument. You have nothing.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
cannot fight
cool.
with me. You fight
Now
with
let
something
me talk.
stupid like me.
I answered
Go
your
fight with a
question. I
racist like
respectfully
me.
answered your question. Now let me
Fuck
talk.
you. Fuck you.
Okay.
You're a bitch.
Let me talk. Let me
Fuck
talk.
you, bitch.
Can you
Fuck
name
you.
one
Fuck
international
you.
body,
What
like
do you
the
mean, talk? Why are you
UN,
going on a
right,
tangent?
or
Let's talk
maybe
about
a UN
67
agency?
lines. Talk
Okay,
about
wait,
67
non-fun. Can you
lines.
just like let me
Fuck you.
talk?
You
Can
keep
you like
interrupting me.
mute him
Now
for
you're
a second?
scared.
I
Fuck
feel bad.
you.
Like
Yeah,
after
we'll just let you
10
talk to the
Yeah.
audience so he can't
I
actually
mean, he's just
engage.
talking over me and over me. Like he asked me a question during it, and I answered his question while he was yapping. Right. But yeah, I didn't ask for Golan Heights. Everyone can play back the video, and I encourage everyone to go back into live and hear my question. The question I asked him, it didn't include Golan Heights. It was about the Gaza Strip. So I'll rephrase it now. Then you can hear me. Okay. Hopefully you're shutting up. My question was, can you name one, like a UN is pretty reasonable, right? Like if we want to appeal to what the international community recognizes. So when they say Gaza Strip, right, do they refer to 47 or do they refer to what Egypt controlled and then Israel took in 67, in June 67, right? Do they refer to the 47 map or do they refer to what was taken in 67? And just to be clear what the purpose of the question is, if they are referring to what was taken in 67, then your argument is completely debunked, because that means the kibbutzim are not the contested areas that are occupied that you keep appealing to. Okay? You're just dumb. Now you can talk. I'll mute.
Okay, we'll see how he engages. All right, Minar, you're up.
So he's saying the UN recognizes the 1967 lines to be the true lines. I don't know how you're allowed to. I don't know how you're allowed to accept the 1967 lines as the true lines, because the 1967 lines include Golan Heights. No
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You're just lying.
He said he's going to mute himself.
Oh my God. You're lying. You're lying. You're like clearly lying. I didn't say that. No, everyone heard me ask the question. My question was.
Didn't he say he's going to mute himself?
But you lied.
But you're not answering the question.
Yeah, it's like here, non-fun. What is 1 + 1?
I'm answering the question. I'm saying UN.
Well, I think if you add 2 + 2, you get 4, and I think it's like.
The UN looking at
I think if you divide 8 by 2.
1 + 1. I asked you about 1 + 1.
Am I not answering the question?
But if you divide 8 by 2, you get 4.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So look, buddy, you're answering a totally different question. That's why I'm interrupting you to refocus you. You're confused. My question didn't say the UN recognizes what Israel took in 67 as belonging to Israel. That's not what I said. That's clearly false. Clearly false, because they recognize the state of Palestine, right? So clearly false. So what my question was, and I'll refocus it, and I'll even explain to you where I'm getting at, okay? My question was, when people refer to the Gaza Strip, do they refer to the territory taken by Israel in 67, right? That was controlled by Egypt before, or are they referring to that area in the 47 borders? Just to be clear, if they are referring to the 67, if they are referring to what was taken in 67, if they are referring to what was taken in 67, that debunks your argument, because it shows conclusively the kibbutzim are not the contested territory. Go ahead.
I believe that Palestine. Stop muting yourself, you fucking fake muting bitch. Go fuck yourself. You're not muting shit. You fucking talk whenever the fuck.
Are you gonna engage with the question at all?
Fuck you and your mutes. Listen to me. He's muting himself like he's a fucking monster or something. Like he's smart. All I'm saying is I don't believe a single Palestinian, when they talk about the Gaza Strip, they are talking about the 1967 borders or the post borders. I don't believe that. I believe every Palestinian, when they're talking about their Gaza borders and their Palestinian borders, they're talking about the original UN partition, the 1947 partition, the original partition, because there hasn't been a single other partition that's recognized globally by every single state and international body. I don't see that. And when you ask me, what do the Palestinians talk about when they talk about Gaza? They're talking about their fucking whole territory, their original 45% piece from the 1947 borders. I don't believe that they're talking about anything else.
The thing they rejected, right? You pretend they wanted so much, but now, just to be clear, you're still not answering the question, but you're close.
This is a lie. Guys, this is a lie. This is a lie. Guys, he's lying to you.
I muted. Let me talk. I muted. Now you let me talk. Okay, buddy. Hey, buddy, let me talk now.
Let's say we rejected them and you won. Why didn't you take
this guy?
Okay, I wish I could like turn him down, because I think it'd be funny.
I feel bad because I don't like meeting people, but he's like just trying to steamroll. Look, you're getting closer. Still not the question I asked. The question I asked wasn't what do Palestinians feel right now? Because that's even clearly more debunking your question, right? If you look at the Palestinian Authority, they don't say when they say Gaza Strip, they don't say the kibbutzim. So you're also stupid there, right? Now, additionally, you're stupid because the Arabs did reject 47. So I don't know why you're pretending that's what they refer to and harken back to now. Okay, that's not. Very few Palestinians, if anything. Usually, they either say the entirety of Israel or like the area, right? Or they just say like 67 borders. Very few people talk about the 47 lines, right? Not that I know of, at least. Not
Even
the question I asked you was about international, well-recognized bodies, right? Because Nanfan, can you do it again? Look up UN current Gaza Strip now.
You know what's funny? He mentioned Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia calls for a two-state solution on the 67 borders. They don't care about the 47 partition. Yeah, they mention, they refuse to establish ties with Israel without recognition of a Palestinian state in territories occupied prior to the 67 war. Like it's
that's crazy.
wild.
So he appealed. So his own appeal debunks him to smithereens. Now, just to be clear, let me rephrase the point. Everyone is crystal clear on this. Just there's no ambiguity. So it's some clearly. So I could not equivocate. Right? If when people are talking about the Gaza Strip, they are talking about what was taken in 67. That completely shows this guy as a lying fraud, because that means the kibbutzim are not the contested areas that were attacked. Right? They're not contested areas that were attacked on October 7th. This guy said multiple times they were, tried to equivocate with the Golan Heights, 47, didn't work. Everyone can see through it. But just now we have crystal clear proof. Okay? Now this guy can talk. I might leave soon, actually.
All right.
I'm hungry.
All right, well. All right, Minar. You have some time here. Minar. I know you love
let them lie to
yapping.
my viewers.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm a
So
Jew,
tell
and I
them
love
the
lying.
truth.
I'm doing Jewish tekiah.
Well, answer the question,
Jewish
actually,
tekiah.
and then tell them the truth.
Oh, okay. I am lying because I'm evil. Now answer my question.
The Mossad pays me too, yeah.
Yeah, so I won't let you lie to my viewers. You muted. I'm gonna unmute non-fan.
Okay. Yeah, non-fun. That's funny.
non-fan. I can
That's
hear
funny.
you. I can't hear anybody else.
I'm gonna go now. Have fun. Okay, that
All
was
right.
funny.
I'll have fun.
What's the
Thanks, Sample
argument now?
Text.
Because you guys keep
Join
muting me.
anytime, buddy. Oh, okay. There you go.
I mean, no, it's not my fault that you guys are you won't answer the question. So he asked me a question. He said, "Which line is the one that's you believe is the true line?"
Not
gave
what
him
you
my
believe,
actual
which one
answer.
international bodies accept.
So the international bodies, I cannot accept that they accept the 67 lines, because that means they accept Israel.
The pre-67 lines.
Golan.
The
How can I
pre-67
accept that the
lines.
international community accepts the 67 lines if it includes Julan Heights in them? Show me the lines
The
that don't include
pre-67
Julan
lines.
Heights.
The
Show me the lines that
67 borders
Julan
don't
Heights.
include the
Maybe
Golan
we can talk
Heights.
about it. But the 67 lines were fought over Julan, and literally that's when they got occupied. And to act like I'm supposed to agree with you that the whole world accepts the 1967 lines, that's a lie, because Syria does not accept this 1967 lines. They're completely contenting with this. How am I supposed to say that? I can't actually.
when you say
and then guys call me a
67
liar,
lines.
or I can't. I don't see an international body that accepts the 1967 lines, including Julan Heights, as Israeli. I don't see it. And if it is, it's very rare.
No one is arguing that the international community accepts the Golan Heights as part of Israel.
How can you argue that? That's the whole occupation. That's the whole 1967 lines were about the
The
fucking
60
Julan
when
Heights.
people say 67 lines, they usually mean the
You're
pre-67
talking about
lines.
4-3. I
The
don't know what that
borders
means.
prior to the
4-7,
Six-Day
like
War
the
in
next day?
1967. The borders Israel had prior to the Six-Day War in 1967 did not include the Golan Heights, which is why most countries don't recognize Israel's occupation of the Golan Heights. Nobody cares about the 47
when the
partition, though.
UN
Even Saudi
so the
Arabia,
UN
which you
draw
mentioned
lines-
earlier, doesn't care about the 47 partition. Saudi Arabia wants a two-state solution among the pre-67 borders. That's what Saudi Arabia wants.
The only thing I can find anywhere I search, no matter where I search, is the 1947 lines by the UN. I cannot find anything. I see.
Oh my God! Do you want this article I'm reading right now, where it says
see the
Saudi
green
Arabia
line.
wants a two-state solution among the 67 borders?
I see the green lines, but I don't see it as a UN, it's an actual order.
Okay, so the UN, Palestine is actually an observer state in the UN. Okay, do you want to know what territory Palestine has control over in the UN? Like what the UN recognizes its control over? Do you think it's the 47 partition?
Do you believe that the green lines from the 1967 represent?
Can you answer
today's
my question
green
first?
lines? Go ahead.
So you're aware that Palestine is an observer state in the UN, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
Did it,
Is
we're talking
Palestine?
about
Is it
what
called
borders are
Palestine?
accepted. Yeah, it's called the Palestinian National Authority. Yes, it's recognized in the UN as an observer state.
No, national authority. Yeah, see, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say you're gonna probably
the Palestine
add the word-
National Authority is recognized in the UN
Not
as
a
an observer
government. That's not a
state.
government. That's an authority.
It is a
That's not a
government.
That means that means
It has
the
control
Israeli
over
forces
Palestinian
take over
territories. The
authority.
UN recognizes its sovereign control over certain Palestinian territories. Now, what are those territories exactly? Are they the 47 partition? They're not the 47 partition.
Maybe you're talking about the green lines.
I'm not talking about the Green Line. I'm talking if you go to
Then
the
what lines are you
Palestinian
talking about?
National Authority. Go to the Palestinian National Authority Wikipedia article, my guy. This is the territory that Palestine is recognized to have control over with the UN. And you'll notice it's not on the 47 partition. It's among the Oslo Accord agreements.
Yeah, but this is in 1995.
It's still relevant today, except
So
Hamas
this nothing
has
to
control of
do
the
with
Gaza Strip.
1967 lines. Then this is brand new. This is 1995. It happened. It has nothing
Look at
to do with
Gaza. Look at
1967.
Gaza. Look at Gaza.
So
What are
thi-
those
so this
borders
is-
there?
this is why
What are
you guys
those
keep
borders
talking
there?
about
What are those
post
borders? What are those
1967.
borders? What are the border? What are these dotted lines here? What are these?
Yeah, but that's showing you from.
That's the pre-67 borders is what they are.
Wait, let me find it. No, it's just showing you Area A, that they control over Area A. That's all it's showing you.
It's
not
also
showing
do you
anything.
notice how
It's
it also
actually not
has the
telling
dotted
you-
lines here, particularly in
It
Gaza?
just shows you. It just shows you. Yeah. Okay. So
Is this
Wikipedia
the
shows you
47
that
partition?
Gaza
Is this
is
the 47
shit.
partition?
Okay,
Is
so
this
you
the
need to
47?
believe
Does
Wikipedia.
Gaza look like it did in the 47 partition plan?
Yeah. Okay. If Wikipedia is showing you here the most recent 1995 drawing.
This is what
that
the
doesn't mean
UN
that this is the
recognizes
drawing.
Palestine has control over. This is what the UN recognizes.
They recognize that this is their control over, but that doesn't mean they don't have more land around that they belongs to them. Even the
What do you
UN
mean belongs to them?
recognizes
Belongs
that-
to them says who?
Even the UN recognizes that the territory around Gaza is occupied territory.
That's
It's-
not
it's-
true.
it's
The UN
settler-
recognizes. This is what the UN
And what
recognizes.
is
The
all
UN
that things that back
recognizes.
off? What about settler colonialism? What is all these?
This is a totally different point.
It's that fucking point. It is the point. You keep saying this little piece is Gaza, and it was like
Since
this from
1950, nobody has
You're a liar. After 1967, it happened like this. It wasn't before 67. I say because you're a big liar and you keep pushing that point that it's that small. Gaza's Palestine is that small that it became that small now. That Gaza is actually much bigger. Gaza belongs to the 1947 border. You can take a little bit from the
Nobody
bottom. But why are you
recognizes
taking
that.
all of this?
Even the Arab
Look,
states don't recognize that. Even
because-
Saudi Arabia doesn't
because-
recognize that. Even Hamas
No,
accepts the
I don't
67
believe they
borders in
recognize
Article
this. I don't
20.
believe Syria recognizes this. I don't believe Syria recognizes this as Palestine. Nope, I don't really believe that.
You don't believe Syria recognizes the 67 borders?
I don't
we can look
believe-
it up.
I don't
Maybe
believe
Syria is
that.
the
I
one
don't
Arab
believe that at all.
state that doesn't recognize it. But
So,
regardless, the territory that
Iraq
the UN
recognizes
recognizes
the
Palestine have
borders?
control over.
Does Iraq recognize 67 borders? Does
I don't
Morocco
know what
recognize
Iraq
67
recognizes.
borders?
It doesn't matter because you actually can't point to a
Doesn't matter.
single like
You just
international
said it's the
authority that
only
recognizes
Arab
like the
state,
47
But I'm
partition.
pointing out to every Arab state that doesn't recognize the 1967
Okay,
line.
I'm getting something from my Mossad agent right now, and he says we've already so extensively proven you wrong on this topic that it's time to move to another one. The Mossad
I mean,
agent in my
you're
ear is
such a
telling me
liar,
that right
because
now.
When I catch you, you're telling me, well, 1947. Nobody
Everybody
really
watching has
Nobody
has
agrees to
seen me, both
1947,
me and that other
and
guy
it is
sample
the
text
only
has
real
proven you
resolution.
wrong, and you
Everything else
haven't
is
been able to
occupied
answer any
territory.
questions. You haven't been able to
Fucking
answer any
liar.
questions.
Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck. You can keep talking over me.
True. Okay.
Pussy.
It's
You and your
like you
friends
don't talk
pussy.
over people.
Pussies. 1947 lines are the only
What do you think?
recognized
What do you think a
lines. Prove
peaceful
me wrong.
solution looks
Prove me
like
wrong.
here? What do you think a peaceful
Prove me
solution
wrong.
looks like here?
Prove me wrong. No, bring your Mossad agent. Prove me wrong that 1947 lines should not be accepted. And we should be accepting.
Oh my! We
1967
just
lines,
had that.
which
We
include-
just had
which
that
includes
discussion
Golan
for.
Heights
We
in
just
as
had
the
that
fucking,
discussion for almost 3
territory.
hours, my guy.
Who the
We
fuck is the
just
retard
talked
that
about that for
accepted
3
this?
hours. Oh my God. What do you think a peaceful
Because you
solution looks like here? We're
fucking
moving on.
trash, because you
Minar,
always
we're
focus
moving
on
on.
that.
Minar, we're moving
No,
on,
because
man.
you've never heard
Minar,
the
you
beginning
lost. We're
before, you
moving
have to
on.
stop
We're
doing
moving
it.
on, Minar.
Fuck yeah, you're not that
We're on
Asian.
to the next
I'm
thing.
fucking
We're on to the
Asian.
next
You've
thing.
never
Oh
heard
my God,
about it.
Minar.
That's
Minar,
because I'm king. I'm
your
Syrian.
brain has to
I
move.
know
You
about
have
this
to move
shit.
on. You have to move on. It's
You never
over.
even thought about this argument.
It's
You never
over,
even thought about
Minar.
it. You didn't
Minar,
even
it's
think about
over.
it. You
Minar, it's
fucking
behind
trash
us. It's
thinkers.
behind us.
Y'all
It's
are
behind
trash
us.
thinkers.
It's okay,
Fuck
Minar.
you.
It's
I don't give a
behind
fuck.
us. Minar,
What are you gonna
it's
take me
behind
to?
us.
I want to talk about this debate. I don't want to go anywhere else.
Minar, we're still talking about Israel-Palestine. I'm just asking, what do you think a peaceful solution looks like here?
Fine. Okay. Fucked your. You have to give it to me. I fucked your boyfriend. Listen, 1947 lines prove
I'm
to me that
sorry.
I should recognize anything else except
What
the
do you-
1947 lines. If the Palestinian believes the 1947 lines are his true birthright, if even the United Nations is asking and created resolutions to back off of new occupied territories, your pussy friend tried to actually call kibbutzim as if we're stupid, as if kibbutzim doesn't mean a bunch of villages, and a
Oh
bunch
my
of villages
God, bro,
is literally
your brain
my
can't absorb
argument that they're
information. You've
settling-
literally learned nothing. We
These
literally
settlements are
proved you
brand new
wrong on
settlements.
all of these things.
You
The
guys keep saying
47
I'm
lines
lying.
have
This is my
nothing to do with
argument.
Resolution 242. Oh my God,
You
I
keep
can't.
saying I'm lying. That's the argument. The resolution 242 did not give them that Gaza border. It did not
Oh
allow
my
them. Just
God,
because
bro,
today that's the
we're
only way they
moving on
recognize it doesn't mean
again.
that
I'm
that's how
trying to
everybody
move on
recognizes
here.
it.
You've already been proven wrong on all of these
All
things, my
right, I'll give
guy.
you the final solution. I think I should step on your friend's head. I think me and him we should.
I
be
just
in a
want
boxing
you to
ring.
know, what do you think a
No,
peaceful
that's
solution
the
looks like
only
here? Are you a
solution for
one
today.
stater or are you
Today's
a two stater or like what's your
I
general?
want a fight.
What
I
do you
want to
want?
fight, and whoever wins fucks the other girls, the other guy's girl. That's what I want.
No, what do you think? What do
I'm
you
gonna
for
step on your guys'
Israel-Palestine?
fucking head.
I just want.
Girl.
What do you think a
I
peaceful
wanna
solution
fuck
looks like
your
for
friend's
Israel-Palestine?
girl. I wanna
What do you
fuck
think
her.
Israel needs to do? What do you think
I
Palestine
want
needs
to
to do?
beat him up and fuck her. That's I think it's a solution. But besides that, because he called me a pussy and called me
What do you
an
think
idiot
Israel
multiple
needs to
times.
do, and what do you think Palestine needs to do
I'll tell you my
for a
true
peaceful
answer to this.
solution?
So the true answer is, this is the true answer to the peaceful solution. This is how we're going to end the occupation and we're going to get to the settlement. We start off by absolutely dismantling the Israeli government and repurposing it, recreating the government, getting rid of these officials that are megalomaniacs, that are fucking crazy maniacs yelling in the middle of Knesset, we're going to end Gaza. Not a single one of you will be left alive. We're going to get rid of them and put them in jail, first thing. Second thing, we release all the hostages in the Israeli prisons, which I would say about 1,000 to 1. For every Israeli hostage that
Wait, all of them?
Hamas has, there's a 1,000 Palestinian hostages that Israeli has.
First of
And
all,
I want anyone
Israel
to debate
doesn't-
that. I want anyone to debate that.
Israel
then
doesn't take
finally-
hostages.
Okay, are you going to let me finish the thing?
Yeah,
What?
finish the thing. But
What'd you say?
okay.
What'd you
We'll
say?
finish what you said first.
No. What you say? No, you're so important. Go ahead.
Israel doesn't take hostages; it takes prisoners. The definition of a hostage has to be you have to intentionally take them to change the party, to change the actions
that's
of a
what I
third
meant.
party.
That's-
So when Hamas takes people prisoner and says we're going to kill a hostage every single time Israel does an airstrike without warning a building first, that's the hostage because you're trying to change the actions of a third party. Israel takes prisoners for its own security. And we can talk about those
Well, so when
prisoners
Israel
are
takes
treated unfairly.
Israel-
Those prisoners
so when
can be
Israel
treated
takes
unfairly, but
Israel-
that doesn't make them hostages because they're not meant
So
to
when
change
Israel
the
takes
actions of a third party.
Okay, sure. I'll give it to you. No hostages, prisoners. But do you agree with me? Israel takes 6-year-olds as prisoners.
Yeah, Israel takes people as prisoners, and sometimes they don't even charge
6-year-old,
them. And I think that's really fucked up. I think that's really fucked up when they do that.
Okay, I agree with you. Yeah, they take. Okay, so prisoners of war. But like my argument still stands. For every 1,000 prisoner of war that Israel, Hamas is grabbing and holding off, there's 1,000 prisoners held in a
But Hamas is
prison
taking
in
hostages.
in Israel, and at least I would say at least 30% of them there's no charges, and there's kids in there as young as 12 and 14. It's clear as day. So, anyways, so we have to dismantle these prisons. We have to get rid of all these prisoners and send them back because half of them are not even charged. Anyways,
Okay,
so
wait, okay.
I agree with you. We make that peace settlement, but it's going to be a huge deal because 1,000 Palestinian for every prisoner is going to be
Sure,
a big deal.
okay.
Anyways,
So on
this
your
is
first
why
point,
Israeli-
you say...
and then third point is once we dismantle the government and we bring back the hostages, now we can go back to the 1947 border lines to start with. We give back. We no more. We reduce any more increasing of territory from Israeli, because the Israeli government is now weaker, because now we've weakened it. We reduce any new territories occupied, and we go back to the original UN 1947 partition. We test that out. We'll test it out. If it doesn't work, then no, this is what happens actually. We break away from the 1947 partition, and we create one state, because the Israeli government is so weak now, it becomes one state, and the Palestinians become now actual Israeli citizens. You don't only have to be a Jew to be an Israeli. You can be anybody. You can be an Arab that lived in the territory, show that you prove that you have ancestry in that territory, and you become Israeli. And now we become one people. Now when we see them marrying each other and having kids, then all of that will disappear. So that you have to dismantle the two-state solution. You have to dismantle the Israeli government, and you have to bring back the prisoners of war. It's a big, big ache on the Palestinian people. It's a big heartache that these people are going for 40 years in prison with no charges.
Okay, so on your first point, you say we have to dismantle the Israeli government and get rid of all these.
Completely. They're crazy. They're fucking crazy. Have you seen Netanyahu imposing Amalek?
Okay. Do you think Do you think Hamas should have to disband too?
Sure. I'll disband Hamas, and we'll make it one organization, one state government, no racism, no apartheid. You can't just have better life because you're a Jew. We make it. You only have better life because you're a good citizen, and whoever is bad, we put him in jail. I agree with that. Yeah, no more Hamas, no more. But no more IDF. If you topple IDF, I agree with you. Topple Hamas.
Okay, when you say like dismantle the government, there's a lot of people in the Israeli government I don't like. I don't like Netanyahu. I don't like some of the extreme people in the Israeli Knesset that probably do want to occupy Gaza. But Israel, at the end of the day, you might disagree with this, but Israel is a democracy. Do you think that?
Oh, how are they a democracy? To me, they're a democracy.
They're a democracy in that their citizens vote for people.
Because you can't even marry somebody, you can't even interfaith marriage in Israel. How is it democracy? What democracy have you ever heard of?
It's not a perfect democracy by any means.
Somebody from a different religion as you. What democracy?
It's not a perfect democracy by any means. I agree with a lot of the critics.
It's not a democracy. That means you change the definition of democracy.
Democracy is a spectrum. Okay.
It's not perfect.
Israel is a democracy in the sense that its government doesn't have to be toppled in order for its government to be changed.
Interfaith marriage is illegal there.
My point here is only that
because they take gays.
My point here is only that Israel's government doesn't have to be
toppled
for Israel.
What does democracy even mean to you? What is the
My point here is only that Israel's.
Because you say words that don't mean anything.
You actually won't let me finish my point. Oh my God, bro! My only point here is that Israel's government doesn't have to be toppled for its government to change. Israel's government doesn't have to be toppled for its government to change. They have elections. Israel's government can change through elections. It doesn't have to be necessarily toppled through violence. So my question to you: would it be acceptable if, like, the left-wing parties?
I never said violence. I said we kick them all out. I never said we kill Netanyahu. I never said that. I just said we take him to jail, though.
Okay, you take them to jail, sheriff, whatever. But you say topple the entire Israeli government. That isn't a connotation of violence to you. What would toppling the government look like without any violence?
It doesn't have to be violence. It's just that the people elect better people in the next.
That's exactly my point. Okay, great. I think the people in Israel should elect better people.
No, they have not.
We can find some agreement there.
You cannot. Netanyahu has too much power. He's never going to leave. He's actually overstayed his welcome. I mean, he's prime minister for now how much now? 12, 15 years almost. So this is like, I don't know what democracy you're trying to say, that there's a democracy. I don't know what democracy.
There's no parliamentary systems don't usually have term limits, but we can find some agreement there. Yeah, okay, I think that people in Israel should elect better people.
Nancy Pelosi, I guess. But Nancy Pelosi is not a foreign affairs girl. I actually, and we all agree with each other when she creates the foreign affairs policies. It's fucking detrimental for us. So, like Taiwan, for example. So why do we agree with these politicians that are prime ministers and should be really state officials? They're trying to fucking create humongous problems. Anyways, so my argument is we destroy Netanyahu. We just get rid of him, and if he wants to, he's gonna be the one to fight and be aggressive, not us. He's gonna be aggressive because he won't leave easy.
Okay, so I can find a little bit of agreement with you there. I think if there is
to be actually imagining it upside down, yeah, he's gonna be the one that's gonna be crazy, not trying to. He's gonna be like, no way, I'll leave. And then what
Okay,
happens is,
can I
but
finish
you
my
have to
point?
understand,
Okay.
man, it's never gonna happen like
my
that. You
God.
have to actually, like, it's
Netanyahu
never,
isn't even
we're
popular in
dreaming,
Israel right
man,
now.
we're
He's probably
dreaming.
going to lose the next election. Okay,
It doesn't
so
matter. The Israelis are racist as fuck. We have to actually do
my
something about
God.
that. They've been through their schooling system. They're disgusting. Like, have you talked to that Israeli smug piece of shit? He's stupid as fuck, and he's so smug. He actually thinks he's smart.
You mean
He's
the
such
guy
a
we,
piece of shit.
the guy
I fuck
who
his
came
girl
in
all
here?
the time.
Yeah, you fuck sample text girl. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, simple piece of shit.
True. Okay, so we can find a little bit of agreement in that. I think Israel's government is a little cringe. And also,
Why
if-
do you agree? Why? No. We can't just stop there. Why is it cringe? What
because
did
I
it
think
do
a lot of
wrong?
the right wingers in Israel don't have any actual don't want a 2-state solution. I think they want to basically annex all of the West Bank, and I think they want to occupy Gaza for the foreseeable future, which I think is
Great.
cringe.
And where is it coming from? Do you think it's coming actually from the top of the food chain, the actual political state people, or is it coming from the civilians?
I mean, again, Israel's a democracy, so there definitely are some civilians who hold, who like
Yeah, but
hold
do you agree with me?
extreme
In the Knesset,
views.
they're yelling out genocidal statements. These people should be removed from the Knesset. Should never be allowed the position in the.
I think if you're
Congress
making
like that.
actual genocidal statements, you should probably be removed from the Knesset. But I think a lot
But
of the
that's
genocidal,
my argument.
a lot of the
But you
genocidal
never-
statements that people bring up aren't actually genocidal. But regardless, on your next point, you keep trying to draw this like totally false equivalence between the hostages that Hamas takes and the prisoners that Israel has. Okay.
Why is it totally different? Go ahead.
Hamas had a policy on October 7th to take innocent civilians as hostages to try to use them to change the actions of Israel,
Because
to
they
try
don't
to
wanna
use
shoot
it
them down, yeah.
to try to use it as leverage against Israel. Israel
Sure, but
takes
also because they don't
Palestinians
wanna
as
kill them.
prisoners for their own security. Now, are those prisoners treated unfairly sometimes?
What?
Yes, they are treated
No, let me
unfairly
ask you a
sometimes,
question.
but they're not meant to change the actions of Hamas, and they're doing it for Israel's own security, whereas Hamas is explicitly doing it to try to change the actions of Israel, to try to get leverage on Israel.
See, this is why I'm always gonna win no matter what, because you have to read from a statement somebody told you, and I will never have to read. I'm a genius. What
What do you think I'm reading off of? You can see my screen. I'm not reading off of
I
anything
can
right
see you
now.
reading from the left side. Stop lying.
That's where
It's
my
the left
OBS
side.
is.
Yeah. Anyways,
I look
so
at myself
keep
in the camera.
reading.
Like you can see like my
No
OBS
problem.
and I
No
drag it over
problem.
here.
It's clear as day. You have no arguments against me. You have no arguments.
My
against
notes
me.
are all right here. If I was reading off of something, I
Repeat
wouldn't even
yourself
try to
really
hide
quickly.
it.
Repeat what you said. Repeat yourself without looking to the left.
Without looking to the left? Okay, basically, the reason why Israel takes prisoners is for their own security. They're not trying to gain leverage over Hamas. The reason why
looked to the left,
Hamas has a policy, Hamas does it as a policy of taking innocent civilian hostages, is to try to gain leverage over Israel.
Okay, so I don't know. Can you show me proof and evidence? Every single
Israel
case of
literally
prisoner
found.
taking?
Yeah, so Israel
No,
found.
I'm asking you. No, I haven't even finished my question. Can you show me proof that every single time Israel takes a prisoner, it's because they were trying to defend themselves, and it's not just a random kid, 11-year-old, that they just put in their thing because he was throwing rocks?
Because Israel doesn't have a policy of trying to arrest Palestinians.
Then how are they arresting 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds? There's a 14-year-old that just came out at 28.
So first, we can talk about that, but there's also videos of 14-year-olds trying to stab IDF members, okay? So there are
Yeah, but
legitimate reasons.
You're lying, though. You're misrepresenting the information. You said
I'm not lying. We can pull
Hamas-
up the video.
you
There's
said
literally a
Hamas
14-year-old
went
kid that
in-
tries to go and stab two
You said
IDF
Hamas
members.
went
There are
in-
legitimate reasons to arrest these young people.
You said Hamas went in and it was part of their charter to bring people
Yes,
in.
the
innocent
IDF
civilians,
found
so they can,
plans
deal with
on
them.
dead
They can
Hamas
make
members
it
that said,
okay,
take
I'm
innocent
saying-
civilian
okay.
hostages.
I'm speaking. And then what I said is, well, why is IDF allowed to do that? Why is IDF allowed to take prisoners as young as 11 years old? And you try to say, whereas the IDF does it for safety reasons. I was like, okay, well, they're taking prisoners as young as 11 with
There
no
are
charges, and they're putting them as long as they want. They keep them in prison. How can you justify that? Why are you misrepresenting the two positions? You're acting like Hamas is the devil, and all by mistake, Israel got a small 11-year-old by mistake, as if it's not their law to grab any kid, any small little person, break their legs, break their fucking personality.
It is Israeli. It is Israelis' law to arrest any Palestinian that they think is posing a threat. Now, sometimes the IDF members probably fuck up and probably arrest people that aren't actually posing a threat. If a 11-year-old throws a stone at a tank, I don't think that 11-year-old should go to prison without being charged for 20 years. On the other hand, Hamas's policy is
that happens
explicitly
all
to
the
kidnap
time.
innocent civilians to change Israel's actions. Israel,
Yeah, but that
when they
happens
think a
once-
Palestinian
that
is a
happens
threat,
once in a-
arrest that Palestinian.
happens once every
Sometimes they
5
hold them
years.
without charge. That's fucked up. They shouldn't do
But
that.
this is so crazy, man. Like you're misrepresenting the point so badly. No wonder everyone is mad at Hamas. Everyone in your chat, because you're acting like Hamas does this every day. Like actually, the IDF arrests people every day for no charges.
Well,
But the Hamas once every 5 years, once every 3 years, they take a couple 80 hostages maximum, maybe 150 hostages maximum.
Yeah, but you're trying
and
to
they're
draw
able to do
totally
some
false
dealings.
moral equivalence because the
But
intentions
no,
matter
you're the one
here.
that's trying to draw. You're the one that's trying to paint as the IDF as a beautiful butterfly and the Hamas.
I have
soldier as a
already admitted the
murdering,
IDF fucks up sometimes and
listen.
sometimes hold people without charges,
No,
and I don't
but
think they
that's
should
a
do that.
misrepresentation.
But
It's
they
not
don't
sometimes,
arrest
it's
civilians for
part of
no
their
reason to try to change the
orders and
actions to
law.
Hamas. They arrest people that they think are a threat for their own security.
Okay,
Hamas takes
you know
innocent
that
civilian
very-
hostages to try to change the actions of Israel. That is the difference between a hostage
the
and a
IDF
prisoner.
Do you know the IDF are sniping Palestinians' balls off? Did you know about
Are you
this?
talking about the March of Return?
I'm talking about that and its effects. It's during that and at this around that time they were snipers sniping the balls of Palestinians. Do you agree with that? Have you heard about that?
Yeah,
Just
I've read
their
about the March
balls.
of Return. So there
So
definitely
do you
was.
need to be imprisoned unjustly to be terrorized and to have a crime committed upon you, or are these people just being shot
No, I
in
never
their balls
said-
and you're acting
Oh
and
my
you're
God.
acting like this is not part of their policy, and you're acting as if the Israeli defense didn't do this as actual policy to deter them
No,
from
it is
coming
not.
back.
It is not Israeli
Stop
policy
lying
to shoot
here
people
and
for no reason.
misrepresenting your points. No wonder everybody in your fucking chat is angry and IDF chill like you.
It's not Israeli policy to shoot people for no reason. The reason the March of
That's
Return
what's happening.
happened.
They killed journalists. They're killing, for example,
God.
Shireen, they killed her.
Shireen, yep, I know, I'm aware.
You're going to say it's a mistake, but I'm telling you, that's their law. That's part of the. How can you make a mistake? How can you make a mistake 700,000 times?
Because the IDF has a conscript army and poor training.
That means it's not a mistake. That means it's actually military law, and this is how the military law is perceived. This is how the policies are created. We shoot to kill. We shoot in the heads. We shoot in the balls. We shoot to stop. We shoot to, and whenever the orders come, they shoot. That means it's part of their policy. Stop acting like it's not. You're misrepresenting
Yeah.
their position. The IDF is a murderous fucking regime. They shoot people
Okay.
in the balls. You didn't mention that.
Again,
They-
why
yeah,
does the
okay,
IDF call
you
buildings and
actually-
tell them to
you actually
evacuate
care
them?
about the kids. You actually care about the kids going in prison, but I didn't hear you mention about the balls. But immediately, Hamas takes a couple of civilians hostage. They're the worst organization. They're a terrorist organization. No
Because
wonder
the
everyone in your
intentions
chat-
matter. When it comes to
Intentions
trying to
matter?
determine the moral standing of the
So,
perpetrators,
trying
the
to get your
intentions
brother out
behind
of
it matter.
prison, trying to get your brother out of prison with the Israeli hostage is that intention matters more than the intention of trying to take the balls out of this kid's testicles as a 12-year-old, so he never has a baby again, so he doesn't represent his own family.
Did that
or his
happen
own
during the
self-
March of Return?
Bro, please don't act like you didn't hear about this, because you really are embarrassing.
I did not
This
hear
is
about the
clear
12-year-old with his
information.
balls
Look it up.
shot
They're
off.
shooting
Is
balls.
that
Look it up
happening?
during your stream? In your stream, look it up right now. IDF soldiers shooting kids' balls. I think it was 2014.
Oh,
And
so
but I can show you. No. Just say IDF soldiers shooting kids' balls.
sure, that can happen, but like, even if I could grant you this, it might be the case that a IDF
You
soldier
won't even
intentionally.
search it. You're so scared.
I did search it. What do you mean? And nothing came
Or,
up. Like
you
the
search. Okay, whatever. Go ahead.
12-year-old Palestinians shot. They're shot dead in the West Bank. I don't see anything about
I never said.
some.
I never asked you to search a 12-year-old. I told you search IDF soldiers shooting the balls out of kids in Gaza. IDF soldiers shooting balls.
It doesn't. Oh, Gaza teen
Shooting balls.
will never have children after shooting by Israel. It might be this. Yeah, 2015. He was just 17 when an Israeli shot him with live ammunition.
Yeah, but they this is part of what they do
But what
for
it-
fun.
Here's a question. Do you have any evidence that the soldier was doing it for fun? Do you have any evidence that he didn't have legitimate reason to shoot?
I'm
Or
actually
maybe we
helping
should-
your point. I'm actually helping your point. That's not the part of their policy. It's something that he did by mistake. Maybe instead of shooting in the body, which was the policy, he shot in the balls for fun. I'm happy. Or maybe he was ordered to shoot in the knee, which has happened before. You agree with that, right? The shooting of the knees. You've heard about that?
I'm sure some people have been shot everywhere.
So this is their policy. It's part of their policy to create this torture upon the pieces of Palestinians. But you're acting like the IDF soldiers is a peace-bringing organization, and the Hamas is the ones that terrorize the people. Well, I'm proving to you that you're misrepresenting the points, and no wonder that Mossad agent that you brought came in swinging, thinking is smug. Because if all of you think like this, no wonder you all think you're right. Everything you're saying is wrong. Hamasi, if he takes one hostage, it's 1,000 prisoners has been taken before he took it.
Oh my god,
So,
bro! I
if
already
you're
pointed out
worried
to you
about
the
the
false
hostage,
moral
why not
equivalence
worried
you're
about the
making, and
prisoner?
you're just gonna keep making it.
Because you guys are misrepresenting the points and you're trying
Because
to argue
when
about
Hamas
a position.
takes hostages, it's an innocent civilian being taken hostage with the intention to change the actions of Israel. When Israel arrests someone, it's Israel arresting someone for its own security without intent to change the actions of Palestinians. It's not.
So I
It's
don't
not
believe
meant to.
Israel.
It's not
I
meant to
don't
change the
believe
actions of Hamas.
Okay, Hamas, if they take a hostage, they're taking settlers. Settlers are part.
They're
of
not taking How many of the Palestinians taking
believe
hostage were settlers?
Are part of the occupation. They're helping in the occupation. This is
How
why
many Palestinians taken hostage on October 7th were settlers?
Every single one. It was in a settlement area. It was a settlement. It was a kibbutzim.
It was not a settlement.
Is a settlement. It's
It was in
literally
the
a settlement. That's why
kibbutzim and
it's
not settlements. We've already gone over all this border shit with
a
you,
small
bro.
village. It's
Settlements
the beginning of
refer
the settlement.
Settlements refer to settlements like in the West Bank and the Golan Heights that are in territories occupied by Israel that they gained in the 1967 war, in the Six-Day War. Israel did not gain the territory that the kibbutzim are in the 67 war. They did not do that.
Anyways, I have 5 more minutes. Finish up, man. What you got? Your worst part. Come on. Try to argue any of my points.
I've been arguing all of your points,
You
man.
can't even
There's
prove
just no
1967
international
as a line.
support. There's just no international support
can't
for
even
anything
prove
other
with
than
all
the
your friends
67
you can't
border.
even prove
You
the
can keep saying,
1967 line
oh,
as a
47 border, 47 border, but the reality is most of the Arab states want a two-state solution on the 67 borders.
No, not Syria.
The U.S.
Not
wants a
Syria.
two-state
Not
solution.
Syria. Not Syria.
That's
Syria
fine
would
if
have
Syria
lost
doesn't want it. My
unilaterally.
point was just that most of the Arab states, including Saudi Arabia, which you mentioned earlier, want a two-state solution on the pre-67 borders.
2006 they
The U.S.
agreed, but
wants a
not
two-state
from-
solution
not
on the
before that.
pre-67 borders.
Maybe
The
in
EU wants a
2006 they
two-state
agreed.
solution on the pre-67 borders. Almost every single international organization wants a two-state solution on the pre-67 borders. You can
No, that's
keep
not
talking
true.
about these
What is the
47 borders.
pre-67
The reality is
borders?
nobody
1947.
cares about the 47 borders ever
Stop
since
lying.
they
Stop lying.
Palestinians lost the
He's
war.
lying to you. He's lying to you. He's saying pre-67 border like that makes any sense to you. The pre-67 lines are the 1947 lines, which I argue are the
The
true lines.
pre-67
He's lying
lines
to you,
are
guys.
the. He's lying.
to
He's
you.
lying. No, he's
fucking
lying.
to you.
He's intentionally
literally
lying
saying
because we've already
pre-67
gone over
lines
this.
as if
The pre-67
lines
borders are the
are
1950
for
armistice lines.
occupation.
The 1950
As if
armistice
every
lines
line from
happened after the 1947
1949
partition.
wasn't
In
illegal.
1947, the UN partition Israel and Palestine. The Jews accepted it. The Arabs did not. Okay, and then they fought a war, and then after the war. They agreed to a ceasefire. A 1950 armistice line was drawn. When people refer to the pre-67 borders, they mean those borders. They mean the borders that Israel had prior to the Six-Day War in 1967. That is what people mean when they say the pre-67 borders. They don't mean the partition plan. When people talk about the partition plan, they say the 47 partition plans. I'm not a liar when I say the pre-67 lines.
liar.
Everybody,
You're a
you
liar.
actually came to a
When
debate
you
not
say
knowing what the pre-67 lines
line,
mean. I honestly can't believe that you came, like, you didn't know what proportionality was. You don't know what the pre-67 border lines mean. You don't understand basic moral equivalencies.
I want to say something. So
Okay.
all I'm going to say is you said pre-1967. What is the pre-1967 line? Go ahead.
It
It's
was
the 1947 line, right?
Nope, it was the 1950 armistice line that happened after the Arabs rejected the partition plan.
Do you
The
agree with
47
me that-
lines are not the pre-67
agree
lines.
that-
Those
do you
are
agree
two
with me
different
that-
lines.
Do you agree with me? Since the partition of 1947, Israel has occupied more and more territory, and they've been recognized as illegally occupied. by the UN?
Somewhat, but the UN
Somewhat.
UN
What does
Resolution
somewhat-
242. I know it's
Liar,
impossible for you to understand this, but
liar.
UN Resolution
You can't lie
242
to me.
is not
You can
legally
lie to your
binding,
stupid
and it
viewers.
specifically
You
says
can lie to your
territories
stupid viewers.
occupied,
Don't lie to
not
me.
the territories occupied, and it was territory gained in a defensive war. So whether or not the occupation is illegal is actually really complicated and not something that either of us are really
I think
either
you're
of us
trash.
really know
I think
enough
you're
about
running
to.
away. I think
Okay.
you're fucking trash.
Yep.
I think
You're the guy
trash.
that's leaving in 5
Because
minutes, right?
Your whole point is the pre-67 lines. When I asked you what the fuck is the pre-67 lines,
The 1950
you
armistice
recognize
lines.
there is nothing as the pre-67 lines. What it is it was the occupation from 1947 all the way to 67,
Oh my God.
which has been recognized as an illegal occupation. But then when I
The
asked,
territories Israel
okay, let's
occupied since the
recognize-
Arabs
let's
rejected the
recognize
partition
the
plan is
67
not
lines.
illegal.
Let's recognize. When I say let's do it, let's recognize the 67 lines. But you have to do it with the Julan Heights because you can't do it without the Julan Heights because then there's no reason for
Your
the
point about the
1967
Golan Heights
lines
just
to
shows you
exist.
literally don't
Because the
understand
1967 lines
anything.
existed because of the
Your
Julan
point about the
Heights
Golan
occupation
Heights
is
shows that you
so
don't
fucked.
understand anything. You
No,
are
you're a
actually
liar. You're a liar. I exposed
it's
you.
just not true.
I actually exposed you. And
I
all your viewers.
exposed you, man.
You said pre-1967 lines.
I don't
which
think any of my
exist.
viewers are going
They
over to
don't
you, man. I think
exist.
they're all
1967
sticking with
lines is a
me.
lie.
They
It's only
might go over to you and make
1967
fun of you,
And then my
but
1967 lines, and it was not even a line, it was a resolution 242 to ask them to back off. Now Israel occupied all this territory, so the UN is like, okay, let's act like nice and give it to them. And then you're like, oh, this is the truth. But no UN resolution gives the 95% of the territory to Israel. I cannot find a single resolution that gives the 95% of the territory to Israel. Show me that. That doesn't exist. So
why does the UN recognize the Palestinian?
Lines, when you say pre-67 lines, you're mentioning the 1947 lines, but you're adding to
That's
them a
not
couple
true.
of
That's just
illegal
you're just
occupied
wrong. The pre-67 borders refer to the borders Israel had before the 6-Day War. Those were not the same borders as the 47 partition plan. You're just wrong. I don't know what to tell you. You're just factually wrong.
What's the pre-1967? What's the pre-67 borders?
The pre-67 borders are the borders Israel had before.
Show me the drawing of the pre-67 borders.
You can look at my screen right now. Actually, these are the
It's not pre-67.
These are the see these dotted lines?
Show
Those are the
me
1950 armistice
the
lines.
You're looking stupid. This is not the pre-67 border.
Those are the pre-67 borders. This dotted line here marks the pre-67 borders.
You're a liar. You are a liar.
You're
This
just
is the
wrong on the
67
facts because
border.
these dotted lines are the borders of Israel
67
that
border,
Israel
you
had
liar,
before the
you
67
fucking
war.
liar.
Before the 67 war, these dotted lines mark the Israeli territory. That is true. That's true. And if you
Okay,
can't deal with that,
Let me ask you this. Do you agree with me since 1947 all the way to 1967 the Israelis occupied more and more territories closer to Gaza? Yes or no? And it was
what?
not illegal?
From 1947. From
From 1947
1947.
all the way to 1967, the Israelis occupied
So, in
territory that
1947
was not Israeli.
In
And it was other
1947,
territory.
in 1947, the Arabs rejected the deal and started attacking Israel. Israel fought back and conquered more territory. Territory gained in a defensive war like that is not illegal to hold.
Who's defending who?
Israel was defending themselves because the Arabs
From the
rejected
beginning
the
of
partition plan.
occupation, what do you mean defending itself? See, this is
Israel
what I'm
was
talking
defending
about.
itself. Israel was
defending
defending itself because the Arabs didn't recognize the partition plan after the Jews did recognize the partition plan.
Israel was defending itself, but when Hamas jumps in and kills October 7 settlers, then it's not defense, it's a terrorist organization, it's a terrorist operation, even though it's all around its border. But it's okay for the IDF to go in and kill anybody in Palestine. It doesn't matter. They can kill 30,000 with dumb bombs. But oh, God forbid, we October 7 around our own border trying to protect our own land from being occupied.
Again, you're just drawing a false moral equivalence between collateral damage and intentional civilian
I'm
massacres
just
that
proving
Hamas
to you
engages
that you
in.
misrepresent the points and you have a bias.
I'm not misrepresenting anything. You're the one who literally can't get it through his brain what borders are.
Even your fucking chat is laughing at you.
Yeah, this guy is like doing racism in chat right now. What the hell?
Streamer. He brings points. You don't. You just
From a
swear with
European
footwork.
descent? What?
Yeah,
Bro,
even your own
Minar, be
people are
honest.
laughing at
Be
you.
honest,
Even your
Minar. Is
own
that your
people are
alt
laughing at you.
account? Be honest, Minar.
When you
Minar, is that
say
your
you're
alt?
lying to your
Is that
people,
your
you're
alt
lying to your
account?
people. You're saying they're
Is that your alt account,
1947.
Minar? Minar, be
No,
honest.
no, no, no.
Minar,
That's
are you
not.
being racist on alt? Are you being racist on alt?
I
You being
swear to God,
racist on
that's
alt?
him.
Is that
That's
your
not
oh, you
me.
swear to God? Is that your alt account? All right,
How?
Minar. Are you do you
Bro,
have to
bro, you're
go?
such a loser, bro. You're such a loser. You lost.
Yep,
Bro, you
true.
lost so bad. Listen, guys, he's lying to you. He's gonna yell in the middle of me talking because he won't let me push this point out.
I'll let you
He's
finish, but
saying
then
pre
I gotta talk to somebody
1967
else.
lines. No, he won't let me finish. He won't let me finish. Pre 1967 lines. What he told you is that little border, the Gaza border. I asked him what pre 1967 line. He told me it was the line that was after the Arabs didn't approve the 1947. Where can he show me? He can't find it. He can find post 67 lines, which include Julan Heights in Israel. He cannot find pre 67 lines that don't include Julan Heights because the 67 war was for the Julan Heights and it was for a part of Egypt. And so he cannot find it because the 67 war was for that. So anytime they tell you that only the occupied territory was the Julan Heights and we backed off from there, but then post 67 we came back to it, it's a fucking lie. The only recognizable lines are the 1947 lines. There were some lines drawn, the green lines, but I don't believe that they are as clear and concise as he wants you to guys to believe it is. I believe that it's still part of that contested territory. The reason they're contested is because they're not part of the UN partition, the original UN partition. This is my whole argument. The original UN partition was 1947, only did 45% of the land to the Palestinians. Now the Palestinians only have like 5%. This is not part of the original partition. You're lying to your viewers, trying to tell them pre-67, post-67 to confuse them. There is no pre-67 lines. You're a liar. There's only the 47 lines, and then all of the illegal occupation happening during that time. Then the 67 war happens, then Syria lost, then the Julan Heights got occupied, then you guys accepted them as Israelis, and now you're trying to, everyone, this is why I had to come from the Julan Heights, because none of you are smart enough to actually be able to respond to this argument. The Julan Heights were occupied on the 67, but everybody's acting like this is already the territory of Israel. Well, if the 67 borders are not, ask Israel to go back off the territory, but they're still occupying Julan Heights. That means you could easily concur that Gaza border was also occupied during the 67 borders and laws, and before that illegally, and they refused to back off of it. And so they're actually doing illegal occupation still, even though against the UN resolution. So I don't care what the UN resolution believes. Post 67, they're drawing new lines. Julan Heights is included in all these lines. I cannot include that in Israel. No human being in the world can include it. I bet you most of the states in the world will not, Arabic state will not include Julan Heights as Israeli territory. This failed because you're not ready to argue with me. I'm a fucking genius. Not a single human being in your chat came up from that side of the argument. Even your Mossad agent is a pussy bitch. I fucked his girl and I fucked his wife hard. And Hamid is on my side. He sees everybody. You're fucking exposed. Go ahead, talk.
Okay. Well, it was fun talking to you.
I fucked you. I fucked you and I fucked your boyfriend.
I'm sure we'll find.
Your boyfriend.
I'm sure we'll
Come
find
back
something.
again when you're ready to suck more.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find something to disagree on again in the future.
Bro, I disagree on you streaming, man. You should stop. Actually, it's entertaining. Keep doing it.
Thanks, man. I appreciate the
Fucking
support.
Liars.
Let's get some
liars.
subs for
No
that.
respect for any liar. I have no respect for a liar.
All
I
right.
don't respect a liar. Bye.
Well, bye, man. Holy fuck. Bro cannot understand borders. Oh my god. Bro, by the way, that message in chat, they don't have an Iron Dome for acne. That is a killer. That is a killer insult. That is unbelievable. That is awesome, dude. Dude, oh my god. I fucked your beloved streamer. Yeah, we'll allow that. I fucked him so hard. Thank you, Minar. I love when you wait jihad on me. It's so hot. Oh my god. I love it so much. I heard a pointers. That was interesting. The Petamillo guy. Why is the first person you have on to help you an Israeli who lives in a kibbutz? I can't believe Petamiller was like just so opposed to that. He's just like, oh, you're an Israeli? That yeah, that gives me everything. That tells me everything I need to know about you. I told him it was a little sus, in parentheses, racist, that he... Again, second try, you tried... What? Bro, you keep saying I brought him in to help me, but Sam and the Mossad won't help. What do Mossad checks keep clearing, bro? The pre-67 lines are the lines the borders of Israel that Israel had prior to the Six-Day War in 1967. I don't know why you think you are the smartest person on the planet. Because I guess everybody's just referring to yeah, Kofanak. Stop drinking the energy drinks. It says Carter's alt account. I don't know why you think you're the smartest person on the planet, because like literally like every international agency in Saudi Arabia and most of the Arab states talk about the pre-67 borders. I guess you think that you've just discovered that like the borders weren't real or something, but the blue here is the pre-67 borders. The green here is the post-67 borders. Okay? Israel eventually withdrew from some of this territory. Bro, you can literally look at what's in blue here. It's the pre-67 borders. I don't understand. Literally look up pre-67 borders. This is like a concept that people talk about a lot. Like it's not like I'm the first guy to say this. Like every country says pre-67 borders. Like the entire international community talks about pre-67 borders. But I don't know. We so thoroughly debated through that. Usually energy drinks are why you look like Tank Tomas missiles. I have some friends saying that to me. They're like, maybe it's because you don't sleep and you drink a lot of caffeine, and you don't work out and you don't go outside. Maybe that's why you look like that. But nah, that can't be it, right? Caffeine linked to acne, question mark. Caffeine makes you feel alert, but also leads to a heightened stress response in the body. Stress hormones such as cortisol may increase the amount of oil produced. But I'm not really that stressed. Has anyone had to give up coffee because of acne? Coffee is a huge contributor to acne. Those two disruptor, but here it never mentioned. I feel like I need to spread the word that for some people, caffeine is really a trigger for their acne. It is for mine. I had clear skin back when I was a teen. The odd pimple, but nothing major. When I started college, I had a few cups of coffee now and then and found myself with more spots than usual. Later on, I don't know, maybe I should try to stop drinking caffeine and see if it reduces my acne. Dude, Reddit won't... I posted 2 threads on Reddit, by the way, about my problem that I'm having, and no one has fixed it yet. Oh, Zionists have been cured by acne. That's true. I don't really think I'm a Zionist. Not in the, I don't know, modern sense. And they're skinny. I like being skinny. I've never tried not being skinny, though. Maybe the alternative is better. I don't know. Regardless, chat. I'm trying to get Twitch affiliate. Can we have some subs in here? Chat, please. Chat, please. Chat, please. I shouldn't have run it. I think people left. I think people leave every time I run that. Yeah. Let me change the title since I guess we're not doing the debate yet. Another guy's still trying to send me Twitch DMT subs at this point. I don't understand. He thinks that like most of the Arab states are just like lying when they say pre-67 borders net, because like most of the Arab states want a two-state solution on the pre-67 borders. So like he's against like most of the Arab states. He's against even the Palestinian Authority, even Hamas in Article 20 of their charter says that they'll temporarily accept a two-state solution on the 67 borders. Now, that's not actually in good faith. Just because they're doing it as like a, I forget what to call it, strategy of phases thing, where they want a two-state solution at first, and then eventually they'll go after the entire state of Israel. But even Hamas, in Article 20, Hamas believes that no part of the land of Palestine shall be compromised or conceded, irrespective of causes, the circumstances of the pressure, and no matter how long the occupation lasts. Hamas rejects any alternative to the full and complete liberation of Palestine from the river to the sea. So this is them saying they want to own all of Israel. And then they say, however, without compromising its rejection of the Zionist entity, and without relinquishing any Palestinian rights, Hamas considers the establishment of a fully sovereign an independent Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital, along the lines of the 4th of June, 1967, so that's the pre-67 borders, with the return of refugees and the displaced to their homes from which they were expelled, to be a formula of national consensus. Yeah. But basically, the only point of it, it allows Hamas to have a truce with Fatah and accept Fatah's efforts to negotiate with Israel on a two-state solution. Makes people think Hamas accepts a two-state settlement is final, when in reality they are resorting to a strategy phases where a Palestinian can get a state before conquering all of Israel. And then notice how it states Hamas believes no part of the land of Palestine shall be compromised or conceded. Earlier in Article 2, it states Palestine, which extends from the River Jordan in the east to the Mediterranean in the west, from Ras El that in the north to that in the south, is a integral territorial unit. The land is the home of the Palestinian people. The expulsion and banishment of Palestinian people from the land and the establishment of the Zionist entity therein do not annul the right of the Palestinian people to their entire land, and do not entrench any rights therein for the usurping Zionist entity uprising. I think it's supposed to be. I don't know, man. I'm tired, man. And then Article 19, there should be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. Yeah. But even Hamas, man, mentions the pre-67 borders. So I guess the Palestinian Authority is lying, Saudi Arabia is lying, Hamas is lying. All of them are lying about the pre-67 border thing. And he just knows more than all of them, apparently. He should call up the leaders of Hamas and be like, show me the 67 borders. Show me the 67 borders. What's the name of the president in the West Bank? Fuck, I forget his name. Why do I forget his name? PA president. Okay. Palestine president. Abbas. Mohammed Abbas. Abbas. Show me the 67 borders, Abbas. Abbas, you claim to care about the 67 borders. What are they? Yeah. Okay. Jesus. Okay, this other guy says he'll be ready in the next 30 minutes. So I don't know what to do for 30 minutes. Oh, fuck you, Minecraft. Who gives a fuck? No, I'm debating an awesome guy, Pedamillo. This guy's streams are awesome. As much as I disagree with his political beliefs, okay? This guy's streams.
And YouTube, Ryan just said.
Look at this guy's streams. They're a masterpiece. He earlier, like he would have like you know, Gmod streams, and he had the most intricate storylines where like oh shit, Skate 3 is loud. What the? Where like the My Little Ponies were siding with the Roblox. You gotta stop debating the Arab nationalists. It's probably going nowhere. It is fun and good for viewership. The problem is, like, I'm fine with, like, DMing these people and be like, want to debate? Because, like, they're the fucking debate bro types. Whereas, like, if I, like, join a Discord server that, like, really I'm lucky to even be a part of, because I'm not nearly as popular as some of these people. Like, they have, like, thousands of followers, and I'm at 33. It's like, if I go into their server and be like, Gore Sopik or whatever his name is, Gorps Inc. Is it pronounced Gorps Inc? I don't know. If I like go in there and be like, want to debate, bro? Like it just it just fucking sucks. And he actually seems like he knows, just from like the stuff I've seen of him. The part of the debate we watched, he seems like he knows more than a lot of people. More than the guy I just talked to, for sure. So I'd want to like, yeah. But I'm definitely, next time they do a panel, I think I have to DM the guy that I'm gonna DM the guy that like sets up the panels and be like, hey, can I be in your next panel? That would be true if they were big streamers, but they're making like no money too. Who cares? I mean, I don't know. I should just be. I'll do it at some point. I think I'm definitely gonna, like I said, join a panel with them at some point, and then I don't know, like after the panel, after we establish some type of rapport, I'll I don't know, I'll DM them later. But right now, I'm just like a random guy. If I at least like join the panel and be like, hey, I'm non-fun. It's me, non-fun guys. Then they, know who I am and stuff. They got a lot of following being on those panels anyway. Yeah. Well, I need following guys. Can we all make bot accounts and follow me, please? I know it's funny. Usually, like with Twitch, it's not that hard to get 50 followers. Right? But like averaging 3 viewers is kind of hard. And right now I'm averaging 3 viewers, but I don't have 50 followers, and like that's what's stopping me from being Twitch affiliate, which is annoying. My shit's kind of lagging. Oh, thanks, Tofu Bean, for understanding my struggle. Yeah, it's just annoying to Wait, have I not done any of these? What the hell? I'm at 34, so I need that. I could make 20 Twitch accounts. I could do that. I bet I could do that. But I'm not doing that Twitch. I would never do that. God, I hope that I don't know. I hope I can get Petamill to stay for longer than that Menard guy. Well, not stay for longer. I mean, just because he left the server, and I want him to be in the server because I think he'd be good. I think he'd be a better disagreeer to like come on and do shit, whatever. By the way, chat. I saw some disagreeers in the chat earlier, arguing with my Zionist shields in chat. If you want to join the Discord server, my Zionist shields are in there. If they want to talk to you, they can. I'm not gonna like make them talk to you or anything. And then I'm in there too, and I'm an IDF shill. All right, I think he's about to join. I don't know though. $650 out of 10,000. Let's go, guys. This guy's streams are awesome, dude. I don't know if it'll be as funny in some sense. Fuck, I should pee before I do this. Enjoy twerk break while I pee. All right. Oh, he's not even here yet. What the heck? Hopefully it won't take him too long. I want to find one of his awesome streams, dude. Oh, he's here. All right. Let's see how this goes. Hello?
Yes, hello there.
All right, what's up, man?
Yeah, yeah, I am now here and I am able to speak now.
Okay, great. So basically,
Yes.
okay, I have a few questions, all right?
Yes, what are they?
My first one is always going to be, what do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Well, I mean, I was answering that, but then the guy like said,
Yeah, the other, I
like,
understand.
don't go on a 5-minute narrative, like, dude. But
Well, you should answer the question and not go on a 5-minute narrative, though.
no, I was answering the question. I was answering the question.
I'll give you a chance to answer the question now, then.
All right. So, but you're gonna have, but I want to speak, but like, let me speak though.
I mean, I'll let you speak, but like, you have to answer the question at some point. All right.
I'm gonna answer the question. So, but I want to ask, what do you think would have been a good response to what happened on October 7th?
Basically, what they're doing now, there definitely could be some steps that they take to minimize civilian casualties a little further. But I think what they're doing now is basically right. I will say though, if they want to do a ground invasion of Rafah, they should do a full civilian evacuation of Rafah before invading Rafah.
Do you know what they're doing right now?
I mean, broadly, yeah.
What are they doing right now?
They're invading Gaza. They are blowing up Hamas tunnels. They are trying to kill as many Hamas members as possible. They are trying to flood tunnels. Yeah.
So, okay. Do you understand that the IDF has destroyed like 90 to like 80% of all the buildings in North Gaza? They've blown everything up. Like they've destroyed all, like basically almost all of the infrastructure in North Gaza. They've destroyed, and there's literally videos of people in like cars or like just anywhere. There's like there's videos of massacre after massacre of what the IDF has done. Like, do you know what the IDF or okay. So do you think that is reasonable? Do you think that that's an okay thing for Israel to have done?
I mean, the problem is Hamas doesn't have military infrastructure, right? Hamas operates exclusively out of civilian infrastructure. So anytime Israel tries to go after Hamas, they are necessarily going to have to blow up civilian buildings. But Israel did not only delay its ground invasion in northern Gaza, but it told all people in northern Gaza to evacuate, right?
So you're saying that, you know, Hamas hides in civilian infrastructure, so they have no choice but to destroy buildings with civilians in them.
Well, Israel first of all told the civilians to evacuate, and before Israel blows up buildings, they will call people in the building and tell them to leave the building. But if Israel wants to destroy a Hamas facility in a building, then yeah, they do have to blow up that building. There's necessarily some amount of damage to civilian objects that is going to happen there. There's some amount of civilian damage to objects that is inevitable in all war. The reason why it's so much higher in Gaza is because Gaza is densely populated, and because Hamas doesn't operate out of military infrastructure, they operate out of civilian infrastructure.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, I'm pretty sure that they have very extensive tunnel networks under Gaza. So I don't think that whatever militaristic arm of Hamas or the different military factions that are currently fighting within Gaza against the IDF, I really don't think that they're hiding, or at least I don't think that they are primarily staying within infrastructure above ground. They have tunnels, and they have rooms underground and places underground that they go to in order to, you know, like not like they're all underground basically, and they go above ground what it is that they want to strike, whatever targets it is that they want to strike. So I mean, to say that that Hamas hides in like civilian infrastructure, like even if that is the case, if someone within Hamas is hiding within a given building, and then if there's civilians in it, I mean, I think that would still constitute. That would constitute.
What are those tunnels under, though? What are those tunnels under?
Well, you see, the problem. I know. A lot of them are probably under buildings, but that doesn't do you understand that Gaza is one of the most densely populated cities in the world?
Yeah, I know.
So it's kind of difficult with the land that they have if they wanted to build like tunnels where not that many other people are. That would kind of probably be difficult. And also, I mean, they probably want to move around supplies and other things around and be able to get to wherever they have to be at easily. So in terms of like their military strategy, which I think is particularly like a guerrilla warfare. I mean, I think it makes sense to do that.
Are you aware of what passive protections are?
Passive protections?
Yeah.
What are they?
So the Geneva Conventions requires forces to take passive precautions against civilians, basically to not intentionally locate near or with civilians. Do you think Hamas is failing in that obligation?
I think that I'm not sure. Like, because if you want me to be honest, I don't think anybody knows what has a map of the like tunnel infrastructure under Gaza. So
I notice you, but
I
I'm
think
talking
that
to
it would
someone right
be
now, my man.
difficult to
And you don't watch
like
every
say,
stream. I know that's not true.
like, you know, I mean, say what it is. Say what the thing is again.
Forces have a duty to engage in passive precautions, basically. So they have to not co-locate with civilians. Basically, hold on. I want to see if I can find you the exact quote. Article 58 of Additional Protocol 1 requires defenders have an obligation to take feasible precautions to protect civilian and civilian objects from the effects of attack, which are called passive precautions. Do you think
Yes.
Hamas is failing in that obligation?
Well, I mean, it's not directly. I don't think that whatever infrastructure that they probably like have is within the buildings itself, because I mean they're underground. But if they were located underground, like then if the IDF were to say, "Hey, they are not taking the precautions like it was that you brought up," I don't think that would make sense, just because that there were buildings above it, because their military infrastructure is below ground. So if they wanted to destroy Hamas, which I mean, in that regard, that's probably why they built the infrastructure, because it's difficult. It would be difficult for them, and it's been difficult because they don't know everywhere where it is that the different militants in Gaza are coming out from. It's like a military. I mean, I'm sure that they've thought of different scenarios in which it is that Israel would invade, and how it is that they can best fight back. And I think that tunnels, in terms of what it is that they've done, I think that makes sense. And that doesn't targeting civilian infrastructure above tunnels. Could they
But
build
Hamas
could they
intentionally
build
places tunnels
Say
under
again?
civilian buildings, right?
well
Or do you disagree with that?
intentionally intent, I mean intent, if they intentionally built tunnels under cities, I don't think that the purpose probably would be like, hey, we want you to target these civilians above us, but probably as like a means of like a supply chain to get different supplies from one place to another.
The purpose
Or-
of placing the tunnels where they are is that it makes it very hard for Israel to attack those tunnels without also attacking civilians.
Well, I mean, so
That's why they operate out of the basements of buildings. That's why they place tunnels there. That's why they operate out of UN schools. That's why they operated out of El Shifa.
they operate out of UN schools. Where did you get that? Because I know that Israel bombed a UN school and they killed like a bunch of little kids. So even if there was someone from Hamas within a UN school, that still wouldn't. I think that constitutes a war crime if it was, because I know that they did. I know that they did target, I think, a UN school, and they killed like a bunch of kids. There's like
my understanding is that on 2 separate occasions, Hamas has been caught using or operating out of a UN school. And Israel did strike one of those schools. And by the way, just because Hamas is hiding within a school, that does not mean Israel has an infinite right to bomb that school and kill everyone in it. But even civilian infrastructure if it is being used with a military purpose, it can be lawfully targeted. It's not a war crime. Anything that anything, even a hospital, if it has a military purpose, can be targeted lawfully.
Okay, well, I don't think that the hospitals had a military purpose, because I remember, I think
Israel-
maybe you've seen that there was like a 3D graphic that Israel made that Benjamin Netanyahu posted on his Twitter, like where it was like a 3D image graphic thing, which showed that below a hospital there were like tunnel infrastructure, but there's absolutely no proof that there are tunnel infrastructure underground like it was in that specific 3D graphic. Like, maybe I can find it if you haven't seen it, but
Didn't Israel just wrap up its operation in El Shifa, where it killed a leader of Hamas, as well as 200 other terrorists that were operating there?
well, they bombed that hospital, and I think that they killed more than 200 people.
Well, this wasn't when they bombed it. This was just recently when they used special forces to go in it. Yeah, the head of manpower in Hamas's military wing was in El Shifa, and they killed him. Yeah.
I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, I don't trust the Israel Defense Forces Twitter. Like, I don't trust that they've actually found someone. Even if it was,
Okay.
that doesn't mean what they did was okay. That doesn't mean if there was one person within Hamas that happened to be within that hospital, that doesn't justify bombing it and killing 200 people.
Well, again, they didn't bomb it. They used special forces to go in there. And secondly, it doesn't automatically justify it, but it seems because there's still proportionality rules that apply. So an attack can be disproportionate, even if they were trying to go after Hamas members. But this wasn't like one lone Hamas member. This was like a policy Hamas had where they like intentionally operated out of this hospital.
I'm pretty sure that they did bomb that hospital and they killed 200 people. That was like a recent thing.
That wasn't the recent operation there. The most recent operation in El Shifa wasn't a bomb. It was like forces on the ground going into El Shifa.
I swear I could have. I mean, I'm pretty sure.
I think El Shifa was bombed at one point, but
and I think in the bombing that happened recently, or in some sort of operation, they killed like hundreds of people.
I think they definitely did. I know they killed 200 terrorists in El Shifa recently.
200 terrorists. 200 terrorists. 200 terrorists.
That is the most recent operation Israel. In the most recent operation in El Shifa, Israel claims to have killed 200 terrorists.
Israel claims. Do you trust Israel? Do you trust their claims?
I don't automatically trust them, but there isn't any evidence to the other side yet. I don't think there's enough evidence.
Do you really trust? Are you going to trust when Israel says, after this entire operation, after everyone that they killed, that when it is that Israel, or on one of Israel's Twitter pages, that when they say, or in some other place, when it is that Israel claims we killed 200 terrorists, are you gonna take their word for it?
I'm not automatically going to trust them, especially when they've been proven wrong in certain things before. But like, if you have evidence that El Shifa wasn't used as like as a terrorist operating site, you can link that. But it seems like the evidence we have now. But regardless, they definitely were. UNRWA has even admitted to finding Hamas weapons stored in schools. Hamas has operated out of these areas before, so that's the justification for like Israel bombing them.
I think that everyone's saying that Hamas is operating out of this, Hamas is operating out of that. They are the elected officials of Gaza. So even if they are Hamas officials in this place or that place, they're the elected officials of that given territory.
Yeah, but they're failing.
They are elected.
That they're committing a war crime. They're failing in their passive precautions. It's a war crime to operate out of UN schools. It's a war crime to do that. That's a war crime, and it's bad, even if it wasn't a war crime.
but Israel targeting a hospital and striking that given place, that's not a war crime. That doesn't constitute a war crime.
It could be a war crime if it was disproportionate. It would depend if it's disproportionate or not.
So killing 200 or potentially killing over hundreds of civilians. That's not
Killing civilians alone isn't a war crime. It has to either be disproportionate or it has to fail in distinction.
I think targeting a hospital, I think that does. I think that would.
If that hospital has a military purpose, then it's not a war crime to target that hospital. Now, the attack could still be disproportionate in that the damage to civilians outweighed the military gain that Israel got by attacking the hospital. It's possible that attack was disproportionate, but we don't know because Israel doesn't make its. I will criticize Israel for this. Israel doesn't make its intelligence as public as even the U.S. does. So we don't know how many people or how many civilians Israel expected to die when they bombed El Shifa. Proportionality assessments have to be made every time Israel bombs a place, right? Israel has to make an estimate of how many civilians are going to die from the strike, and is it worth it for the military gain that we achieve? Israel doesn't make some of those things public, which I think they should.
I mean, even if they did make it public, they probably lie about it. They've lied about a bunch of shit involving this, about all of this. I mean, do you know about how there was some people who went over to Gaza there was one Polish person, one person from Australia, one person from the UK, and there was a Palestinian helper. It was 7 people that died. They were a part of this organization called the World Kitchen.
Yeah, you're talking about the recent World Kitchen strike? Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
Yeah. Do you think that with what happened, do you think that that's justified?
I don't think it's justified, but it was obviously a mistake. I think it's way more implausible to suggest that so airstrikes like this have to go up the chain of command, right? There have to be multiple people that approve an airstrike like this, okay? Do you think that all of those people woke up and said, I want to kill a bunch of aid workers today for no reason?
Do I think... Wait. Do I think what?
Do you think that all the people who approved the airstrike knew that it was actually aid workers and just said, I want to be evil today, so let's kill them? Do you think that happened?
The truth is that I don't know. I don't know why the hell it is. You know what? The funny thing is that UNRWA, Israel is trying to, they want to ban UNRWA from operating within Palestinian territories or whatever. So then these World Kitchen workers were supposed to be their replacement, right? So they were given legal authority to operate within Gaza by Israel, but then they were still targeted. So that's how Israel's word isn't even. You shouldn't even take Israel's word whenever it is that they say, hey, you can operate legally. Because look at what happened. 7 people who were in the World Kitchen, they got murdered.
So do you think that was intentional, or do you think it was a mistake?
There's no way that it was a mistake because
everyone that approved that airstrike said, I want to be evil today.
Okay, hold on. The car that they were in, they were hit by a car inside of their one car originally. They went out of that car. They went to the next one. They were striked again in the car that they went out of to get to the next one. They went out of that car, and then they were killed in the third one. There's no way that they did that by mistake. There's no way. Everyone
that approved that airstrike just thought that they wanted to kill aid workers. They thought they were killing aid workers.
I have no idea what happened. I don't know.
So you agree it could have been a mistake. They could have been mistakenly targeted.
I mean, mistakenly targeted as in
as in they thought that they were blowing up a Hamas convoy when they did it. They didn't think they were blowing up aid workers.
Yeah, that missile went right through their logo on the car.
So the drones that they use for these things are infrared cameras, and it was nighttime, so they couldn't see the logo of the car. Okay, so the logo means nothing. It's meaningless.
I mean, I'm just saying, even it's just I don't know, but regardless, that's just
How do you not know?
That's
Can you like assign probabilities to it? Can you say like there's a 20% chance that they were mistakenly targeted and an 80% chance that the IDF wanted to be evil that day and they all decided to kill aid workers for no reason? Can you like?
Okay. Well, I don't. It's just insane how they can accidentally. But what will that say? If they did make a mistake, right, and then they were like, "Oh, we thought
Sure.
that these were all terrorist Hamas people," but what would that say about the IDF? What would that imply about the
Well,
IDF?
show that they failed in deconfliction, and they've already taken steps to make it better. They've already suggested better deconfliction efforts to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. But it obviously reflects poorly on the IDF. It obviously is a signal that the IDF can be incompetent.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
How do you
incompetent is different
target
than-
your own workers that you have said that you can operate, and then you blow them up, and then you destroy them?
Okay, but there's difference between being incompetent and being like intentional, right? So it's possible that Israel does something and it's incompetent, and that leads to people dying. That leads to civilians dying. Yeah. But when Hamas kills civilians, right? Hamas is intentionally going after those civilians, right? Or do you disagree with that?
When they go after civilian, well, on specifically October 7th.
Specifically on October 7th, when they paraglided into Nova Music Festival, do you think that was recklessness, or do you think that was intentional?
The truth is that I don't know if Hamas has some sort of document. Actually, I think that they do. I think that they might actually.
Okay, so Israel killed Hamas members on October 7th, and they actually found plans that they had that said that it specifically mentioned, for instance, to take civilian hostages.
Well, okay. Well, hold on. I think that the operation was called Al-Aqsa Flood.
Al-Aqsa Flood, yeah. But do you think it was just recklessness that Hamas ended up killing 800 civilians, or do you think that was intentional? The answer is really like I can pull up a phone call of a son who called his dad, and I
think that I think what they did was I think that it was intentional. They did want to try and do something. I don't think that it was just for no purpose. It was. I really don't. The thing is that I don't know. I know what happened on October 7th, but simultaneously, I don't. Everything that's happened on October 7th, there's also a bunch of lies that surround that day that it just makes me skeptical about saying, okay, that I know for sure what it was that their operational plans were, or what exactly they wanted to achieve.
It's fine to be skeptical about certain things, but so back to my original question, what do you think Israel should have done after October 7th?
Okay. Well, I think what Israel could have done, because I think that it's kind of a big question, because I'm not in the IDF. I don't know exactly how it is that they operate. I don't know how it is that they decide what it is that they're gonna do. Because, well, actually, I do. I mean, I think I do, but it's okay. Okay, but I think I also asked you, what do you think that they could have done?
Basically what they're doing. I think basically what they're doing is the appropriate response. There are maybe a few specific things that they could be doing. For instance, like I said, if they want to do a ground invasion of Rafah, they should do a full civilian evacuation of Rafah before they do that. They are finally starting to open up more crossings to let aid in, but I think they should have opened up more crossings to let aid in prior to this. And basically, I think Israel should be more willing to accept a ceasefire with the release of hostages for a temporary period to allow humanitarian aid in.
I'm not sure what it is that they. I mean, they definitely did not have to fucking do what they've done, which is kill, massacre like tens of thousands of people. I mean, that's obviously something that they didn't have to do. But also, I think that it's kind of like what happened on October 7th was a sort of, I mean, I think that something like this is probably inevitable eventually with how it is that Israel treats Palestinians and with how it is that they just operate the Gaza Strip. And, I mean, I don't think that what's happened. That's just not. That doesn't. It didn't have to actually happen. It didn't have to be like this.
Well, I mean, I agree. None of this would have happened if Hamas didn't invade on October 7th, right?
I mean, this is just October 7th. Really, is just a pretext. It's just like them saying it's just an excuse. What they want to do is they just want to take basically all Gaza. They want to make all the Palestinian population, because I think that there was a classified Israeli document that was written in Hebrew, and if you translate it to English, it says like a bunch of the different potential plans that Israel has for the Gaza Strip, and one of them was to evacuate all the civilians out of Gaza. Or,
there was a plan to temporarily evacuate civilians into the Sinai, but I think Egypt and Canada and the U.S. all rejected that.
Yeah, because why the hell? That would be horrible for Egypt. That would be horrible for Palestinians. That would be horrible for everyone. I mean,
the plan was to temporarily station civilians in the Sinai while Israel can get rid of Hamas in Gaza, and then the civilians would come back.
No, I don't think that was the plan. The plan is to expel them and to not have them come back.
Well, that was what the plan said. You can say maybe they had some secret motivation.
Oh, okay. The specific document, because I think I have it downloaded, but I don't know.
Okay, well, do you mind if I bring in that Israeli person again? He wants to talk to you.
What does he want? What does he want to talk about? Like, honestly, like, what does he want to talk about?
Well, I can bring him in here.
I don't want him to be disrupting me, because right now we're just talking fine. If he comes in here, he's just gonna like start. He's not gonna let me finish speaking, and I'm just gonna get angry.
I'll make him I'll tell you what. If he starts interrupting you too much, I'll remove him from the call.
What does he want to even start?
I don't know. I think he just wants in on our conversation. Yeah, he damned me saying he'll be respectful.
Whatever.
All right. Thanks, Red Radius.
What's up?
What's up?
Okay. Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I'll be respectful. I'll be super chill. Okay, don't worry about it. So what would you? Okay, how would you summarize your view of this, or like what proposition are you debating right now? Like, what are you on right now?
We're like just
basically
going back and forth about what could have happened.
We were talking about basically what Israel should have done after October 7th, and whether or not or whether or not Israel is trying to minimize civilian casualties or not.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. So do we dispute the fact that like Hamas intentionally targeted civilians and took hostages?
He says he doesn't know.
Well, no, I do know that they took hostages, and they did shoot people, and they did kill people. Yeah.
But is that a matter of policy for them?
No, I mean, why would they all know how to go to the hospitals, and would they have like a pretty efficient hostage distribution? Like they hit the hostages pretty fast, right? It's very unlikely that like they didn't plan to take hostages. They just happened to take 200 hostages in perfect.
Oh, yeah, they definitely probably did intend to take hostages.
Okay.
That's so fine. What should Israel's response be to that?
Yeah.
So what would my response be to
what should Israel do?
Intended to take hostages?
No, what should Israel do when an organization intentionally takes hostages? into their territory.
Well, that's the thing is, I mean, if you're trying to take hostages, you're trying to use that as leverage because right now, I mean, Israel has a bunch of basically innocent Palestinians locked up in jails and for no fucking reason. So, I mean, they can
Do you
say,
think that's
"Hey,
comparable?
we will let these people out if you let those people out." So, I mean, it's leverage.
Do you think that's comparable?
Well, comparable as
Also, it's a war crime, right? I mean, you might say
It
it's
is
a
a
good
war.
war
Taking
crime, but we
hostages is
agree
a war
it's
crime. Yeah.
yeah.
well,
We agree it-
comparable as in
Do you think Israel's prisoners in the West Bank are morally equivalent to Palestine taking hostages?
do I think that? Wait, repeat again.
Yeah, so Israel has hostages that you mentioned, right? We
Yeah.
can dispute like it's definitely not all arbitrary. I mean, Sinwar was one of the hostages traded in the Gilad Shalit agreement, so it's definitely not. Oh, they just have a billion,
Yeah,
innocent
well, there
people.
are innocent people that they have. There are people that have.
I don't know to what extent, but unlikely that every one of them is literally with a good reason there. So yeah, I'll go with sure. I just figure that's like as a matter of systemic policy, but whatever. That's besides the point. You might say, "Oh, Hamas took hostages to leverage it against Israel." That's fine, but what you're doing now is you're giving a reason for the war crime, right? We agree on
Yeah.
the baseline that it's a war crime.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what everything constitutes a war crime, but like, I mean, if that does constitute a war crime, then then it could be a war crime.
Under Common
Um,
Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, it's a war crime to take
What is it?
hostages.
What
yeah.
does it say? What does it say? Common Article 3.
Yeah, Rule
Persons
96.
taking no active. Oh, sorry.
Okay,
You got it.
go ahead. All right, you go.
No, you go.
Okay. So ICRC website, Rule 96, not 69. Hostage taking. State practice establishes this as a rule, norm, customary international law, applicable both international law. Here, Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions prohibits the taking of hostages. Whoa. It is also prohibited by the Fourth Geneva Convention and is considered a grave breach thereof. These provisions were to some extent a departure from international laws that stood at the time. Blah, 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 blah. But it's prohibited definitely across the board to take hostages in war.
Well, then okay. Well, then it could constitute a war crime.
Yeah, a grave
Yeah.
breach, even. But I mean, that's fine. So, do you think it was? I presume I don't know. You're giving like the reason why Hamas does it. Hamas benefits from hostages. That's of course true. But like, do you think they should have?
Well, do I think that they should? I mean, to let out potentially people that haven't done anything. I mean, leverage. I'm not like it's a difficult question. I think it can be difficult to answer, but it's just like it's kind of like what else is it that they could have potentially done?
Yeah. So the premise is kind of false. It's not to release people who are innocent. It's like they like they know some of the people released did do terror attacks, but they still want them released, right? Like many of them. Again, Sinwar in the Gilad Shalit. Do you know about the Gilad Shalit hostage trade?
What is that?
Okay,
When's
so
that?
Gilad Shalit, he was a hostage. He was taken hostage, I think, in Kaslet. I don't remember when, but he was taken into Gaza. So he was a soldier, kidnapped into Gaza, taken hostage, and there was a big movement to release him. And eventually, Israel traded just releasing Gilad Shalit for 1,000 prisoners. And Sinwar was one of the. Sinwar is now, I think, the leader of Hamas in Gaza. I don't remember
Yep.
his specific
Yeah.
role. But yeah, and he was one of the people released in that agreement.
Yeah.
Um,
And he planned
so
the
it's
October 7th
like-
attacks.
yeah, it was.
Well,
Also, I mean, we agree Israel wasn't you also said something about like with how Israel controlled Gaza before. Israel didn't control Gaza before October 7th, right?
well, I mean, Israel basically, I mean, they control all the borders. They control what goes in and out. There might not be settlers within Gaza, but they control what goes in and out. So in effect, they kind of like de facto like control the Gaza Strip, and they don't recognize they don't recognize Hamas as the elected authority within Gaza. They don't they I mean, in effect,
Hamas doesn't hold elections, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
it held
I
once.
mean-
Not anymore. I mean, not anymore.
I don't okay. Well,
I mean, it doesn't matter. The Palestinians would have in Gaza would have voted for Hamas either way. I don't think that matters.
okay.
I mean, if you look at their opinions.
Yeah.
But do you know Egypt also has a blockade on Gaza, right? Israel's control over Gaza, like it extends from Egypt just because they like it's more than Egypt because I think they control the population registry, the seaport, and the air. But that's I think that's where it begins and ends. Like, would you say Egypt also controls Gaza and manages it, or like
I
70% of it?
well, I think that I'm not exactly sure how it is that it works with Egypt, but I mean, they also, can also, but Israel, I think, tells Egypt on their border to not allow this and not allow that, whatever it is that goes into South Gaza.
Do you
But
think Egypt has a good reason to do this?
Why do
do
you
I think
think-
that?
Why do you think it is that like
Yeah, why-
Gaza's under more restrictions than the West Bank?
Or why does Egypt also blockade Gaza? Is it because Israel tells them to, or is it because Egypt has a reason of their own?
Hmm.
It's fine to not know, but the Muslim Brotherhood, right? Yeah.
Well, see, like it's. I'm not exactly.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So historically, the Egypt has a lot of troubles coming from the Gaza Strip. Hamas is an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood. They pooed their whole history of Egypt. That doesn't matter. Maybe we can refocus. What would you? Okay, so you're Israel. Okay, you're Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, God Emperor Netanyahu. I love him so much. I don't, just for the record. So you're him on October 7th. What would you have done? So people.
Well, I mean, I'm not a insane psychopath, like him. I'm not a fucking like. I'm not Benjamin Netanyahu. That. I mean,
No, you know what I said, right? You know what I meant, right?
yeah, I know what you meant, but I'm Benjamin Netanyahu. What is it that I decide? Because I'm the prime minister of Israel, and then October 7th happens. Well, if I'm fucking the there in that position somehow, then I'm like, all right, personally, I think that
Mm.
what should have been done probably is there's a lot of things that should be done. There's a lot.
Do you think? Like that Hamas? Would you have said like that's a initiation of war, October 7th, right? Invading into your country, killing innocents and kidnapping them. Would that be like an initiation of war?
Well, I mean, the problem is that those people were right outside of a blocked in place where these people are not allowed to go in and out. Everything is restricted. Those people that were around the border of Gaza who were doing like whatever music festivals or the kibbutz or whatever. How is it that you are just outside of that and then you're okay with that? How
What
are
do you
you
mean?
just outside? Well, how is it that you can be outside of a like what can
Yeah,
be?
so it's very simple. You're a 20-year-old or like 25-year-old. Like my neighbor, I'll give my neighbor. She's a survivor from Nova. I'll not say her name, of course. But like you're a 25-year-old. There's a party, and you go there and you party. Right? It's kind of straightforward. That's kind of like the logic of it.
Do you accept that it's a war crime to have attacked those people?
I think he did.
To have To have do what to people?
To kill those civilians at like the Nova Festival that were partying right outside the open air prison.
Well,
Concentration camp open air prison. Don't forget.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it basically is because people.
Yeah. Of course.
I mean, if you can't, if you go out, you can't go back in, and if you,
Oh, really? That's interesting. You want to look up like how many people crossed the Eras crossing every year?
I don't really know. I don't know everything about. I don't know everything about like about that, but
Yeah, that's why we have Google. I mean,
well, so ask again.
Well,
Ask the question again.
yeah. So if I look up Erez crossing, there are two crossings. There's Rafah crossing and Erez crossing. Erez is within Israel. So if I look up people who cross the Erez from Gaza in and out per month, right? Where would you put, like, how many people do you think a month in like 2019? Let's take 2019, 2018, whatever year you want. Before COVID, because COVID, there were lockdowns. But like, right, like the 2019, 2017, 2018. How many people per month do you think cross the border between Gaza and Israel? The concentration camp open air prison. How many people do you think a month
I'm
cross
not
it? Just
sure.
just give me a whatever. Wild, like, what do you call it? Ballpark. I mean,
Uh, maybe like 1,000 people, maybe.
okay. So if we look up Erez crossing, non-fun, do you want to look it up on stream?
Oh yeah, sure. All right. What
Yeah,
year do you
look
want me
up.
to look at?
Wait, how do I mute YouTube? Can I mute YouTube? No, I can't. Okay.
And somehow.
Fuck. Well, let me open your Twitch. 1 second. I just want to watch it. It's in. Okay, wait. Give me 1 second. Twitch. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah. So look up Gisha. GIS
GIS. What?
A. Oh wait. Give me a second. Give me a second. 1 second. I can hear myself. Oh my god. Okay. Forget about Twitch. Forget about Discord. Okay. Forget about YouTube. Okay. I'm sorry. Look up GISHA Erez, which is EREZ crossing monthly. Right. You should see. They're like an NGO. They're not a right wing NGO. They're a very left wing. Gisha. It translates to Access. Their name, and they keep track of the monthly crossing. One of the things they do keep track of the monthly crossing over the Erez crossing in and out of Gaza. It's in the I think it's tens of thousands a month. In 2019, I think in total there were like 120,000 people crossed the Erez crossing. So I mean, can you name me a concentration camp, open air prison, death camp?
For what reason?
whatever.
Why were they crossing?
Well, it actually separates them by reason. I think some are merchants, some are personal, some are like for jobs, right? Like a lot of people
Yeah.
from Gaza would have worked in Israel, and then go back to Gaza, because like the currency in Gaza is shekels, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It breaks it down, right? Does it? If I
Yeah, it
remember
does. It
correctly.
doesn't tell me what year this is. I guess it does.
It
8/23 because
should,
it's by the
should.
month. Yeah, it does. Yeah. So
Yeah, I wouldn't look at. Okay, so 23 is problematic because of October, but before that,
Yeah.
I think it was like it in 2019.
yeah, it's like
Don't look at
in,
2020, 21
for
because
example,
of COVID.
September
if you look at
2022. It's September 2022. 38,000 merchants crossed, and then 2,300 patients crossed.
I wouldn't look at
and 1,500
2022
other
or
people.
2000 or I wouldn't look at 2020 or
This is just to
2021 because of
further
COVID.
this.
These are
Oh
like,
wait, here we go. I found the drop down
yeah,
menu.
look at 2019 or even if you want 2017,
2019
because like that's pretty much of a time too.
Yeah, it's like monthly crossing, so like at 20,000 almost in total.
Yeah, so I mean, I just don't know of many concentration camps where like people can move in and out for jobs and merchants.
Well, maybe the right
of
word
course
to
there are
describe
restrictions.
Gaza might not be a concentration camp, but definitely it's not like an open place. It definitely is under
no.
Israeli control, like fully.
It's not under Israeli control, but it's under blockade and it's restricted.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Hamas controls Gaza.
Yeah.
Israel has not been occupying it since 2005. So yeah, I mean, I don't. So like that. It's just every time we use a label. I mean, we should think, okay, what justifies this label, and then we should go back a couple steps, try to look at data that would corroborate it. And most of the time, it doesn't, right? Which is problematic. So I mean, so maybe we could go back. Like, if you could choose a response to October 7th, right? Terror group. It's fine if if you say Israel has brought it about. It's fine if you want to say that. That's not my question.
Well, I mean, they
Just-
did, but
I know maybe you want to say that. That's fine if you want to say that. I know you want to say that. I'm saying.
well, I mean, I'm
given-
just saying, but that's not my like answer to what should have been done on October 7th. I'm not sure if I have an answer, but I mean, what it is that the state of Israel has been doing. I mean, they brought on
Okay.
themselves.
Sure. I don't agree, but that's fine. So who do you think turns down the ceasefire deals?
Who do you think turns down the ceasefire deals? As in, like, I think that there's been multiple calls for ceasefires from both sides, and I think that most of them, or there was a ceasefire deal that was agreed on. I think during like halfway
November.
Ramadan or something, and then every single ceasefire deal was like denied until like halfway through Ramadan, and I think that then there was a ceasefire deal that was agreed upon. But I think that even then, like, Israel was still firing bombs at people, even when it was that there was a ceasefire.
Why would they not bomb? Why would they cease fire before the ceasefire?
Well, what? Because
Why would they seize the fire before the ceasefire?
I think that there was a ceasefire called in the middle of the month of Ramadan or halfway through Ramadan.
No.
Or I don't know. I
don't know
thought
what cold. Wait, I don't know what cold. When you say cold, you mean like the UN thing, or you just like talking about actual offers that people can turn down and up?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
a
not
call-
completely sure. I'm not completely sure. I just could have sworn that there was something like that. There was some sort of call for.
What do you okay? What do you think
Well, I mean,
happens if
there's
Hamas
been a lot of
surrenders and gives back
calls
the
for
hostages?
ceasefire, but like
What,
even
what do
like
I
San
think happened?
Francisco.
Wait.
Wait,
What
what do you
do-
think? What would you think happens if tomorrow Hamas surrenders and gives back the hostages? What do you think happens to the Gaza population? What do you think happens?
I think potentially the same thing. Everything that's been going on, except maybe even worse, because now that there's nobody fighting back, then they're just gonna do whatever it is that they want to do, like without anyone trying to stop them, which is probably to remove everyone that's Palestinian outside of the Gaza Strip and somewhere else, wherever else, and for Israel to potentially move settlers into the Gaza Strip, potentially. But I'm not sure. Because I don't know exactly what it is that they would do, because that's like a hypothetical scenario that there's no
That's fine.
way that
Yeah.
that's going to happen. I don't think that there's any way that's going to happen.
Okay. Do you think Israeli warning practices, right? Like we agree Israel does warn people to evacuate areas before it bombs, and it tries to notify civilians to move out of harm's way. We agree Israel tries to do that?
I think that it depends. I think that to say every single time that they bomb a building, they warn the people.
No, definitely not.
Well, they don't
Definitely.
have to do it every time. They only have to do it when it's feasible to do it.
Yeah. I mean, would you say something like Israel's warning practices are the golden standard?
I do recall that there was like a building where a news station, I think it might have been Al Jazeera, was working out of some sort of building somewhere.
It's AP.
Like,
It's
either-
AP. You're talking about an AP in 21.
What, say again?
Are you talking about AP, like Associated Press in 21?
Yeah.
Maybe
I remember that,
Maybe,
yeah.
but I could have sworn that they did warn those people to get out in 30 minutes. But like, I don't know. Like,
Was
bombs,
it in the
like,
war or before the war? Are you talking about, because that the
before, it was
only
before- I mean, obviously, it's before all of this. Obviously that's before what's been happening for the past few months. They did
Okay.
warn those people, but I don't think that they every single time that they bomb a building, which
yeah.
probably has civilians in it, that they warn every single time. Like
No,
they,
of course.
every
But-
single
but
person.
And they're not required to, but like you. Okay, so here are a couple of things. Tell me which one you agree with, which one you don't think happened. Okay, these are just not opinions. These are just like things that either happened or didn't happen. So Israel has like a system for telephoning. Is that a word? Phoning people to warn, and with also cultural training to like communicate better and to warn better. And they dropped leaflets, and they exceed the requirements by international law. And international law experts call, like, at least like some supreme international law experts call this like the golden standard of warning practices. And Hamas doesn't do any of it. Hamas doesn't warn. Hamas doesn't care to notify. Hamas intentionally hunts down people who are civilians. So I said, look, 7 things here. Which one do you agree with? Which one do you disagree with?
So you said that okay. I'm sorry, I was typing to someone. So you said that like
All good.
Israel is considered like the gold standard at like warning people when a strike is about to happen.
So there are requirements by international law about the duty to warn, and Israel exceeds them. They do things they're not required to at all to do, but they still do it in order to warn people, right? Like there is, for example, do you agree that Israel multiple times dropped leaflets, right? Just a bunch of paper with like a message, hey, evacuate, we're going to do this and that. Okay? Please evacuate the area. No law requires this at all. And I don't know of any army who ever did this. There might have been. I'm just ignorant.
Well, I
Do we
mean,
agree that happened? Do we agree that happened?
I mean, congratulations. Israel's gonna
Ask yes or no. Do you agree that happened?
that it happened that Israel has sent warnings sometimes to certain people.
So dropped thousands of leaflets over neighborhoods to warn them to evacuate.
And also has an
They're
entire
not
phone
required
bank.
to at all to do
They
that.
have an entire phone bank dedicated to calling people and telling them to evacuate before they bomb buildings.
Yeah. The
And
question
also
is, why would they do
they've
that?
also opened
Yeah.
humanitarian corridors.
Yeah,
to allow people to
the
evacuate.
question is, why would they? Yeah. So, what's your name? Peta Lima. Why would they do that, right? Why would they drop? Like, why would they exceed the requirements by international law to warn civilians and have phone banks with cultural training and allow humanitarian corridors? Which I think is not enough. I think they should allow more. I think we definitely should allow more. Yeah. So, but still, why would they do that? So the aid thing, I'm fine conceding, like it because it's required by international law and PR, whatever. Why would they exceed the requirements by international law with leaflets, right? And it's not just like a couple, like, papers they send 1 or 2 people. You should look at the videos. It's literally a plane just dropping a rain of like leaflets saying, "Hey, get away, please evacuate."
Yeah, I
Why
mean,
would they do that? Just the question is why.
probably because they want fucking people to move as easy as possible without. I mean, probably because they want people to move to
Why
get
do
out
they
of the
want the
way.
people to move? Yeah, why do they want them
Yeah,
out
so
of the
they
way?
don't want them to die, right? They don't want them to die.
Them out of Gaza
Say that again.
to move them from the north because there were 1.6 million people, or there were around like 1 million people in North Gaza.
6 million people?
No, one.
Okay,
No,
yeah.
I said around
fine,
like
that's
1 million people fled North Gaza into the south, and then it's just from there. Some people moved north again, like some people.
So can we think of another reason why would they would?
Just in general, they wanted to move people from the north to the south because they.
Why would I agree? That's why you were warned to evacuate. But why did they warn to evacuate?
I
That's what
mean,
evacuation is, right? Moving people, right? But
because they want to, because they want to move them out, so then they could have for a potential plan to occupy the north. Because I remember there were plans, or what they wanted to do was occupy the north, but that's not exactly working out.
I
right now.
don't know of any plans like that. Maybe you can send them to me. I'm not aware of them. Can we think though of another reason why Israel might want not a lot of civilians in the north and some other, like, maybe there is some group operating in the north at the time that they wanted to chat with? Can we think of that? Is that a possible reason?
You're talking about Hamas.
Whoa. And the PIJ. Yeah, is that a possible reason?
Well, I mean that to move people out of the north so that they could fight Hamas.
The people who attack, yeah.
Well, I mean the problem with that is that
Mhm.
they have killed loads of people, like a lot of people in the process.
Yeah.
Sure, but it's a war.
People die in war, which is horrible. But that's not people died in. Do you think there was any war in which civilians didn't die a lot? And so, I mean, I just don't I just don't get the point.
Well, I mean,
Why would they exceed the requirements by international law? Something they like. No one would have been like Israel should have dropped leaflets if Israel didn't even
I don't
notify
even
of even doing this, right?
I don't even think that they warned at first in the first month. I don't know if they sent any warnings to anybody whenever it was that they started bombing the north. I don't know if there
They warned all of
Yeah,
northern
so
Gaza
you'd
to
be wrong.
evacuate before they even invaded,
Yeah.
and they actually
Not
delayed
only
their
that, they
invasion to
warned
allow
on day
people.
one.
Yeah,
They warned on day one. I mean, BB literally on day one. We can trace back. We can open the IDF's. That's the neat thing about the internet. Everything is archived. We can open the IDF's Twitter account and scroll to see what they said on October 7th. Right? We can see the statements. I don't like BB. I hate him. I think he's a lunatic. But he literally said, "Civilians in Gaza, please evacuate." It is deep voice. Civilians in Gaza, please evacuate the north. Something like that. Right? They warned on day one. Like, yeah. It's a yeah. Now, you might say, okay, they're required to do that and it's PR. I'm saying, why would they exceed international law in a way that no army that I know of ever did by dropping leaflets and doing the cultural training with the phone backs and all this thing? Right? There's a great, if you want to read about this, great institute called the Lieber Institute. They have an article on the duty to warn. You might want to read it. It's a pretty good
Well,
article.
wait, hold on. So you're saying that we're gonna drop leaflets and we're gonna warn you, please evacuate. And then the next day, bombs start dropping, and then
Mhm.
my house that I was living in was bombed, and my family died. Oh well, you were warned, and oh my god, do you think that that's okay? Even like just because who know like oh.
I don't think it's okay to target a house for no reason.
They have.
I don't think it's. I don't. I don't. I think you should. I think you should get. Actually, I think you should get something back once the war is over. But no, I don't think it's intrinsically wrong to bomb things in war.
They've blown up and destroyed 80 or 90% of all the infrastructure in North Gaza.
I already went over to you how Hamas operates exclusively out of civilian infrastructure.
Yeah, but okay, but do you think everything 90 to 80%? Do you think that that everything like that much? Even if what you're saying was true, do you think leveling, which they have done, like basically almost the entirety of North Gaza, destroying everything, do you think that would be justifiable?
I mean, attacks can be disproportionate or fail in distinction, but I think Hamas operates exclusively out of civilian infrastructure. Gaza is extremely densely populated, and they also operate out of tunnels, which makes it really hard to do these type of strikes without also damaging civilian infrastructure. So long as they're taking steps to minimize damage to civilian and civilian infrastructure, then yes, absolutely justifiable.
And you know what? Maybe they shouldn't be bombing the fuck out of the whole of Gaza if it's so densely populated and if so many people are living close together. Maybe it's not such a good idea if they want to reduce civilian casualties to be bombing bombing Gaza the shit everywhere and then killing tens of thousands of people.
But what are they? What is their goal in bombing
So,
Gaza?
Okay, we agree. So here are two things: either Israel bombs or it doesn't bomb after October 7th, and then either Israel warns or it doesn't warn. Okay, you might want to bite the bullet and just say, I think after October 7th, Israel should have literally not bombed, not do anything, and just take it and not go to war. That's fine. That's fine if you want to say that. That's that's a position you can take. That's what I mean. But granted that bombings are going to occur, do you want Israel to warn or do you want them to not warn?
Um, I, I just think that like saying and warning or putting like flying a plane over somewhere and then dropping a bunch of leaflets that say evacuate, like that's just kind of like
Like,
it's.
get people to evacuate, right? That's probably what it's trying to do.
I mean, potentially, but I don't think that still would make a bombing of a civilian area okay. And
Yeah, they're
I don't
protected
think
by
that's
international law so long as they're not used outside of civilian purposes, like for military. As long as they're not used for military purposes. So yeah, if Israel just saw, hey, here's a civilian building, bomb, right? That'd be bad. I agree with you, right? That would be unjust. That would be bad. Now, is that the question I asked?
okay. You didn't ask that question. You didn't. You asked, what do I think? Do I think that
Either Israel warns or it doesn't warn. Do you want people to warn? Like Israel is going to fight Hamas. That's a given. Okay. You might want to say Israel should not have fought Hamas and literally took October 7th and just stayed quiet. That's fine if you want to say that. But given that Israel is going to attack, do you want them like they're going to attack Hamas starting with the north? Do you want them to warn or do you want them to not warn?
um that they should not. If
I think they should
well, okay. Should what?
Warn them.
warn people before they bomb.
Well, I'm not. I wasn't gonna say I don't think that they shouldn't warn. Well, actually, I mean, I would say that I don't think that they should bomb Gaza, and I don't think that they should warn people to leave where they're at. I don't think they should do either of that.
Okay. So after October 7th, you wanted Israel to do nothing, right?
Well,
Or what
okay.
is we? I guess we're back at the question. What would you have done?
Yeah.
What would you have wanted Israel to do? Do nothing. Do special operations, whatever that means. Do maybe surrender and just I don't know get taken over by Hamas. Like multiple options. Like many. Think of whatever. Because I think it's not unreasonable for a country to want to go to war with an organization to just date October 7th to them, right? I think that's reasonable. I think that's not crazy.
Well, I I don't. Okay. What would I have done? I am. I will. I don't want to be like in Netanyahu's position. I don't want. I don't want to be in that position.
Okay.
Okay.
So as a
Because-
Someone's
citizen,
gonna
what do
be.
you think
because-
Israel
Okay,
should
so
have done?
whoever would be in that position, or whoever is in that position, let's call him Robert. Robert is now instead of VP, he's the prime minister. What would you have wanted Robert to do?
Is Robert just some random person?
Oh, he's the prime minister of Israel.
Prime Minister. Oh, okay. Uh, fucking. Uh, shit. Do you? I think Israel shouldn't even be a state, really.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We got
Finally.
there finally.
Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Do you think the U.S. should be a state?
No.
Was it a no? Was it a yes?
I don't think. I don't think either. I think the United States needs to be
Abolished.
fucking overthrown and establish a dictatorship of the workers.
Okay. I would never have guessed. That's shocking. Okay. Glad we That we can agree.
So,
I'm a
so what does your
communist as well.
solution look
So
like
I'm
then,
gonna.
Fedemillo?
Solution to what?
The Israel-Palestine crisis. What do you
Well,
what do
the
you think should
problem
happen?
is that okay. So a lot of people,
Well, you know, now fun. You know. Come on.
a lot of people, a lot of people like to go back and forth in the UN about potentially like a two-state solution. I think what's been proven over the past 75 years, or the past this last century, however long it is that Israel has existed, Israel does not want to acknowledge Palestinians' right to self-determination, and I think that it's just become abundantly obvious that they just want to block any sort of potential self-determination of Palestinians that they can at any turn. So,
Mm.
I think that there needs to be potentially, I mean, because they have a bunch of illegal settlements in the West Bank, which
West
are
Bank, yeah.
illegal. That's been increasing. They've been building more illegal settlements. They've been forcing the Palestinians
Mhm.
into more and more densely populated enclaves. It's the whole history of Israel is they're a settler colonial state. I mean, that's
Wow,
what Israel is. And
that's big.
I think that what needs to happen potentially is there needs to be one state where it is that
Mm.
that anybody, regardless of if you're Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Palestinian, Jewish, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Not a capitalist.
Anyone should be
Yeah, it has
able
to be a dictatorship of the proletariat too.
Well, I mean, yeah, that would also be, yeah, it should be like that as well. It should be a dictatorship of the workers. It should be,
Yeah.
but I mean, what it should, I mean, it needs to be a state, a place where it's not where people aren't under an apartheid and where no one's under an apartheid
Yeah.
system. Where, yeah, it
agree.
can't go on. It can't go on as it is that it's been going. It can't.
Amazing. So, like, Israel would never recognize or like want to give Palestinians right of self determination. Like Israel would never offer a state in like 2001, right? Like Israel would. That's something Israel would never try to do, right?
I mean, I don't really think
Come
that
on,
any of
chat.
the
Come on,
attempts that
Glock Orange. Be
Israel
nice.
has
Be
put
nice,
forward,
chat.
I think, are genuine. I think that it's just, I don't think that they're genuine.
So, what was not genuine about Taba?
What is it? What was that?
Taba agreement? Taba summit?
The what summit say again?
So,
Taba
Taba, Taba.
What was it? What was it?
It was after Oslo, right?
Oh.
Oslo, Clinton parameters,
What
then you have Taba, and then the second intifada.
I do remember like hearing about Oslo agreements, but I don't know exactly what it is that occurred or what was.
To be clear, you don't actually know whether these
Let me
attempts
think-
were
let me
genuine
think
or
if-
not.
Yeah, so let's say Nanfan fights a lot with his friend. Let's call him, I don't know, Ron. Okay, and Nanfan and Ron they fight a lot, and I know they talked a month ago and tried to settle things down. Don't you think I should know what Nanfan offered him before I say I don't think Nanfan was ever genuine? Right? Don't you think I should know like what happened
I mean,
when they talked a month ago?
times whatever it is that I've looked at, I've looked at it, I don't like. Well, okay, just what was it? What was the what happened? What was agreed upon?
Well, they offered him. I don't remember the parameters of the state, but it was like the most generous
It was,
offer.
yeah, it was
in,
over
in,
90% of the
history
West
development.
Bank, and they were compensated with land swaps.
Yeah.
Well, say again. What happened?
They were offered over 90% of the West Bank, and they would be fully compensated with land swaps. Is I think the
Wasn't it like in the 97 range?
yeah, it was wild. Yeah,
Yeah. And do you think they accepted it or rejected it?
I think that they rejected it, and I think that
Mm.
I mean rightfully. I mean they probably thought rightfully so that the Israelis weren't being that they don't actually like 90% of the West Bank. So then they would take 10% of the West Bank In
If they
Israel-
thought Israel wasn't
Israel would
genuine,
annex
why
3%
then
of the
enter
West
the
Bank.
agreements at all? Yeah, wait. Why get into the talks if you think Israel wasn't genuine in the first place? They could have just not do the talks, right?
I'm not sure,
Like if
but
you think
I
non-fun
don't know
is
exactly why. But I don't,
if non-fun thought Ron One was disingenuous, he would not even talk to him a month ago, right?
I mean, maybe they wanted to negotiate something else, but I mean,
Hmm.
I don't think that they wanted to agree on that. On
Yeah, because they didn't.
on like just on 90% of the West Bank,
Right,
and I
97.
No,
mean,
but if you think Israel never, why would Israel even risk them agreeing, right? How bad would Israel look if Israel is like, hey, do you want this generous offer? Or maybe you think it's not generous. Like, look, I can give you the argument you should make here, but whatever. Like it whatever. So Israel offers a state, right? Why would they even risk the Palestinians saying yes if they're so disingenuous, right? Like that doesn't make sense at all. They would just that'd be so bad, right? Like it. I mean, yeah.
maybe they thought that they'd still encroach and put settlements, even if they did agree on it.
Well, was that a part of the agreements?
Well, I don't think it's a part of any agreements for the
Do you
illegal.
think the okay? Do you think the offer of the state offer in Taba was allowing Israel to just keep building settlements in the other state?
Um, Probably not.
There's an answer.
But
There's
the
a
thing
correct
is
answer.
that Israel is illegally doing that. I mean, right now. So they'd probably be illegally
know.
doing it if they signed the agreement.
Well, they
Do
probably
you think
would
if
not be
Palestinians had statehood, Israel would still be building settlements in Palestine?
in
Well,
that state.
I
Yeah.
mean, that would be a problem. I mean, that would be an issue if that were the case. Just as it is now.
Wait, why do you think Israel can build settlements right now?
Well, why do I think that they can build settlements? No, I don't think that they can build settlements. It's illegal.
No, I mean, like, why do they have the ability to, though?
Why do they have the ability to? As in, like, why? How is it that they are able to?
Yeah,
I mean,
because they're occupying them, isn't it?
yeah.
So you think if
Yeah.
they weren't occupying them, they would still somehow build settlements in a Palestinian
Well,
state?
yeah, they probably find some. They probably still do it. They probably still want to take all the land.
Okay.
So they want to take the land. That's why they offer a state there, right?
So Palestinians should never accept a peace agreement because you think Israel is always just going to try to build settlements, even in a fully sovereign Palestinian state.
Well, it
Um,
wouldn't be fully sovereign, would it?
Well, that's true.
well, I mean, if you look at the historical record, you look at what's happened. That
Wait, just before I go to sleep, because I'm gonna go to sleep soon. Do you vote at all?
do I vote? Well,
Yeah.
vote on
Oh, no.
vote on what?
Like in elections.
In elections?
Well, no, not really, not really. I mean,
Okay,
like,
yeah, okay, that's interesting. Okay. Either way, don't worry about it.
But you're not
So
going to
yeah,
vote
why
for
would
Biden.
so Israel wants to take all the land and annex it? That's why they didn't annex it and offer a state there.
that's
Is that the logic?
so. What do you? So, do
Mhm.
you think it would have been better if it was than in 2001 with the Oslo agreements that the Palestinians would agree that, okay, we're going to have a state with 90% of the West Bank and with Gaza, and then so yeah. Do you think that that would have been a good deal?
Yeah, of course.
How so?
I mean, any agreement would improve things, right? We would have less need for like there wouldn't be much terror. Is the settlements would stop, right? Like I mean, I think peace is generally preferable to conflict.
Well, do you think that that would have stopped everything if they were to agree to have
A
given
lot of things, yeah.
10% of the land of the West Bank and
It was
then
3%. It was Israel offered 97%.
thing is that right, what they're doing right now and installing settlements in the West Bank, that's illegal. So even, but like you're saying, oh, but they have a state, and then it would. I
Do you
don't think
think?
it would
Okay,
matter.
wait. Okay, here's the question. Here's the question. Do you think it would have been better or worse if Israel kept building settlements? Better or worse?
Or, worse.
Worse.
It would have been worse if
So if
they.
Israel offered a state, and just assume for a second that when there would be a state, there wouldn't be the settlements. That's a good thing, right? Because
Well, how do you know that there would have been settlements?
that's not what I asked.
What do you
I
ask?
didn't ask. I didn't ask if there would be. I said given that there would be, wouldn't be. Okay, let's assume for a second there wouldn't be settlements in a state of its own. Same with that, the U.S. doesn't build settlements in Mexico, right? Presumably, if there's a state, they would. Israel doesn't build settlements in Egypt, right? So here's an example. Israel built settlements in the Sinai when it was occupied. Then they gave the Sinai back
And they
and
tore those
evacuated the
settlements
settlements.
down.
Yeah, right. Like that's an example of them giving back a piece of territory to a state and not building settlements there, right? We can conceive of such a thing. It's even quite likely because they did it in the past. So Israel gives them 97% of the West Bank with land swaps, right? The entire offer of Taba, which evades my memory right now, right? And there are no more settlements. Given that you agreed a minute ago that it would be better to stop the settlements, wouldn't that be a good thing? To stop the settlements during a state, right? Because there is a state there. I think there's a clear answer.
But how do you know that them being given the right to statehood by Israel would stop the building of settlements?
Because it's a state. What do you? Can the U.S. build settlements in Mexico? Did Israel build settlements in Sinai after they give it back?
But that's like presuming. That's presuming. But it's already illegal.
What evidence? What evidence do you have that they would have?
But what if they would have stopped? If they would have stopped, if it was like, okay, Israel is going to stop. Okay, if you are given, we're going to give you statehood. We're going to give you the right to statehood. You can keep 90% of the West Bank, and then that's what we're doing is presuming. Okay, we're going to presume that Israel stops building settlements, presuming that if they were to have agreed in 2001 that okay, that this is just an assumption. It's a hypothetical scenario because me personally, I think that they still, even if they were to agree to statehood, Israel will probably still build settlements or try to because they would probably not recognize the agreement anyway. But I think that if it was that they were to have said, "Hey, we're going to retract all the settlements in the 2001 agreement, and we're not going to build any more settlements within the West Bank." Even then, I'm not sure, but I'm not sure because I don't think
This is so obvious. I'm sorry. This is so obvious that when you offer someone a state,
if I was in that situation, I don't think I would trust Israel.
do you think when they said no, do you think they said no because like I think you're making up a reason and trying to defend this. It's so obviously false, okay? Trying to be respectful, but this is so obviously false. They never said when they justified why they said no to the Taba, they never said, oh, we cannot trust Israel to not build settlements in our fucking state. Okay? No one ever said that. There's no precedence at all for Israel wanting to build settlements in a sovereign
What was
state.
the reason?
Israel gave the Sinai back and they stopped the settlements, right? Israel evacuated Gaza and still have the settlements. It was presumed in Taba, right? Israel literally the 3% of the West Bank that would be annexed to Israel are the big settlements blocks, right? Because they would not keep going with settlements, right? They would just like stop where the big settlements block are and stop there, right?
Okay, well, what is it that what is it that you're saying?
I'm saying it's absurd to think Israel would have kept building settlements after giving them a state. There's literally no one, even like not Finkelstein or anyone on
Yeah.
the Palestinian side is
I don't
arguing
think I've
this.
ever heard
Not
someone
Khalidi,
argue
not
that before.
Finkelstein, not
well, I don't
not
know. We were just
Khalidi,
talking. We
not
were just
Ahmad.
talking about settlements, and I'm just saying that personally. But like,
Okay, yeah. So I think
Okay.
that's absurd.
Well,
Yeah. Well, so Israel. Okay. So assuming for a second, right? Okay. Do we agree that Israel gave back the Sinai and didn't build settlements into fucking Egypt after giving back the Sinai? Right? We agree on that.
yeah, I don't think that there's settlements in Sinai.
Yeah, but they did build settlements in Sinai when they had it.
Well, I didn't know that. I think until now.
Yeah, they
and
did, and then they tore them
they
down.
gave back the Sinai to Egypt for peace
Yeah.
with Egypt.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so isn't that like kind of big evidence that they would have presumably done the same in a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza?
Um.
So
Well,
I think
it's a
it would have
different
been better
scenario.
for the Palestinians. Wait, so okay, here's the future. Okay, would you say it would have been good? Suppose I teleport you to a future now, or to a present now, where there's a Palestinian state, settlements are not being built there. The Gaza Strip is not controlled by Hamas, but it's controlled by a democratic Palestinian state. Okay, and now there are presumably no terror attacks within Israel, right? Presumably there are no more settlements being built, right? uh, and didn't they offer also at Taba some joint control of East Jerusalem? Could be wrong.
I don't know. It gets complicated because there were so many offers and counter offers.
Yeah, sure. So stuff like that. Would you say that would have been good? Because if you say yes, that's Taba. That's what the Palestinians turned down. Now you might want to say, well, what about the right of return? Well, why not all the West Bank? Well, though, like there are so many other reasons you can say, but don't at least like on what I'm saying. Like obviously that's a big benefit, right? Obviously that's a pretty good thing. What I mentioned so far.
So can you wait? Say what you said again, because like you said a lot. Like in
Don't worry. It's just clearly if the Palestinians accepted Taba, we would have been in a better future. Hamas would not control the West Bank, so Palestinians in Gaza right now would not leave dictatorship, right? Palestinians would have a state with sovereignty. Settlements would stop, right? And the conflict would have been greatly reduced if not ended.
I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't know what would have happened if in 2001 they were to have agreed on that agreement, but
Okay, so
I do
why?
not.
You can't
Okay,
even
I'm
make
sorry.
a guess.
Not even the Palestinians stop this. Why would Why would the Palestinians, if Israel is so two-faced, so slimy, so whatever, why would the Palestinians even go to the summit? Why would they be like, no, we don't even want to talk to you because we can have no confidence in whatever you're doing. That's not what the
Look,
Palestinians say.
I'm not a Palestinian official. Like I don't know all of the intricacies of everything that's going on about
Doesn't
how
it
it
just
is.
seem likely that Israel would have followed through? Doesn't it just kind of seem likely?
Say again.
Well, wouldn't it presumably Israel would have followed through with the offer that in the summit, right? Because the Palestinians wanted to go to the summit. Probably there was some good faith on both sides.
So okay, you said you think that in 2001, if they were to agree to the agreement to establish a Palestinian state, where it is that they would keep 90% of the West Bank in control of them, and Gaza were to be in control of a so-called democratic state, or whatever. And then if they were to have agreed to that, then we would have been in a better place now. I think that that is. I think that is. I don't believe that. I don't believe that it just simply would have been better. I think that it would have. Maybe it would have. What I mean, maybe what would have happened, or they probably Israel would have even more control over those territories, and even more control over those territories if it was that they might have agreed to the agreements. If that
Why
was
would they offer a state? Okay, so do you think Do you think Israel right now has? Okay, so either suppose I I don't know, clap my hands, and now there's a state in the West Bank, a Palestinian state in 97% of the West Bank. Would that give Israel more or less control over the West Bank?
Okay. Clap your hands and say again.
Like I clap my hands, and ta-da! There's a state now in the West Bank. Okay,
Yeah.
would that give Israel more or less power to occupy the West Bank?
Probably less.
So it's not true that they would have the Taliban would have given Israel more control over the West Bank, right? Because they offered a state.
Well, I mean, I think that Fatah is already like just a proxy of like Israeli control in the West Bank. So, I mean, if they were to have established a state by Israel's standards, it might be even worse, potentially.
So Fatah with Arafat, the terrorist guy, who literally was caught with like terrorists in his car in Gaza at the
Freedom
time.
fighters.
Yeah, sure. What if Fatah is controlled opposition? Why give them a state? Right now, the people there can vote. Right. If he's a stooge, why give the people the ability to decide? I mean, don't you think that's contradictory?
You mean in the West Bank?
Now, yeah. Like, suppose if they were controlled opposition, they would not have offered a state, right? Because the state has elections, and elections are done by people. So it's the people there would have decided, not the stooges.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying no, it's not true that Fatah was just controlled opposition.
Well, I
stooges.
mean, when Arafat was alive, no, but now it is.
Well, we're talking about Taba. Arafat was alive.
Well, I mean, then they decided no on that agreement, and it probably was for the best for the Palestinians' self-determination. I mean, probably. I mean,
Yeah, look at how much self-determination they have now. Clearly,
I don't know everything about what was in the agreements, but if they were to have agreed on that by agreeing on Israel's standards of that agreement, that okay, they will be given the right to statehood, and then Gaza, there will be some sort of authority put into Gaza, and I think it's questionable how much it like. I think it's questionable how much right they would actually the Palestinians would actually how much sovereignty they would actually have over their own country.
Do you think the blockade would exist if they had a state,
Um,
or at least be less severe?
I think I think it's a possibility that could be, because I mean then Israel would be in more control over that area if it was they would have signed that agreement potentially. But yeah, so it maybe they wouldn't be blockaded, but in 2006 whenever Hamas was elected and they didn't like Hamas, so then that wasn't the result that they wanted, and then they started the blockade, and then I think George Bush was mad, and they just decided, okay, we're gonna start. We're gonna put Gaza on a blockade.
Okay. Before I go to sleep because I'm tired, why do you care so much about the conflict then if you don't know much about
Well, I don't know. I don't
You
know.
seem to talk about it on stream a lot.
The specifics. I don't know everything about specifics, but you don't know. You don't have to know like a lot about these specific events to care about what's going on in Gaza right now.
Well, but okay. Do you care about other catastrophes in the world now?
I just want to say, like, your entire personality right now is Israel Palestine. Like, every time you stream, it's Palestinian statehood now, and you have the Palestinian flags.
That's just for awareness. That's for awareness.
Sure.
Like,
Okay, wait. Okay, if it's for awareness, are you aware of like what's going on in
am I aware of Sagan?
Of what's going on in Sudan right now?
Sudan. Uh, not everything. Not everything. Not everything.
Some of it. Are you aware of some of it? Because they're like that's categorized as even more severe than what's going on in Gaza by multiple third parties.
Yeah, here you
Well,
have
It's
a
like one of the biggest
video,
crises in the world right now.
death to
Yeah, I think
fascism,
there's-
and then you have
there's
an Israeli
Sudan.
flag burning, and you have the logo of Hezbollah, you have the flag of Palestine,
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
boots on the
we know
Israeli
Hezbollah,
flag.
don't we? Yeah, I mean, so I think it's unlikely that it's to raise awareness.
Well, it
Because
is.
you don't seem to be raising awareness for other catastrophes, right? Maybe
Do
there's
you like
another
have a
reason.
do you like
I mean,
have a
I think
donation
that-
link to Palestinian organizations or something? Do you like donate to Palestine at all?
Like donated like $10 to UNRWA.
Oh no, I love UNRWA. I love UNRWA so much. I love UNRWA so much. Look, but so if it's to raise awareness because you care about people's lives, why do you not care about people's lives in Sudan? Or at least you don't seem to know
Well,
much.
sure, I mean, I
know.
do, but that's not that. Just because I'm like focusing mainly on that doesn't mean that I don't care about like them.
Well, I mean, you don't seem to. Well, no, you gave me the reason of I care about people's life, but it doesn't seem like you care about. Like it's not very consistent, is it? Right? Like, suppose you had someone who's like, I'm an anti-rape advocate, and they only talk about rape by black people, right? They seem to ignore rape by white people. Don't you think there's something else going on? I would. Right?
Like
They're like, no, I do care about the rape done by white people, but I
maybe.
only talk exclusively about the black people doing rape. Don't you think that's bizarro?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that could be.
The hell?
That could be. And if they had a
Dude.
black person join the call, no, I'm joking. I'm not going there. They would be like, "What? You're black?" No, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Don't worry about it. I just think it's bizarre. Okay, but maybe reflect. Maybe donate to Sudan or anything to help. And yeah, I'm gonna go now. Bye, non fun. This was really, really fun. I like this a lot.
Don't worry. You can.
Yeah.
Also, wait. No, never mind. I'll DM you when I need it. Bye bye.
All right. You can
Yeah.
join anytime, buddy. Anytime I stream. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I just. But before we go, I just. You live in America, right?
Yes.
Well, you're not, but you don't vote.
I mean, vote on what exactly? Because I mean,
Are you
the
gonna
next-
vote this November?
for war criminal number 1 or war criminal number 2?
I mean, you could vote third party if you really wanted to. But are
Well,
you gonna vote in general?
I am. I don't give a shit about if Joe Biden or Trump wins, because one of them is going to win, and I think that at this rate, with what Joe Biden has allowed to happen, I mean, I think that Joe Biden is probably going to lose at this rate, and it'll be the Democrats and Joe Biden's own fault. And I mean, like they.
Who do you think would put more pressure on Israel, Biden or Trump?
Oh my God. I think that who would put more pressure?
Do you think Trump would be calling for a ceasefire like Biden's been calling for a ceasefire now?
No, but he hasn't been though. But that he hasn't been for the past like 4 or 5 months. It only took him like how long? Like how long? 5, 6 months, 5 months? How many people dead? How many more people haven't been counted on the list of people dead? How many people have died? Like, okay, after it's March, it's April 5th. After months of Israel committing the worst crimes imaginable, now he's calling for a ceasefire. Like, I'm not going to give that.
That wasn't my question. It's like, do you think Trump would be doing that if he was president?
I think that probably if Trump was president, he'd be doing the same thing. Maybe worse, maybe not worse. It might depend. It really depends on what APAC wants. It depends on what APAC decides.
You know what? No, I don't agree with you there, actually. I think what the president does actually does affect Israeli policy. I think the only reason Netanyahu delayed his invasion into northern Gaza was probably because of pressure from the Biden administration. I think the reason Israel is finally opening more crossings into Gaza for aid is because of the Biden administration. I think all of these things are things that Trump probably wouldn't do, and I think if you care about Palestinian people, you should vote for Joe Biden.
Well, okay, congratulations, Joe Biden. Like 30,000 people have died. Like 70,000 people have been injured. Probably way more have died because there's probably more people under the rubble, but they don't even know about it. There's been countless massacres. Good job, Biden, for finally fucking letting in some more aid trucks or whatever. Like, congratulations, Biden. Like, I'm not gonna praise Biden for that. Biden doesn't deserve anybody's praise for what he's allowed.
Well, just to be clear, we talked about this earlier, but your position is that Israel should have done nothing after October 7th, and Israel doesn't even have a right to exist.
No, but,
so,
okay, honestly,
that
I don't
position,
know.
you can talk all you want, but that position is never going to get anywhere in Congress. No one is ever going to be elected president with that position because that's an insane fucking position. So if you want what's best for Palestinian people...
Instead of asking what Israel should have done, how about we should be asking what the Palestinians should have done? Of course,
okay,
what
that's
Israel,
easy. I think Hamas should surrender and release all the hostages.
Israel's going to do what they've been doing for the past 75 years. They're going to keep doing that. They're going to keep pushing
I forgot. This was we went over this earlier, but I forgot your position is that if Hamas surrendered and released all the hostages, Israel would just keep bombing civilians for no reason. I forgot that you think that's true.
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially? Okay. I mean, you already said that was true earlier on. Like, I don't know, you can say that say that all you want, but I just don't think it's true. Yeah, well, it's been a great conversation. I'm sure we'll talk more later. You can stay in the server if you wanna. And if you ever see me streaming and you disagree about something, you could come on in and we can yell at each other.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of yelling at each other and like yelling.
Well, I was being hyperbolic, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather actually have like a conversation where we're actually talking. We actually have been talking. It wasn't like with the guy in here. It wasn't as bad as I thought. No, okay, it wasn't. He wasn't that bad. He wasn't that bad. He wasn't as bad as. He wasn't being like he was earlier. But yeah, it was good. It was okay.
Okay.
It was okay. But yeah, just what Israel's doing right now is a genocide, and they need to stop. They need to stop.
All right. Well, I'll give you the last word on that, but I'm gonna go now, man.
Okay.
Well, bye-bye.
Thank-
I'm glad I opened his mind. And he said that person wasn't that bad. Because when he first spoke and said he's Israeli, the guy literally just went, "Oh my god, he's Israeli? That tells me everything I need to know about you." Yeah, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus. I'm going to be honest. I was a little worried because I agreed to these debates, right? And then I got up late. And I I have all my notes here, which I took like a little bit ago. So like I didn't remember everything. And I was like, oh fuck. I wonder if these people are going to pull something up that like I don't know. During both those debates, they didn't know anything. The first guy didn't know what the pre-67 borders were, and he literally couldn't get it around his head what they were that entire fucking time. We spoke for like 3 hours. He couldn't understand borders the entire time. He didn't know what proportionality was. He didn't know what the additional protocol 1 was. And the second guy we talked to also didn't know shit. I don't mean, he's probably still watching. Sorry. It's fine not to know the specifics of stuff. But like, yeah, he didn't know He didn't know that like the land for peace that that Israel and Egypt did. He didn't know. He didn't know stuff like we just. Yeah. Oh, and he didn't know about how many people cross the Erez crossing every year. Yeah. You didn't know that either? What didn't I know? Jesus. How many people cross the crossing? I knew it wasn't 100 or 200 or whatever you said. I think you might have said it was more than that. But that's fair. I did not know the specific number. You're right. God, how is people still not replying to my shit? I posted 2 separate threads on this, and no one has replied to either one of them. Are you kidding me? What's another subreddit I could post it in? I posted it in Windows Help and I posted it in tech support. I don't know. I don't think there's anyone new in chat here. But I'm having this really fucking stupid problem where I plug my computer into my phone and it just doesn't detect it anywhere. It doesn't detect it on Device Manager. It doesn't detect it in File Explorer. It doesn't detect it in Control Panel. It's just not anywhere. And I know it's not my phone, and I know it's not the cable because 1, I've tried different cables. 2, I've tried different phones, and it won't detect those phones either. And 3, I've tried using my phone on a different computer, and it works perfectly fine with the same cable. So I noticed some of that, and it worked on my old Windows install. I'm on a new Windows install. So I know it has something to do with this new Windows install. That means my phone can't be detected by my computer. It's not a hardware issue. It's not an issue with my phone or my cable. I know it's this new Windows install. That's the only possible thing that can be the problem. And I just have no clue what it is. I've tried every single fix I can find on Reddit. It is Windows 11, which is dog shit. Yeah, I've tried restarting everything, tried resetting my phone's default mode to file transfer, turning on USB debugging. I said this twice for some reason. Uninstalling and reinstalling all my USB devices in Device Manager, and then uninstalling all the drivers for them and reinstalling them. I downloaded my fuck. What this thread is messed up because Grammarly fucks shit up. But I downloaded like Windows Media Transfer Pack. I've tried every single Reddit thread that I've seen, every single Microsoft support thread that I've seen, every single Indian guy on YouTube explaining. I don't know what is wrong with it. I don't get it. I've tried updating Windows, although there's another update, but God. I don't actually mind. I'm used to Windows 11 now, and I don't like really mind it. But there's so many like weird issues like that sometimes. And for a while, you know what I hate? For a while, they didn't have Volume Mixer correctly in Windows 11. So you'd have to right click and hit Open Volume Mixer, and it would take a while to load this like stupid setting menu. Now there is, if you scroll down here, and it's a like Volume Mixer thing. But Jesus, like how do you not have Volume Mixer, man? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. God. All right. I don't know if I have anything else I want to do. I'm kind of tired from 5 hours of debating nonstop. Jesus. Can we get some subs for this chat? I don't think anyone's watching that isn't following. But if you're watching and not following, please, 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 chat. Chat, please. Oh, I've seen this Fresh and Fit stuff, dude. This is hilarious. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, what you can change. Thank you, chat. Let's go to twerk break for that. Jesus. Oh, wait, that's the wrong thing. Uh-oh. What? Oh, my Stream Deck's messed up. Hold on. This needs to go, like, over here. And then right here, I need a new source visibility. Active scene. Then I gotta find the source. Is it this? It's this. Parse that before. Alright, now does it work? Hell yeah. And then now I also can make myself parse Blackman egg GIF if I want to. Please follow for parse Blackman egg GIF. Come on, chat. Ugh. Chat, is there anything else people want me to do? Anyone else that wants to come on? There's some more stuff that like we'll go over tomorrow. Like the fresh and fit stuff I want to talk about at some point because the fucking fresh and fit guy I saw got a fucking girl pregnant or something.
Yep. Just as expected. Alien Popper, this fucking other loser, don't want to drop their IGs. Y'all been talking the most shit about Fresh, man. I'm not Fresh. You guys can go ahead and criticize him about the baby shit, but y'all niggas want to talk shit about him in my chat? Cool. I'm about to cook you boys. Drop your shit, motherfuckers. I ain't getting no girl pregnant, allegedly, so I'm gonna cook y'all niggas. Keep talking.
Alright. At some point, I do want to read the actual report that Israel wrote about, by the way, Isaac Rhodes. I have a chat. You don't have to DM me on Instagram or on Discord for everything. I do have a chat. Yeah, I do want to. I'll read the report Israel set out eventually, but I got like the gist of it. I think they fired two officials and they recommended the thing that actually Ryan Macbeth said, which is like put thermal markers on the top of vehicles. Netherlands to Norway. Germany, Poland. I didn't need Poland? Russia. What was the shortest route if I didn't need Poland? Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Norway. Oh, I forgot. Sweden and Denmark border. Jesus. Damn. What's the weekly challenge? Oh, it's that one, which I can't do because I don't know where the fuck that river is. Laos to United Arab Emirates. Fuck. I guess China? And then Russia. I didn't need Russia? Oh, you know what? I bet it was Afghanistan. Well, thanks, Kim Jong. That's I bet if Afghanistan, Iran, and then Saudi Arabia. And yeah. Oh, wait. I need more countries. Iraq. Damn. I need Russia. How to Tanzania. Okay. Well, gonna need China. And then Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Israel, Egypt, Libya. Easy, chat. Easy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's get some hold on. Let's get some subs for that chat. Hold on, I forgot oh shit. Oh, this is fucked up. Oh, hold on. Why is it WWE Cage match? That's not what this is supposed to be. Hold on, chat. Hold on. It'll make sense. It'll make sense. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Vegeta reacts to this. Hell yeah. What's Israel? Israel's a country in the Middle East. Republic of the Congo to Israel. I don't know where the Republic of the Congo is, but I'm gonna need Egypt, Sudan, South Sudan, and I hope that's it. Because if not, I don't know. Oh no, Democratic Republic of the Congo, and then I think I'll get there, but not in the shortest distance, probably. Central Africa. Okay. I wonder. Jesus, has like Destiny put out a video about the fresh and fit stuff yet? Oh, he has. Okay. I'm still getting over 3 viewers, and I need my average viewership to go up. So guess what? You guys are chilling with me, okay? As soon as I get under 3 viewers, I'm ending stream. Where is picture-in-picture? Why don't I have picture-in-picture? What? Oh, I never downloaded the enhancer for YouTube, didn't I? Because it's a new Windows install. I guess I should stop clickbaiting people with the Israeli debate thing. All right, let's see what this is about. Picture in picture. Oh, I'm already at 4 viewers. Oh, it went back up. Come on.
That I could leak it a day later. I contacted a lawyer. I think I want to keep the baby. I don't trust this girl at all. 1,000,000,000%. That girl was wild.
I don't care about the money. I like his lifestyle. By the United States law, he has to pay for the child support. How much money do you think a man should make for it? Yeah, I told them $1 million.
Walter apologized for everything and came clean on everything. Wouldn't you want him to be involved in like your child's life?
But why would you care about that?
Shouldn't the priority be to like build a healthy life for your future child? Shouldn't that be the focus?
Speak for him.
You don't care. You're not caring. The child right now is just a money ticket for you. You're not caring at all about the child. Why are you leaking
What is
all
the
of this
money?
I
publicly?
can't believe it actually. Why would she be willing to like go on and talk to people about this? That just seems unhinged.
What
The money is the
what
child support that you think that you were talking about earlier.
Look,
That you're very
who are
familiar
you?
with.
I don't want to talk to you.
Destiny's gonna take a break for a little bit.
I am. I will. I'll take out. This woman is a fucking piece of trash, though. She's ruining this kid's life.
Jesus. Hold on, shit. There's more. Oh, I have to watch this first.
I don't
An
care.
hour, 30 minutes. Okay, I'm not streaming for another fucking 2 hours. All right. It's been a really good stream chat. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching. It does mean a lot to me. It does mean a lot. Genuinely. I'm not like this other streamers that say it non-genuinely. It does actually mean a lot to me that people watch. But I will do this one more game because I'm addicted and I love South America because it's easy. Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, Brazil. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow, probably. I don't know if we're doing debates tomorrow, but hopefully. I will see you in the next one.